Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 421. Strewn across the snowfield, black, shriveled ghoul limbs lay scattered around the yellowed bones of skeletons. Every muscle in Maxie's body tensed up at the grim scene. After carefully avoiding the undead's remains, Annette asked in a hushed voice, "Will this spot do?" Maxie shook her head. "Activating the golems here would weaken the wall's foundations. We need to be further away from the city." Annette, eyeing the hill swarming with monsters, sighed and trudged forward. For a while, all that could be heard was the snow crunching beneath their feet and the mournful wail of the wind. Soon, they stood just 100 cadets from the monster army. Maxie glanced back to gauge how far they had come before turning her attention to the monsters camped outside the barrier. The long row at the head of the undead army appeared to be made up of resurrected giant ogres and cyclopes. Their rugged bones were ashen in the bluish light of dawn, and the eye sockets in the middle of their gigantic skulls glinted eerily red. After fearfully glancing at their blackened iron maces, Maxie turned to Annette. I think we've come far enough. You can place your golem here. What about yours?" "I'll secure mine over there," Maxie said, pointing northeast. With a shrug, Annette fished out the golem figure from her bag. Leaving Gable and 2 of his subordinates with Annette, Maxie moved another 150 cadets away. It was essential to keep their golems apart to ensure their magics did not clash. Squinting, Maxie assessed the distance and pulled out a shovel from the pack on her back. Just as she was about to start digging the frozen ground, Garrow stepped in, taking the shovel from her hands. "Allow me, my lady." Without waiting for a reply, he began to dig. Maxie anxiously watched him until the hole was sufficiently deep enough. "That should do," she said. Garrow thrust the shovel into the ground nearby while Maxie took the golem figure from her bag. Kneeling next to the hole, she unwrapped the figure and placed it inside the 2-cavett pit. She gestured to the knights and said, "Please fill it up." The knights sprung into action, quickly covering the hole. When the ground was even again, Maxie used a small knife to prick her pinky. The cold must have numbed her hand, as she barely felt the pain. Drawing a few drops of blood, she let them fall onto the ground, infusing her mana into the earth. A radiant web of red light spread across the frozen surface. Her eyes filled with hope. These mighty giants would now protect the city from the evil monsters. However, no matter how long she waited, the miracle did not occur. "Is it done?" Garrow asked with a hint of concern. Trying not to show her embarrassment, Maxie glanced toward Annette. Her friend appeared just as flustered. Annette rushed over, her face taut with anxiety. "What's going on?" "I'm not sure myself. If we calculated everything correctly." Maxie glanced about in confusion. The earth was dreadfully still. The mana imbalance may have affected the magic, she concluded dejectedly. "So, our plan has failed?" Maxie's face flushed with a mix of shame and frustration. She fought back the urge to cry, realizing their last hope to safeguard the city might have crumbled. Holding back tears, her voice quivered as she said, "We should return to the city and think of another way to." Right at that moment, Garrow pushed her aside. Landing in the snow, she looked up at him in shock. Her eyes widened even more when she spotted the ice spike piercing the exact spot she had been standing in. Cold sweat broke out on her back. Garrow's quick reflexes had saved her from meeting the same fate as a fish impaled by a harpoon. Drawing his sword, Garrow bellowed, "Cast a shield." More ice spikes rained down, and Maxie acted swiftly, saving them from being punctured with holes. But her shield could not protect them from attacks that came from directly in front. Screaming, Maxie doubled over in pain. Though the knights had deflected most of the ice with their swords, a few spikes embedded themselves in Maxie's shoulder and thigh. "My lady." As Garrow rushed to support her, a dark shadow charged toward them. Garrow pulled her behind him and swung his sword. An ear-splitting clash of metal rang out across the field. Maxie pulled out the ice spikes buried in her flesh and swept her eyes over the 15 or so attackers surrounding them. Beneath their hoods, she caught glimpses of black-scaled snake heads. How did they manage to get past the shield? After looking around in confusion, Maxie's gaze darted to the front. To her horror, the shield had thinned out, allowing monsters to stream in. "God damn it!" Gable swore under his breath. He whirled around and unleashed blade aura on the monsters blocking their path, sending them scattering. Seizing the brief respite, the knights began running with Maxie and Annette in tow. The monsters soon gave chase. All around her, Maxie saw sparks flying and heard steel clashing. Though she could not make sense of what was happening, it was clear the knights were desperately fending off the monsters' onslaught. In her heightened state of panic, a sudden dizziness washed over her. Glancing down, she noticed blood dripping from her right arm. She clutched her shoulder with her uninjured hand and felt the fabric soaked in blood. It occurred to her that she might even have broken bones, but she strangely felt no pain. Was all this just a nightmare? Lost in a daze, she was forging ahead when a violent impact shook the ground. Maxie lurched and fell onto the snow. Jerking her head up, she saw a giant undead closing in on them. The hideous, colossal skeleton wielded a hammer that must have weighed at least 10 rands, approx 350 kilograms. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. Suddenly, a tower pillar of earth erupted from the ground. Maxie watched, breathless, as the pillar surged skyward before tilting forward and smashing the 30-cavet giant to pieces. In the aftermath of the destruction, Maxie's eyes darted to Annette. Her friend's shocked expression confirmed that she had not conjured the spell. Had it been a mage on the city wall, aiding them with a long-distance offensive spell? As she looked to the city in a daze, the ground beneath them began to quake. Maxie clumsily staggered back. The earth pillar, which had destroyed the undead giant in the blink of an eye, swept across the ground and annihilated the monsters all at once. Then, it dawned on her, the pillar was an arm. As the enormous limb of dirt and rock floundered above the ground, Maxie cried out, everyone, get back. NV_LB inverted exclamation mark N, transforming moments into memories. The knights were already dispersing to avoid the golem. The ground trembled as the golem's massive, dark red head and body rose out of the earth. She gaped in astonishment, it was far bigger than they had calculated. Incredible, Garrow murmured in disbelief. Indeed, the golem stood nearly 100 cavets tall, perhaps even more. After watching it wobble to its full, towering height, Maxie abruptly came to her senses. Seeing that the Dragonians were also distracted, Maxie tugged Garrow's arm. We must escape now. The knights broke into a run. Maxie and Annette did their best to keep up. Though Maxie's lungs felt close to bursting, she did not dare stop to catch her breath. Ignoring the pain in her thighs, she pushed herself to the brink. As they neared the city gates, she hurled herself inside. Annette and the knights rushed in after her. The soldiers at the entrance quickly lowered the portcullis. Gasping for breath on the ground, Maxie finally dared to look back, and the terrifying sight made her shudder. Their pursuers were in disarray. The golem raised a gargantuan leg and ruthlessly crushed the monsters as if they were nothing but insects. Under the oak tree. Chapter 422. The ground trembled with every thump of the golem's massive stone leg, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Its creation must have significantly lowered the density of the soil. The field was now a mire, and the charging undead monsters sank into it, iron maces and all. When the golem raised its arm, Maxie reflexively closed her eyes. There was a loud thud, and a faint tremor shook the earth. Come this way, my lady, Gable said, pulling Maxie away from the portcullis. Some of the monsters might get past. He immediately froze as he realized her sleeve was soaked in blood. Good God, you're wounded, he exclaimed. Move aside. Let me heal her. Shoving past the flustered knight, Annette ushered Maxie near the stairway leading to the battlements. She made her kneel before pulling out a knife. Without hesitation, she ripped Maxie's clothes to reveal the wounds on her thigh and shoulder, then carefully began wiping away the blood with a clean linen cloth. The pain surged, making Maxie wince. It appeared that her senses, paralyzed from terror earlier, were slowly returning. It hurts. Good. That means your nerves are fine, Annette replied brusquely. She carefully inspected the deep gash on Maxie's shoulder. No broken bones either. She swiftly cast healing magic over the wounds. Once they disappeared, Maxie tested her shoulder. True to Annette's words, there seemed to be no nerve damage. Maxie pulled off her glove, confirming she still had full control of her arm, before looking around at Annette and the knights. Is everyone all right? Is anyone? Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the air, and the ground shook violently. Staggering to her feet, Maxie raced up the stairs. Atop the wall, she was greeted by the sight of two colossal beings, each the size of a small castle, brutally trampling monsters. Annette's golem had activated as well. Gable, having climbed up after her, murmured, "They are certainly impressive." It seemed the others were astonished at the sheer size of the golems as well. The only one who seemed worried was Annette. The golem's larger than anticipated heights were clearly making her uneasy. She must be worried there might be a flaw in the rune. The same thought gnawed at Maxie. What if the golems went rogue? She anxiously watched as the towering constructs beat back the advancing monster army. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. As the monsters drew back, the golems ceased their rampage. The formula that directed them to act only upon detecting a threat appeared intact. Just as Maxie breathed a sigh of relief, thunderous cheers erupted around her. Startled, Maxie glanced around. The soldiers, their spirits frayed from 10 days of recurring battles, now radiated hope. A few approached her and hoisted her onto their shoulders before Gable and Garrow could stop them. The elated soldiers appeared not to hear her shriek of surprise. With her still sitting on their shoulders, they marched along the battlement. Maxie glanced in embarrassment as people began to chant her name. But the war was not over yet. The enemy's retreat was only temporary, and another strike was inevitable. Even so, she could not bring herself to dampen the soldiers' joy. The men had worked hard for weeks, they deserved to savor their victory for the moment. And so, all Maxie could do was awkwardly wave her hands as they celebrated. Soon after, they received word that the monsters attacking the west wall had retreated as well. However, Maxie's fears were proven true when it became apparent that the enemy had not given up on Vismore altogether. According to the scouts' reports, the undead army was encamped in the vicinity of the Black Forest, a large woodland to the west of the Lexos Mountains, only 2 Maltians away, approx 3 kilometers. I believe they are trying to create more undead, Anj said with a heavy sigh. The princess had come to the mage's workroom with a report. There should be plenty of monsters buried near the mountains. They are surely aiming to replace their losses. Why are they so bent on taking Vismore? If their goal is to destroy the invoked sanctuary, sacking any of the 5 cities should suffice, Sidina asked, cocking her head. She had come to assist in the creation of the golems. I believe it's because Vismore is the city closest to the dragon's lair, Agnes replied with a shrug. They likely want to strike the campaign party as quickly as possible after taking down the barrier. Maxie nodded. The monsters were surely aware that a campaign party was on its way to defeat the dragon and thus were likely in a hurry to destroy the barrier. Moreover, since the enemy had no way of knowing if the other cities had golems as well, they had probably concluded it would be better to keep their focus on Vismore. A city that had exhausted much of its forces over the past 10 days made an easier opponent than another fortress. How long until the additional golems are finished? Agnes asked. We will have 3 more in 3 days. Agnes's face brightened. Having witnessed the golem's immense power, she likely thought that these numbers would be enough to defend the city. Then please, keep up the good work. As soon as the princess left the workroom, the mages around the desk let out a collective sigh. They were currently poring over the formulas to figure out the cause of the golem's enlargement. After studying the rune for a long time, Annette put forth a theory. I think the golem's mana circuit might have been infused with too much earth mana during its creation. The lack of fire mana in the area probably led to an increased ratio of the other elements. The Gondrick brothers, enjoying a hot porridge in the corner, looked up from their bowls. Then, why did it take so long for them to appear? For a moment there, we thought we'd failed for sure. With the added size, it probably took longer for the circuit to be finished, Maxie replied as she leaned back against the chair. The problem is that we have no idea how long they will last. If everything goes according to our calculations, they will last for at least a month, but now, I'm not so sure. A week might be the best we can hope for. The workroom grew somber. Clutching her throbbing head, Maxie pored over the drafts. While there was a rune inside the golem that enabled it to absorb mana on its own, it was terribly insufficient to sustain a roughly 100 kvet magical construct for an extended period. The mana in the magic stones would drain away, and with its source of power gone, the golems would instantly return to dust. Wouldn't it be better to redo the formulas? Sidna cautiously suggested. Maxie shook her head. I'm afraid we don't have the time. Our best option is to keep creating the golems as is. But we only have 10 high-grade stones left. That should last us about half a month. Everyone turned to see Calto striding into the room. Until now, he had been ensconced in his room after the debilitating effects of the immense shield he had cast. Pulling up a chair, he stated as he sat down, 7 golems should be enough to defend the city. You must finish the additional 3 and use the remaining stones to create replacements. If each golem manages to last a week, we should be able to buy ourselves more time until the campaign party slays the dragon. A deep crease formed at the corner of Calto's mouth. He pensively stared at the candlelight before replying carefully, with Sector gone, the monsters will have no reason to besiege the city. We have only to hold out until the campaign party eliminates the dragon. Maxie's brow furrowed slightly. Would the Dragonians give up so easily? They might even seek vengeance and attack with more ferocity. But we have no other option. Maxie surveyed the workbench with renewed determination. They had to focus on defending the barrier, at least until the campaign party successfully carried out their mission. They had no time to spare worrying about what would happen next. Maxie organized the scattered drafts and distributed them to Sidina, Annette, and the Godric twins. We should get to work if we're to finish the golems before the monsters return. Mages from the daytime watch joined them in the evening, enabling the completion of 3 golems in only 2 days. This time it was decided that Annette, Alec, Candine would plant the golem figures outside the city. Maxie was exhausted from supervising the whole project, and she had not had a chance to rest. She bid the Umri siblings to finish up while she got some much-needed sleep. The next day, she was awakened by a horn's blare. Hastily throwing on her coat, Maxie rushed up the rampart. The hill was a sea of thousands of undead. Their skeletal feet stomped the ground as they charged toward the city. Sure enough, the golems activated in response. Another battle had begun. "Everyone, to your positions," Agnes bellowed from the watchtower. Under the oak tree. Chapter 423. The soldiers promptly stationed themselves along the battlement. As the archers kept a vigilant eye on the enemy, bows in hand, the catapult unit loaded the siege weapons. The mages dispersed to their designated positions, readying to cast shields at a moment's notice. At long last, the monster army clashed with the golems. Maxie watched with bated breath as hundreds of undead swarmed the golem in the blink of an eye. Iron maces thudded into the golem's limbs, crumbling them into clouds of dust. However, the scattered clumps of earth were quickly reabsorbed. Fully recovering, the golem swung its massive arm, sweeping away the 30 Kvet skeletons as if they were scarecrows. Maxie finally exhaled the breath she was holding. The 4 golems were performing well beyond their expectations, successfully staving off the monsters surrounding the east and north sides. Any that managed to get past the earthen guardians were sent tumbling into the moat by a volley of arrows from the archers. After moving along the wall to gauge the battle's progress, Maxie returned to the workroom. With the newly added golems functioning properly, there was no need for all of the mages to be there. Ignoring the noises outside, she took out a new magic stone. Just then, Sidina entered the workroom. "Working again so soon?" I was just about to start." Maxie handed Sidina a magic stone and a pair of gloves. With a sigh, Sidina trudged over to the desk. "I was hoping for some respite, but I clearly chose the wrong place. You know we can't afford to rest. The golems must be finished as soon as possible." Though she pursed her lips, Sidina tugged on the gloves without further complaint. Soon, more mages joined them. Owing to this, they were able to finish 1 extra golem figure before the day was out. If they maintained this pace, they would be done within the week. Maxie rubs her gritty eyes, which felt as if they had a fistful of sand in them, and went to open the shutters. The stillness suggested the fighting must be over. When she went outside to assess the situation, she saw soldiers eating around a fire. Approaching the closest one, she asked, "Have the monsters retreated?" The soldier who had been wolfing down a bowl of oat porridge shot to his feet. "No, my lady. It's simply a lull in the fighting." Maxie gestured to the soldier to resume his meal before climbing the stairs to the battlement. Dusk was falling over the plain, which was still teeming with thousands of monsters. Surprisingly, there was no dramatic difference in their number, leading Maxie to believe that many of the felled undead had been propped back to life. As long as the necromancer is there to supply them with mana, the skeletons will keep regenerating. Her gaze swept to the battlefield. Dragonians, the ones puppeteering the monsters, were orchestrating this all from within. Finding and eliminating them would be the surest way to end the siege, but a direct assault against such overwhelming odds, 10 to 1, was essentially throwing human lives away. Furthermore, the Dragonians appeared to be masters of stealth, evading even the mage's search magic. "All we can do is hold out for as long as possible." Maxie turned toward the dark silhouette of the Lexos Mountains. Her eyes traced the steep ridge that rose from the untouched expanse of snow, resting finally upon a distant, hazy peak. Somewhere out there, Riftan was fighting a far more perilous battle. The mere thought tore her heart to pieces. She instinctively touched the coin at her neck. It was hard to believe that barely a month had passed since their parting. It felt like decades. As her resolve wavered, Maxie whirled around, a sudden, fierce desire to join him flaring within her. A second later, She remembered her promise. She had to honor it this time. Squeezing her eyes shut, she mumbled a plea into the air, "I shall fight my battle here, so please, return to me in one piece." With a light kiss on the coin, Maxie stepped back from the battlement's edge and descended the stairs. The mages worked feverishly to craft more golems. But their efforts were cut short when one of the northeastern golems crumbled into dust, allowing the monsters to advance on the city yet again. "To your stations. Mages, summon shields." At Agnes's command, the soldiers resting around the campfires promptly climbed the ladders to the battlement. Maxie followed them soon after. Despite the mages who had arrived first being quick to cast shields, hundreds of monsters had still managed to get close to the wall. "Get the flaming oil. Now." Annette's gruff voice carried over the din. After frantically looking about, Maxie sprang into action when she saw skeletons scaling the wall. Soldiers bashed hammers into skulls as the monsters tried to climb over the battlement, but the horde kept coming. Maxie summoned a wind, sending the monsters that had been clinging to the wall like barnacles tumbling onto the moat. Despite this, some still managed to make it over. She staggered back as a skeleton advanced on her, its bones rattling. With a whistling of air, something flew in front of her and smashed the skeleton soldier to pieces. "Stay back, my lady," Gable cried. Having beat back the undead monster with a single strike, the young knight crushed the still rattling yellow skull underfoot. Without hesitating, he used his crossguard to crush the next skeleton that rose over the battlement. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. "Focus. Hold your positions," he bellowed to the soldiers huddled together. "Don't leave any gaps for them to get in." Soldiers immediately spread out and raised their hammers and iron maces against the incoming horde with renewed ferocity. After watching the scene from the rear, Maxie raced to the top of the turret. Thanks to the mages' barriers, a large portion of the monster army was held at bay on their side of the field. Once they dealt with any that managed to bypass the golems, the mages would be able to replace the fallen one. Soon, cauldrons brimming with flaming oil were carried up the ramparts, and Maxie promptly came down from the turret to help transport them. Raging flames soon cascaded along the walls, and a golden river of fire surged from the bottom of the moat. Soldiers erupted into cheers at the sea of bones charred by the blaze. They had overcome yet another crisis. But another golem will soon fall. Maxie bit her lip as she glanced at the giants that had already stopped moving. While the newer golems would last a few more days, the original four were likely running low on mana. They had to replace them before they crumbled into dust. Maxie convened the mages as fast as she could. "We are running out of time. We must replace the golems as quickly as possible." "But, it's too dangerous to leave the city right now," Sidina said cautiously. "Master Calto said he can cast his shield in 3 days. Should we not wait until then?" Maxie shook her head. "The other golems will stop working soon. I doubt they will last another 2 days, let alone 3. If we maintained barriers like we did today." "Max is right," Annette chimed in. "It's too risky. We need to replace the golems without delay. But this time, we should have the mages leave the city in pairs, one to secure the golem and another to cast a shield. The Dragonians have seen how we summon them, so they will definitely try to thwart us." After some discussion, the mages agreed to take on roles suited to their individual abilities. Since Maxie, Annette, Alec, and Dean understood the rune best, they were naturally selected to secure the golem's figures. Sidina, Kime, Jeffrey, and Alburn, the only mage of Kabbalah capable of powerful defensive magic, were chosen to accompany them. With the plan in place, the mages went their separate ways. While the others dispersed north and east, Maxie made her way to the west gate with Sidina. Soon, they were joined by Gable, Garrow, Princess Agnes, and about 20 of her knights. Seeing them gathered, Maxie looked troubled. "Moving in such numbers will attract too much attention." "That would still be true for a smaller group, my lady," Gable said firmly. "We cannot afford to be ambushed like last time. You must allow high-ranking knights to escort you." For a moment, all Maxie could do was regard him with a flustered expression. Her gaze flickered to Princess Agnes, who tapped the sword strap to her waist. "I am going with you this time, so you have nothing to worry about," said the princess. "As both mage and warrior, I am more than capable." With that, she drew her silver helmet over her head. Maxie's stomach twisted into knots at the burden of having a royal princess serve as her escort, but it was clear nothing she said would deter them. Holding back a sigh, Maxie gazed past the portcullis onto the field, now shrouded in darkness. A golem knelt in the snow. Beside it rose one of the mage's towering barriers. The sight reassured Maxie, at least they did not have to worry about being swarmed the moment they stepped out of the gate. As she surreptitiously let go of her breath, a faint flash lit up the sky. Startled, Maxie's head jerked up. Deep rumbles filled the air. Soon after, a violent snowstorm erupted. There were screams from all around. Cargo from the battlements hurtled down, sending wooden bowls, cups, arrows, and broken flagpoles flying. A tent pitched precariously behind the wall leaned as if it would collapse. Pressed against the wall to avoid the falling debris, Maxie looked up. Snow poured from the blanket of dark clouds above. A chill ran down her spine. This was not a natural phenomenon at all, it was magic. And the only being in the world capable of controlling the weather was the dragon. Under the oak tree. Chapter 424. Maxie's face fell. This could only mean that Sector was fully awake now. She turned to Agnes. How is this possible? Wasn't the barrier supposed to suppress the dragon's powers? Changing the weather must be an easy feat for it, even in its weakened state, the princess replied gravely. Fear constricted Maxie's throat. She had been told that it would take a full month for the campaign party to reach the dragon's lair, a considerable time, given the thousands of foot soldiers and numerous supply wagons. How could a lone creature wield such power? Even a great mage like Kalto had to exhaust his mana to create a shield big enough to cover an entire city. At less than half of its original strength, Sector's magic stretched far beyond the Lexos Mountains, which crossed the three kingdoms of Wedden, Dristan, and Arx. Fear chilled Maxie to her very bones. She could not believe that humans had once fought such a powerful being in Wam. Though many had told her that Riftan and the Ream Dragon Knights had risked their lives to slay the dragon, it was only now that she truly understood the full might of the creature they had faced. And he is risking his life once again. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. Clutching the iron grate, Maxie peered at the snowstorm engulfing the foothills and the hazy mountain ridge beyond. Another flash lit up the sky, followed by a crack of thunder. There was no doubt that a harsher blizzard was raging in the mountains themselves. The anxiety she had desperately suppressed reared its head at the thought of Riftan fighting with the colossal monster amidst a blinding tempest. Had it been possible, she would have raced to his side there and then. She was willing to pay any price, that was how much she wanted to go to him. I may never see him again. She shook her head, driving the thought from her mind. No, Riftan would surely return to her as he always did. What now? Came Sidina's quivering voice. Removing her forehead from the grate, Maxie swept her gaze over the hardened faces around her. This is a good thing. The weather should make it difficult for the monsters to detect our movements. Sidina, summon a windbreak. I'll cast a concealment charm. Sidina tentatively hunched her shoulders before nodding. All right. My lady, allow us to lead, Garo said, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Please stay behind us. Maxie willed her rigid legs to step back. Once the knights took their positions, they signaled the sentries. The portcullis lifted with a clang. Almost immediately, Maxie cast a concealment charm, hiding their presence by blocking airflow and refracting light. Although a monster with particularly keen senses could see through it, she doubted they would be detected in such weather. She nodded to the knights. Gable and Garo then led the way across the bridge into the raging snowstorm. Even though the wind was growing wider by the minute, Sidina's windbreak allowed them to move faster than usual. At first, we must secure a golem behind the barrier. After that, Maxie flickered a glance at the golem that was still perfectly intact. Another one over there, and we will be done. And the remaining golems? Will they be placed by the other mages? Agnes asked. Maxie could only nod in response. The windbreak did not ward off the cold. And her face felt almost frozen solid, making it difficult to move her jaw. With each breath crystallizing in the frigid air, Maxie trudged through the ankle-deep snow. Time seemed to stretch on, but eventually, she found herself standing before the mage's towering barrier. She gestured to the knights on guard. This will do. Two young knights stepped forward. We will begin digging, my lady. Stepping back, Maxie watched them swiftly dig a hole about a forearm's length deep. She knelt down, slipping the figurine out of its leather wrapping and into the earth. The knights promptly refilled the pit. While they flattened the soil, Maxie took out a small knife. She was about to make a cut on her finger when Gable abruptly pushed her back and drew his sword. A startled shriek escaped her as she tumbled on the snow. Though her knife flew out of her grip, she did not have the mind to search for it. Her eyes darted across the 15 assailants that had materialized like ghosts. "Get back," Agnes cried. Maxie whipped her head around to see Agnes fending off a bulky, 6-cavet dragonian. She parried the monster's attack and summoned flames around it, causing it to emit a sharp cry. As soon as it pulled back, Agnes seized the chance to attack, severing its arm. However, it was not a critical blow. The monster grabbed its sword with its remaining hand and charged at the princess, their steel clashing again. Everywhere Maxie looked, the knights were locked in battle. Gable crossed swords with 2 dragonians, while Garrow and the others were equally beset. A sudden thought gripped Maxie. Where on earth did they come from? It was difficult to believe the monsters had been able to approach without Gable or Garrow noticing. She bit her lip. That meant the monsters must have been lying in wait for them there. I should have searched the area with magic first. I should have been more. A loud noise shook the earth. Maxie stifled a groan as soon as she saw it, the undead army pouring down the hill toward the golems. Knowing that the final battle between the dragon and the campaign party had begun, the monsters had likely launched a desperate assault to destroy the invoked sanctuary as quickly as possible. "Max! Watch out!" At Sidina's ear-splitting cry, she snapped her head up to the plummeting shadow above. She did not have time to summon a shield. An enormous blade came whistling down, but before it could make contact, Garrow threw himself in front of her. There was a great thud. The young knight's heels plowed into the snow. Veins bulged from his neck as he blocked the massive greatsword, forged like an iron mace, with only his slender bastard sword. "My lady, quick! Get back!" Maxie hastily retreated. After glancing around, she darted to the buried golem figure. She cast a shield. Sidina, terror-stricken and pressed against the barrier, somehow managed to regain her composure enough to summon a shield. Now protected, Maxie knelt and rummaged in her pocket for her knife. Then, remembering she had lost it, she drew the short sword at her waist. The bluish blade glistened in the dark. Maxie made a small cut on her finger and sprinkled her blood on the snow. Without dressing her wound, she slipped her glove back on and cried, "It's done. We must get away." She was pulling on Sidina's arm when a dark-scaled dragonian appeared in their path. Though Maxie promptly summoned a barrier, the monster's power was beyond imagination. Her eyes widened at the loud impact, and the barrier shattered. She hastened to cast a shield, but the monster was already right in front of them. She instinctively covered her head and twisted away. Right at that moment, a sword burst out of the dragonian's torso, accompanied by a great ripping of leather. "You dare to attack Our Lady?" Gable snarled as he twisted the blade from behind the dragonian. In one swift motion, he sliced diagonally. The silver blade came out of the dragonian's side, spraying dark red blood over the snow. Maxie flinched and backed away. When the monster dropped to the ground, Gable drove his sword into its body once more for safe measure. "Are you all right, my lady?" "Why?" Before she could answer, another dragonian charged at them. Gable swore under his breath and parried the monster's attack. "Garrow! Take the mages away from here," he bellowed. His fellow knight, who had been clashing with the hulking, 8-cavet dragonian, swung his sword to push the monster away and sprinted over to Maxie. When the other knights opened up a path for them, Garrow broke into a run with Maxie and Sidina in tow. "Gee Garrow, we still have one more golem to secure," Maxie shouted as they sprinted across the field. "We have no time for that, my lady. Our northwest defense has fallen." Maxie whipped her head around. True enough, there was only rubble where the golem had once stood. The undead army was already over the drawbridge and advancing on the gate. The sight made Maxie sick to her stomach. "We must enter the city through a different entrance." "Follow me," Garrow shouted as he changed course following the embankment. Fortunately, the northern side's defense had yet to fall. Just as they approached the embankment to cross the drawbridge, something slammed into Maxie with great force. All the air was pushed from her lungs as she rolled into the snow. When she finally managed to lift her head, disoriented, she saw that a 10-cavet wall had burst from the spot she had been standing on. Rubbing her aching ribs, she staggered to her feet. Garrow was fighting the monsters that had chased after them, while Sidina was nowhere to be seen. Maxie wondered in horror if she had been flung down the ditch. She was scurrying toward the embankment when something came darting toward her. "My lady." Though she heard Garrow's urging cry, her reply died in her throat. Before her stood a lithe monster, its red eyes gazing down at her. Maxie recognized it right away. It was the white dragonian they had encountered in the basilica. The strangely human-faced creature leaned close, its glinting blade poised just above her. Maxie only realized then that she had managed to block the monster's attack. She had not had time to sheath her sword, which meant it was still in her hand when she reflexively moved to defend herself from the incoming blade. Humans. The Dragonian hissed, baring its fangs. Nuisance, humans, be gone. The monster pressed down on Maxie's sword with more force, bringing its gleaming edge a hair's breadth away from her nose. Though she tried to push back with all her might, it was no use. She squeezed her eyes shut. Just then, a strong gust blew past. The monster froze and jerked its head up. Maxie grew rigid as well. A distant cry echoed overhead, slowly growing louder until it seemed to shake the sky. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it ceased. Time itself seemed to stand still in the eerie silence. Nothing moved. Maxie, the hostile Dragonian, the monster besieging the city, and even the soldiers firing arrows all froze, looking up at the sky. A ray of light broke through the dark clouds and streamed down on a particular summit in the Lexos Mountains. Maxie blinked at the sight. It was the first pure sunlight she had seen in a while. The monster on top of her suddenly made a strangled noise. Clutching its face, it let out an ear-splitting shriek. The ghastly sound finally jolted Maxie back to her senses. Now was not the time to be gawking. She thrust her sword with all her strength and felt the blade slice through tough skin. It only sunk in part way. Exerting more force, she slowly pushed the gleaming blue weapon deeper into the monster's chest. The Dragonian heaved and grabbed the metal. Clearly, she had failed to pierce its heart. Clenching her jaw, Maxie gripped the hilt and twisted. She froze when she glimpsed the Dragonian's face. Tears were gliding down the creature's pale, white-scaled cheeks. It regarded her with eyes filled with despair and began mumbling something. Suddenly, it gripped her sword with both hands and drove it into itself. Maxie watched, stunned, as the blade plunged in. She could not comprehend what was happening, not even as a shadow appeared behind the monster. Wide-eyed, she placed Garrow's face. The young knight swung his sword, and the monster's anguished, tear-streaked face dropped to the ground. Maxie hunched her shoulders against the spray of hot blood pouring from its severed neck. "Are you all right, my lady?" Garrow asked breathlessly, his chest heaving. He pushed the limp monster off her. Max was still in shock. She shakily sat up, saying, I am all right, but Sedina." Managing to rouse herself, she pried her eyes away from the dead Dragonian to search for her friend. She soon spotted Sedina lying a short distance away, apparently unconscious. Without a second thought, Maxie hurried toward her. She was almost there when she realized the surroundings were strangely calm. Out on the battlefield, the thick hordes of undead surrounding the city were disintegrating like a mirage. Am I dreaming? The staggering monsters crumbled one after another. Maxie released a ragged breath as she watched plumes of white bone dust blow across the snowfield. Rays of golden sunlight broke through the clouds, playing over the shimmering snow. The pulverized monster remains looked like specks of silver carried on the wind. Hope bloomed in Maxie's chest at the sight. It was victory at last. They had won. Under the oak tree. Chapter 425. Maxie slipped her hand inside her coat, grasping the coin on her necklace. The wind had softened to a gentle breeze, brushing past her frozen cheek. Tears stung her eyes, whether from relief that everything was over or joy from their victory, she could not tell. Turning her gaze from the desolate snowfield, Maxie looked toward the Lexos Mountains, slowly changing from dark gray to a subtle blue. Sunlight that had been illuminating one side of the steep mountain slope now bathed the entire summit. Riftan was there somewhere. She was certain he had defeated the dragon. Without meaning to, she took a step toward the vast field, only to be abruptly halted by a hand on her shoulder. Whirling around, she saw Garrow with Sedina on his back, his eyes sweeping their surroundings. There may still be monsters around, my lady. We should return to the city first and assess the situation. Coming to her senses, Maxie quickly turned. Why yes, let's make haste. Garrow led the way along the moat, and soon, an arched gate loomed ahead. Open the gate. At Garrow's command, the sentries atop the battlements lowered the drawbridge. Maxie and the young knight hurried across the narrow wooden planks and dashed through the portcullis. Annette and Geoffrey, assigned to replace the golems in the south, rushed over to them. What happened? Annette asked as she examined Sedina, who was still slumped on Garrow's back. Gasping for a breath, Maxie replied, We were ambushed by Dragonians while replacing the golems. I think she hit her head when she was knocked over. Lay her down here. I will look at her wound, Geoffrey instructed, spreading a blanket near a campfire just beyond the gate. Garo gingerly lowered Sedina on the blanket, then turned his head to Maxie. "What about you, my lady? Are you hurt?" I am fine. I am more worried about Sedina. How is she?" "We won't know for certain until she wakes up, but I don't believe she is in critical condition." Jeffrey lifted the girl's eyelid to check her pupil, then breathed a sigh of relief. "It's just a bump on the head. She will wake when it's healed." He laid a gentle hand on Sedina's bruised temple and healed it with magic. Relief washed over Maxie as she watched the color return to her friend's pale face. She left reassured, climbing up the wooden stairs next to the gate. The top of the battlement offered a clearer view of the situation. The monsters encamped on the west had vanished, leaving only bone shards glinting across the field, and the creatures that had swarmed the gate were now mounds of fine dust. Maxie's triumph was short-lived as her gaze turned east. Hundreds of undead still stood outside the wall. Hurrying along the battlement, she saw that the monsters that had been fighting the golem were now circling the hill, moving west. She drew a sharp intake of breath as she realized they were heading toward the Lexos Mountains. "They are trying to attack the campaign party." She raced down the rampart to get to the gate, but Garo's hand halted her. "Lady Calypso, where are you going?" Maxie looked up at him, panic-stricken. The monsters are heading for the Lexos Mountains. We must stop them." The young knight clenched his jaw. He furrowed his brow as if conflicted but slowly shook his head. "Sir Riftan commanded us to guard the city until the campaign party returns. With the monsters giving up on Vismore, our duty is done. But if we let them go, the campaign party will be in danger. Even so, there is nothing we can do." Maxie's face twisted in frustration at Garo's calm response. The undead were no fewer than 1,000. They had a chance of winning if they struck with the combined might of their forces. However, she knew Tristan's princess would never agree to such a reckless plan. She also had a feeling that even Princess Agnes would try to dissuade her. Maxie turned her face away, desperately holding back tears. "Do not worry, my lady," the knight said, trying to comfort her. "A campaign party strong enough to defeat a dragon surely won't fall to mere undead." Maxie said nothing as she gazed through the portcullis to the shimmering snowfield. Their arduous task was not over. Her heart sank at the thought of spending days filled with anxiety for Riftan's return before she slowly closed her eyes. After the monsters left, only 5 golems remained in the field. The temperature rose every day as if making up for lost seasons, causing snow melt to flow into streams and converge into a river. Soldiers busied themselves with clearing sewers and building embankments. New sprouts appeared near the flowing, clear water, and buds formed on previously bare branches. The seemingly endless winter had ended, bringing with it the arrival of spring and summer all at once. "The Dragonian you defeated was likely among the ruling class," Kalto Serbal announced, entering the common room as he removed the cotton cloth covering his nose and mouth. Maxie turned towards his voice. The elder looked exhausted as if he had only just finished examining the Dragonian's corpse. Its mana capacity was 30 times greater than the average lizard man, though it was physically weaker. Truly astonishing. It was probably the necromancer controlling the undead. But, not all the monsters perished when the white Dragonian died, Maxie pointed out. Which means it was not the only necromancer, Kalto said with a heavy sigh. It seems the Dragonians were divided into 3 classes depending on their roles. Red and black scales were warriors, and the white scales were the rulers. The elder paused, deep in thought, before adding, "The white scales are blessed with brains that have developed rapidly in a short period of time along with heightened magical abilities. I estimate about 9 still exist." "And 9? Maxie exclaimed. Kalto nodded. 8 powerful dark mages are required to resurrect a dragon, and since there must have been more than one white-scaled monster among the ones that attacked Vismore, there should be at least 9 of its kind remaining." Kalto pointed to the small room where the Dragonian's body was kept, drawing Maxie's eye to the gap in the door. She saw evenly spaced wooden beds, atop which were the carcasses of 4 Dragonians. Once the undead army had left, the mages had gathered the bodies for research purposes. Perturbed by the sight, Maxie looked away. Her heart felt heavy when she recalled the white Dragonian's tears and palpable anguish. According to church doctrines, monsters were the devil's creations whose sole purpose was tormenting mankind. However, Maxie could not shake the unsettling feeling that what she had slain was not a wicked monster but a being capable of feeling emotions. Though she knew that such thoughts were against the church's doctrines, the Dragonian's despairing eyes still haunted her. She shot to her feet in an attempt to dispel the creeping guilt. "Please excuse me. I would like to get some fresh air." Of course. Calto replied absently, picking up parchment to begin his report for the tower. Maxie swiftly left the room and ascended the wall to gaze at the distant Luxos mountains. Was Riftan still there? Was he safe? And how was Ruth and the other knights? The campaign party could have also suffered casualties. How would they face the incoming undead army with diminished numbers? As her thoughts spiraled into pessimism, Maxie consciously tried to empty her mind. She climbed down the stairs toward the guardhouse in search of something to do when she came upon the two princesses seated at the round table with several high-ranking knights. Her brows furrowed. Although the dragon had been defeated, the monster army still remained. It had been decided that the princesses would each oversee the defense of either the east or west end, so what were they doing together here? Maxie was peering down at the spacious hall when Agnes, who had been conversing with the knights, spotted her and broke into a grin. What perfect timing, Maximilian. We were in the middle of reading the reports that just arrived from the campaign party. After a moment of blankly staring at the small piece of parchment in the princess's hand, Maxie darted toward the table. Agnes promptly handed Maxie the report with a chuckle. The parchment contained a short line of military code consisting of oblique strokes. What does it say? Maxie impatiently asked. Mission complete. Agnes shook her head in apparent exasperation. I am quite certain that your husband does not fully comprehend what a report is supposed to be. He just can't seem to rectify that nasty habit of his. Maxie's eyes flickered over the parchment. The ludicrously short message was still enough to flood her relief. Clutching it with both hands, she silently thanked God. Riftan was safe. As she was enveloped in pure joy, she heard Lyanna Mortorban's crisp voice cut through. Sir Siguluaran's report is much more thorough. Maxie turned to face the princess. Holding up Siguluaran's report with her fingertips, Lyanna interpreted the code for Maxie. It says the campaign party has successfully retrieved the dragon heart but has failed to eliminate all the Dragonians. He also adds that the temple knights have suffered heavy casualties. Maxie felt the blood drain from her face. What of the other knights? How many casualties in total? The report doesn't say, but I'm sure they would have mentioned if that had included anyone of importance, the princess replied flatly, tossing the parchment back onto the table. Maxie snatched it up, her mind racing. By anyone of importance, the princess doubtlessly meant someone of high station. She could not be certain if the Ream Dragon Knights or Ruth would count as such to the princess. She was still trying to decipher the codes when she felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning her head, she found Gable standing next to her. His head was bowed, pretending to read the report, but his eyes subtly flicked toward the entrance. After blinking up at him, Maxie quietly lowered the parchment and descended the stairs leading out of the hall. Gable soon came after her. She halted her anxious pacing to bombard him with questions. What is it? Was there something in the report that only you could? My lady, please. It is not a serious matter, Gable assured, waving his hands and looking flustered. He took a small pouch from his cloak. May I have your hand? When Maxie tentatively reached out, Gable opened the pouch and dropped the contents onto her palm. This came in the same container that carried the report. I've kept it aside because I had a feeling it was meant for you. She stared down at the delicate flower, its dainty white petals the size of tiny fingernails. Under the oak tree. Chapter 426. Maxie gazed down at the flower before gingerly touching the delicate petals with her fingertip. It was as soft as a feather. Holding it gently as if it were a treasure, she recalled a moment from a long time ago. Riftan had once given her a bouquet of wildflowers. She saw him in her mind's eye, drenched from the rain as he presented it to her. Without warning, her heart lurched painfully. Was his first impulse at the sight of beautiful flowers always to pick them for her? Thank you, for bringing this to me, Maxie managed to choke out. There is no need to thank me, my lady, Gable replied with a gentle smile. Though she wanted to smile back, her face refused to listen. Instead, she lowered her head to hide her tears. Her anxieties, fears, and sadness melted away, replaced by an all-consuming longing. Still, at that moment, even the sharp pain felt sweet. Gently, Maxie pressed her lips to the petals. The peace continued. Soon, even the vigilant Dristanian soldiers lowered their weapons to help the city's restoration. They mainly hauled stones or felled trees, but some dug pits to mix mortar or shuttled sand with shovels. Maxie presumed there must be masons and carpenters among the conscripts. Even to her uninitiated eyes, the reconstruction seemed to be proceeding smoothly. After wandering the bustling construction site, Maxie headed toward the stables. As soon as Rem spotted her master, the long-neglected mare became agitated. If not for the swift intervention of the stable hand, there could well have been an accident. It took some time for Maxie to coax her irate horse outside. Rem still seemed disgruntled even as Maxie led her to the water's edge. There, the mare eagerly began to devour the fresh green shoots, having been deprived of proper feed for a while. Maxie looked on with sympathetic eyes and gently stroked her neck. "Just hang in there a little longer. I promise you will have all the carrots and apples you want when we get home." Rem's ears perked up as if understanding, and she playfully nudged Maxie's cheek with her muzzle. Seeing the mare's spirits lifted, Maxie took her to the square. The roadside was crowded with soldiers queuing for rations. Maxie swept her gaze over the lean faces of the men, filling themselves with watery oat porridge in a tent at the square's edge. The current rations were hardly sufficient. They had long consumed all the cattle and swine in the city, and some especially desperate souls had even slaughtered the egg-laying hens for food. All that was left now were 5 barrels of ale, 10 bags of oats, and a few sacks of beans. Since they had to make do with the remainder, each meal was heavily watered down. After observing the soldiers' somber expressions as they stirred their bland meals, Maxie made her way to the basilica. Just then she heard a familiar voice. "Good day, my lady." "Sir Gable," Maxie said brightly, nodding at Gable Laxion. The scout party had returned. As he cut across the wide square toward her, she rushed over to him. "How did it go?" she asked breathlessly. "Did you find anything?" "Nothing of note, I'm afraid," Gable answered with a bitter smile. "It appears that the monsters of the Pamela Plateau have completely withdrawn from the area. We spotted a few griffins that had come out of hibernation near the Lexos Mountains, but we couldn't find any trace of the Dragonians." The griffin sighting was startling news. Visibly shocked, Maxie asked, "Is everyone all right?" "Everyone is safe, my lady," Gable replied with a confident thump on his chest. However, the concern now was the awakening of other monsters. This region is home to many beast types like harpies and manticores. The coalition won't be sending another campaign party to deal with him, will they? Gable waved his hands, assuring her, that is unlikely. Each local feudal lord should deal with the monsters in his territory. A new coalition would only form against a large, organized monster army. Maxie's face fell. What were the chances the Dragonians would return with another army? As if reading her mind, Gable added gently, "Fear not, my lady. Taking on 10 monsters will be easy enough if we're not fighting off a dragon, even if they do wield dark magic." A bitter smile crossed Maxie's face at the knight's confident assurance. If the past persecution of non-human races, which led to the downfall of elves and dwarves, made anything clear, it was that a mere 9 necromancers could not withstand an army of knights. The Dragonians, aware of this, had staked everything on reviving the dragon. The dragon was their only hope. She was lost in these thoughts when bells chimed in the distance. Hello, even tolling signaled an arrival at the city gates. As she led Rem across the square toward the main entrance, her heart leapt at the sight of armored cavalry entering the city. The coalition army had finally returned. However, her excitement faded as she drew closer. The emblem on the knights' yellow surcoats was not one she recognized. It soon dawned on her that it was the Dristan royal family's coat of arms. This was the supply party sent by King Torba. While the starved soldiers cheered the procession of food-laden wagons, Maxie's spirits sank. Her disappointment was palpable as she watched the soldiers eagerly unload the supplies. With a heavy heart, she turned away. That evening, Princess Liana held an extravagant banquet in the newly refurbished parsonage of the Basilica. Princess Agnes and the young knight leading the supply party took the seats of honor, followed by the high-ranking knights and the tower's mages. Initially, Maxie chose a spot between the mages and the Ream-Dragon knights. However, at Agnes's urging, she joined the princess at the head of the table. An already intoxicated Agnes poured Maxie a generous goblet of potent wine, which Maxie sipped while glancing around the hall with a troubled expression. Thick, sizzling ham, smoked venison, honeyed nuts, and dried apricots filled the long table. Meanwhile, the servants carried in a steady supply of freshly baked bread and butter. Though it was the first sumptuous meal she had seen in months, Maxie found she could not enjoy it. It was difficult to get food down her throat when the image of her husband trekking through the mountains was constantly on her mind. After forcing herself to at least nibble a slice of bread, Maxie quietly left the lively banquet. She crossed the basilica grounds to the spire at the back of the church and began to climb. The summit offered a stunning view of the clear night sky, lit by a crescent moon. The cool breeze was refreshing against her cheeks, flushed from the wine. Maxie pulled a chair to the balustrade and settled into it. A chorus of drunken, boisterous singing drifted from afar. She listened to the rowdy tune for a while before a crisp voice cut through the evening air. "You seem to relish wallowing in your misery." Maxie looked around in surprise. Leanna Moore-Torban was leaning against one of the pillars. She lightly shook the wine bottle in her hand as strolled over to Maxie. "Would you like to join me?" When Maxie shook her head, the princess shrugged, pulled a chair not too close, and sat down. Watching warily, Maxie finally asked, "Did you follow me here? And why on earth would I do that?" Leanna replied with a snort, which Maxie found incredibly vexing. "I happen to like high places, and this tower is the highest." She paused to take a sip of wine, then asked mockingly, "Were you pining for your husband while gazing at the mountains?" Maxie's expression hardened. She had no desire to engage with this unpleasant woman right now. "I shall excuse myself," she said, rising from her seat. "I'll stop being so horrid, so do sit down," the princess grumbled in a more amicable tone. "I'm just jealous. You won the man I could not." The unexpected confession made Maxie freeze and turn around. Princess, staring out at the night with her chin on her hand, mumbles, "Riftan is an extraordinary man. I have not been able to forget him after all this time." Maxie furrowed her brow, recalling Riftan's assurance that nothing had happened between him and the princess. It occurred to her that he could have been lying. "What exactly happened, between the two of you?" The princess remained silent for a while before letting out a sigh. "I tried to seduce him. He rejected me. That is all." Having made the admission, she added resentfully, "As you know, he has a soft spot for the weak. He is kind to those who are sincere. It's that softness that made me believe I could win him over if I took advantage of it, and it's the reason I haven't been able to let go." She emptied her goblet in one swig. Maxie felt bewildered, unsure of how to act around this woman who was still clearly affected by Riftan's years-old rejection. The princess, however, continued to air her grievances. "I was wed to a 70-year-old man at 16 for political reasons. The marriage was a nightmare, but he died 5 years later. I met Riftan on my return to the capital. You can imagine how tragically I fell for him." The princess's tone turned bitter as she said, "But he never accepted any of my advances." Maxie sat still, suddenly feeling awkward. While she had initially judged Leanna as brazen, all she saw now was a woman nursing a broken heart. "I am to marry the knight who led the supply party today," the princess continued with a wry smile. "Now that you know my sad story, can you sympathize with my temper? After all, you've won the heart of the greatest man in the world." Maxie pressed her lips together. Refusing would make her the most uncharitable of women. Reluctantly she sat back down and forced herself to drink some of the wine the princess was offering. The next day, Maxie told Agnes of her reconciliation with Princess Leanna. "She is truly a force," Agnes said, doubling over in laughter. "Turning her willfulness into a situation where you can't stay angry." "Do you think she was being dishonest?" "Not quite, but I doubt she extended her hand with pure intentions. There is a reason they call her the venomous spider. She perhaps felt the need to cool your animosity toward her after seeing your golem rune." The unexpected reasoning took Maxie aback. Agnes continues with a meaningful smile, "Many will seek you out now, some with flattery, others with intimidation. You must learn to be more cautious, Maximilian." Maxie stopped herself from asking whether Whedon's royal family also coveted the rune. She did not want to probe when the princess was offering sincere advice. After assuring Agnes she would be more careful, Maxie headed to the sunlit square. The soldiers, rejuvenated by the previous night's feast, bustled about as she made her way to the basilica. There, she diligently swept the dust in the dilapidated chapel and planted herb seeds in the back garden. She hoped these acts might somehow invoke divine protection for Riftan. Day after day, Maxie devoted herself to the basilica's upkeep. In moments of quiet, she would gaze out at the Lexos Mountains from the castle tower or pray in the chapel. The weeks passed, and Vismore gradually came back to life as more than 500 residents returned. The markets once again bustled with activity. Finely dressed merchants lined the streets, selling rare wares Maxie had never seen. Yet, nothing caught her interest. It felt as though she alone was trapped in a perpetual winter. After gloomily looking around the market, Maxie left the square, intending to go to the basilica. Just then, a distant bell tolled. More refugees had arrived. Having been disappointed numerous times over the past few days, Maxie did not bother looking back. She discreetly entered the sanctum at the back of the basilica. Only high priests were allowed within the sanctum, but the city's newly appointed parish cleric currently had his hands full presiding over church services. Taking advantage of his absence, Maxie slipped into the room where the holy relic was stored. The altar, once stained red with Dragonian blood, was now surrounded by a pale blue light. Maxie stood before the chalice atop the altar, then knelt down and clasped her hands in prayer. A high priest was due to visit Vismore soon, which meant she would no longer be able to come here. Before that happened, she wanted to pray for her husband's safety in the presence of the holy relic as often as possible. She rose after a lengthy prayer. Outside, a gentle rain had begun to fall over the garden. The sun, peeking through the thin clouds, lent a golden shimmer to the raindrops. She reached out to feel the spattering droplets before carefully treading across the wet grass. The lukewarm rain pleasantly dotted her cheeks and forehead. Inhaling the fresh grass, Maxie walked past the budding shrubs toward the herb patch. The wet plants gave off a fragrant scent. Absorbed in the peaceful moment, she was startled by the sound of heavy footsteps. Turning, she saw a figure standing there. Her heart stilled. The man pulled back his hood, revealing gleaming obsidian hair and a sun-kissed face. It was Riftan. Maxie stood transfixed, watching raindrops trickle down his long lashes and cheeks. The metallic clinking of his dark gray armor filled the garden as he approached her, and it was this noise that confirmed to Maxie that this was not an illusion. She blinked rapidly at her burning tears. A mysterious, grayish-gold light colored Riftan's eyes. His rain-drenched face appeared gentler than ever. He was so beautiful that it was hard to believe he was not a figment of her imagination. Then, he smiled. "I have returned." Maxie was speechless. A heartbeat later, she remembered her resolve to welcome him warmly. Smiling through her tears, grateful for the rain that disguised them, she replied in a voice thick with emotion, "Welcome back." Under the oak tree. Chapter 427. The returning campaign party numbered less than 10,000. Maxie's expression darkened as she stood on a castle turret, surveying the mass of soldiers in the field. Excluding those who had deserted on the way to the Lexos Mountains, the campaign had cost at least 5,000 lives. Though Evadon, Dristan, Wedon, and Balto's Southern Confederacy all bore casualties, Osiria's Temple Knights suffered the most. As the campaign's spearhead, they had bravely confronted the dragon using divine magic to neutralize its powers, losing over half their number in the process. Maxie's brow furrowed as she looked down at the bodies of 300 paladins in neat rows on one side of the encampment. There was not a hint of sadness on the clerics' faces for their departed comrades or joy at their victory. Like gloomy shadows, they silently waited for the departure signal, and their gravity seemed to infect the adjacent Wedonian army. In contrast, the knights of Levadon and Balto, stationed a little further away, reveled in their triumph. Their raucous celebrations and boisterous cheers echoed in the distance. After anxiously observing the soldiers indulging in food and drink, neglecting to break camp, Maxie descended the stairs. The heart of the city was just as clamorous. Stalls flanked both sides of the main road, which was crowded with baggage wagons and soldiers carousing or playing dice. Though the coalition army was due to leave Vismore by noon, the soldiers, weary from their lengthy journey, sought every excuse to delay their departure. Sighing, Maxie pushed her way through the teeming crowd. Near the gate, a small tent had been erected, in front of which soldiers in light armor had formed a line. These were likely the troops from Dristan and Rx, disbanding in Vismore and waiting to receive their pay. She stopped to watch the whistling soldiers heading to the taverns, their pouches filled with silver. When she stepped out of the gate and crossed the moat, she noticed the Ream Dragon Knight's blue banner and the House of Calypso's red banner billowing beside each other. She immediately sprinted toward them. Lady Calypso. Ulysseon, spotting her first, greeted her with a broad smile and a wave. In just over 2 months, Ulysseon Rover had matured beyond recognition. "Where have you been, my lady?" His purple eyes, which seemed calmer, fixed on her as he talked. "Sir Riftan has been looking for you. I had to return to the lodgings to fetch a few things. You could have sent one of us. I didn't want to trouble any of you with something so trivial. But tell me, where is Riftan?" It was Ursuline Ricato who replied. "Sir Riftan has gone to the Livadonian camp." The knight was perched on a wagon, polishing his sword. Like her, he seemed vexed that the army's departure was delayed. Pointing to the back of the knight's formation, Ursuline added with evident exasperation, "He is likely threatening to drag Sir Sigulu along with the news if he doesn't pack up immediately." Maxie suppressed a sigh at the knight's prediction. It was remarkable that Riftan, known for loathing dallying of any sort, had tolerated even this much delay. Tossing her bag onto the wagon, she walked to the formation's rear. The knights greeted her one after another as she passed. Her smile quickly faded as she noticed the Reamdragon Knights' reduced number. By a rough estimate, it seemed at least 30 knights had fallen in battle. While those close to her, like Ruth, Hebaron, and Elliot, had returned safely, several familiar faces were missing. With a heavy heart, Maxie continued toward the temple knights, who were guarding the carriage bearing the holy relic. Sweeping her eyes over their ranks, she halted abruptly upon spotting Guo Leon's stony face. The temple knight stood silently next to his chestnut warhorse, his expression as emotionless as a doll's. Maxie soon noticed the absence of the young, silvery blonde knight who always shadowed him. His name was Vinther, if she recalled correctly. The loss of someone she had unconsciously become accustomed to seeing around weighed on her heart. He was not the only one missing. Most of the knights who had accompanied the mages to the Pamela Plateau had fallen. How perilous must the battle have been for the powerful temple knights to lose so many members. Maxie could not even begin to fathom it. Casting a sorrowful glance at the knights, she headed west. As Ursuline had anticipated, Riftan was locked in a heated argument with Sejuluaran. Her husband's livid voice boomed across the field. "I'll give you an hour to clean up this mess," he thundered. "If you don't, I swear I will tie you to a wagon and have you dragged out of here." "Do calm down," came Sejulu's relaxed reply. "What's the rush? We have been trekking through the mountains for 2 months, not to mention the grueling battle with an undead dragon that refused to stay dead. Some rest is well deserved. That is why I gave you 4 days to eat and drink like pigs." Riftan retorted. "You've rested enough. If you are not ready in an hour, my men and I will depart for Belborn without you. I wonder how your lord will react when he learns why his royal knights missed the victory parade. God help your impatience. You really must work on that inflexible attitude of—" Sejulu's cocky response was cut short when he spotted Maxie. A glint appeared in his dark green eyes. "Good day, Lady Calypso. You are as stunning as ever," he said, pushing past Riftan to greet her. Kissing her head, he added respectfully, "Your husband and I were just discussing your remarkable creation." Maxie's eyes flickered to the golem hunched over on the hill, and she let out an awkward laugh. Almost exhausted of fuel, the giant's body had partially fallen apart. But even with an arm and half its torso missing, its remains were an intimidating sight. "Are you aware that the Dristanians are calling you the Golem Mage?" Sejulu said exuberantly. "I'm sure there will be a new song to follow Levadon's The Scarlet Lady. In fact, that fellow over there has already written 3 poems dedicated to you." Sejulu pointed to a fair-haired, freckle-faced knight sitting in a circle inside the tent. He was looking at Maxie with evident admiration. Feeling a cold sweat break out on her back, Maxie quickly withdrew her hand. "How kind of you. But, a play about the dragon battle might be more entertaining. I'm sure the people would find that much more riveting than any story about me. After all, the true heroes are the men who risked their lives in the campaign. Ah, so humble, too. Upon my return to Levadon, I shall let the palace poets know of all your virtues," Sejulu remarked, grinning. Maxie regarded him with horror. She was spared further conversation when Riftan grabbed the knight by the shoulder and roughly yanked him away from her. "Have you forgotten my warning?" he snarled, bringing his face close. Sejulu appeared unperturbed as he replied, "How could I forget your threat to break every bone in my body if I dared to approach your wife again? But, alas, I am willing to sacrifice my bones to praise true talent." "You bloody bastard. Must I skin you alive for you to?" Riftan abruptly clamped his mouth shut when he saw Maxie's face. He spoke again, his voice much calmer. "Break camp now unless you want a beating in front of your men." With that, he shoved Sejulu back, grabbed Maxie's hand, and strode out of the tent. Maxie cast a nervous glance over her shoulder. To her relief, Sejuluaran did not appear to be offended. The knight winked at her, looking ever mirthful. Maxie shot him a wry smile before Riftan's disapproving voice interrupted. "Where were you this morning?" "I went to collect some things at the lodgings." "Have you eaten?" he asked, his tone serious. He caressed her thin shoulder as he spoke. When Maxie nodded, he studied her face as if to ascertain whether she was telling the truth. A moment later, leaning down to kiss her. Embarrassed, Maxie glanced around to see if anyone was watching, lightly smacking his arm at the same time. A smile curled Riftan's lips. Wrapping his arm around her, he said gently, "You've lost weight. I just worry, is all. Make sure you take a carriage as much as possible on our way to Belbourne. He rubbed his cheek against the top of her head before letting her go. Maxie looked up at him, her face flushed. Every place he touched seemed to burn up her skin. Had it been possible, she would have given anything to slip away with him so they could spend some time alone. However, Riftan's duties as Supreme Commander would not be over until they reached Belbourne. Under the oak tree. Chapter 428. Maxie gave a disappointed sigh. She pulled lightly on Riftan's arm. You have lost more weight. Did you even have a proper breakfast? Riftan furrowed his brow and ran a hand over his face, clearly bothered by her observation. Maxie suppressed a smile. Ever pragmatic, Riftan cared little for ceremony or ostentation. Yet, he always tried to look his best in her presence, so much so that he secretly endeavored to stay clean even during a campaign. Though she found it slightly absurd that a man as attractive as him would care about a plain woman's opinion, it still pleased her. It meant that he wanted her to find him dashing just as much as she wanted to appear beautiful in his eyes. Holding back the urge to hug him tightly, she led him to a campfire. You should sit and eat something. It does not seem like the army will be departing soon anyway. Riftan breathed a resigned sigh as he glanced at the soldiers packing up. I suppose you're right. You should join me. I've already eaten. Will you wait here while I get you a bowl of? Sit, he said firmly, cutting her off. I'll have an attendant bring me food. He beckoned to a young squire tending to a horse nearby. Having no other reason to refuse, Maxie settled by the fire. The squire soon returned with 2 bowls of steaming lamb stew and generously buttered wheat bread. Despite not being particularly hungry, Maxie finished the entire bowl and half a loaf, mainly because Riftan seemed so content watching her eat. But he was still not satisfied. You should have more, he said, tearing off a piece of his bread. No, you should have it. I really am full. Have one last bite. It's best to eat well now. Once we start marching, a proper meal will be hard to come by. Which is why you should have it. You'll need the energy to lead. If neither of you want it, I'll take it. Startled by the interruption, Maxie looked up. Ruth was sitting across from them, his expression one of mild disapproval. Maxie's brows furrowed slightly. How long have you been there? I have been here the whole time, my lady, he replied, shaking his head incredulously. It seems you only have eyes for Sir Riftan. I think the issue is your lack of presence, Maxie grumbled, her face turning red. The mage scowled as if he wanted to retort but sighed instead. Anyway, that's not important. Have you gathered all the drafts? Drafts? Riftan asked. Maxie glanced around before whispering in his ear, I told you I went back to the lodging for something, remember? Pages of the golem drafts were missing, so I went back to get them. Riftan regarded her for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the golem. Anxiety surged in Maxie's chest when she noticed his eyes turn grim. Though the majority of the coalition's soldiers viewed the golem positively, the Council of the Seven Kingdoms and the Church of Ausiria might think otherwise. Even King Reuben was likely to take issue with the golem rune, given Wedden's long-standing wariness of Riftan. It seemed unlikely that Reuben III would quickly accept Anatole possessing such a powerful rune. Do you think the rune will bring us trouble? She asked, her voice tinged with worry. Ruth stroked his chin. My lady, how many mages are currently capable of creating a golem? Maxie paused before replying, the only people who fully understood the rune are Annette and Master Caldo, although a few unaffiliated free mages also participated in its creation. The work was divided, so not many had access to the whole structure. The sorcerer pensively stared into the fire while he listened. I think, he began cautiously, it might be wise to keep the golem rune secret for now. Of course, this could lead to pressure from the monarchs of the Seven Kingdoms, but given your current status as a hero, they're unlikely to risk public backlash by trying you as a heretic. He smirked as he added, the rune might even serve as an effective weapon to keep the armistice's opponents in check. Wedden is a staunch supporter of the peace agreement, and the Church of Ausiria has signed an alliance treaty with the Mage Tower. If war breaks out, the rune will be our most powerful weapon. The opposition would be forced to take a more cautious stance. Even with Ruth's optimistic prediction, the crease on Riftan's brow did not soften. It was understandable since the things the sorcerer listed were all reasons Maxie could become a target. After staring into the crackling fire, Riftan said stiffly, you must stay close to me at all times or have an escort in my stead. Maxie meekly bobbed her head. Before long, the soldiers were ready to depart. Maxie followed Riftan's advice and settled into a carriage. She watched the soldiers march in strict formation, then looked up at the city wall. Lyanna Mortorban stood atop the gate. She raised her hand, and the Dristanians lining the battlement sounded their horns as the cavalry set off across the field. Relief washed over Maxie as the sand-colored rampart grew distant. The long journey was coming to an end. She relished the refreshing breeze that ruffled her hair before closing the window and lying on the carriage seat. The army's march proceeded without incident, quelling Maxie's fears of monster ambushes. Although they occasionally encountered harpies, these skirmishes never escalated into major battles. Most monsters, fresh from hibernation, actively avoided the army. Several days later, they crossed Tristan's northwestern border into Rx's southern region. Maxie swept her gaze over the landscape with keen interest. A silver river cut through a vast field, and she spotted a watermill in the distance. The miller was nowhere to be seen, having likely moved away to avoid the monsters. After surveying the area, the army pitched tents near the river. Maxie stepped out of the carriage, took Rem's bridle from a squire, and led the mare to the riverbank. Rem drank and grazed hungrily until her muzzle was covered in dirt. Maxie gazed at her horse sympathetically before sitting by the river to wash her hands and face. She pulled off her boots and submerged her feet in the ice water. As she was splashing around, she heard Riftan's voice behind her. "Your trousers are all wet." She turned to see Riftan holding Talon's bridle. He left his warhorse next to Rem and crouched near Maxie's feet, rolling up her wet trouser hem. Maxie giggled. "Why are you laughing?" Riftan said. "I was remembering my first trip to Anatole. You arranged my clothes for me back then as well. I used to think you were such an eccentric." "That doesn't sound like a compliment," Riftan grumbled, looking disgruntled. Maxie playfully kissed his forehead. "I happen to love your eccentricity." Riftan arched an eyebrow. Though he looked sullen, she could tell he was secretly happy. He liked it when she teased him. He also liked it when she slapped his arm or back in exasperation, or when she playfully toyed with his hair while he slept. In truth, there was nothing she did that Riftan did not like. "You'll get cold. Let us head back." He carefully dried her feet with a towel, and Maxie slipped her boots back on. By the time they returned to camp, the scarlet sky had darkened to a deep purple, and people sat chattering around campfires. Maxie settled in front of Riftan's tent to eat a meal of stew, bread, and warmed wine. Not long after, as the wind grew stronger, Riftan pulled her toward him so that she was sitting between his knees. He gently tugged her back against his broad chest while his arms wrapped around her waist. Maxie glanced around. Their tent faced the river, meaning they were hidden from view. Realizing this, she guided his hand down her tunic. Though he tensed initially, he soon began to knead her breast. Maxie felt her nipple grow painfully taut. Biting her lip, she leaned her head against his shoulder. The tips of his fingers played with her sensitive flesh, then gently pulled on it. Her groin tingled, and her waist shivered deliciously. Maxie arched her back to press her throbbing breast against his hand with more force. A low moan escaped his throat. Positioning her sideways, he lifted her tunic and lowered his mouth to her taut nipple. Maxie buried her fingers in his silky hair as he tasted her. Each time he sucked and nipped on the sensitive peak, an electrifying current coursed down all the way to her toes. Afraid that she would no longer be able to hold back her moans, Maxie pulled his face up to hers and pressed her mouth against his wet lips. His tongue immediately pushed in. It seemed Maxie's playful intention of simply enjoying his touch had sparked a fiery blaze. While her mouth passionately responded to the kiss, her eyes nervously scanned their surroundings. Laughter carried over from somewhere nearby, but she could not stop. Riftan's hand, which had slipped into her trousers, was now stroking the wet hair between her legs, and she raised her hips to guide his fingers into deeper parts. As he caressed her slick folds, he whispered in her ear, "Do you think you can keep quiet?" Maxie hesitated, then nodded. Riftan hoisted her up and carried her into the tent. He easily navigated to the bed in the dark. After laying her down, he hastily pulled off her clothes, then his own. Entranced, Maxie gazed at his strapping shoulders, broad chest, and slender waistline faintly visible in the tent's gloom. When he climbed on top of her and pressed against her entrance, she felt his hard shaft throbbing with need. She could not wait a second longer. The last of her patience burning up, she pulled his waist close. Her thighs tensed as he entered her. The fleeting pain disappeared as he began to move, having filled her completely. A sharp pleasure took over her body as she rocked her hips to take him in deeper. It became increasingly difficult to stifle her moans. Clutching his muscular shoulders, she desperately kept herself from crying out. Her climax built rapidly, then rushed up all at once. She covered her mouth with a blanket, but Riftan ripped it aside and sealed her mouth with his own. Overwhelmed with sensations, Maxie sobbed against his lips. His movements intensified. Her groin burned as it slapped into his, and her breasts felt close to bursting. At that moment, every sensation only added to her pleasure. She squeezed her eyes shut as her limbs began to convulse. Her burning inner walls clamped around him, and she felt his climax soon after. He took in a ragged breath as he squeezed her to him, his body spasming. Exhausted, Maxie went limp in his arms. Under the oak tree. Chapter 429. Maxie felt as though she had been tossed about by stormy waves, only to find herself miraculously washed ashore. She stared up at the ceiling with hazy eyes. "Did I make a sound near the end?" she said in a constricted voice. Riftan froze. She felt his chest shake with soft laughter. "I couldn't say. I was lost in the moment too." Gently, he swept her disheveled hair from her face and peppered feathery kisses on her damp forehead, cheeks, and eyelids. Despite the tender intimacy, Maxie's anxiety lingered. She listened intently to the sounds beyond their room. The distant, cheerful melody of a mandolin intertwined with the raucous, drunken laughter of the men. It appeared everyone was reveling in a grand fest. Breathing a small sigh of relief, Maxie pushed Riftan, who was playfully nipping her shoulder, aside and sat up. "We are setting out early tomorrow, we should rest. Just a little more." He brought her palm to his wet lips to kiss it. His member, which still filled her tightly, had grown bigger. As he slowly rocked his hips again, a tingling heat began to build in her stomach. Maxie was clinging to his shoulders when footsteps jolted her back into rational thought. Riftan, we really must stop now." With a groan, Riftan slowly withdrew. Maxie closed her legs as she felt lukewarm fluid trickle down her groin. Rising from the bed, Riftan walked over to a rack to light a candle, then returned to bed with a small basin of water and a clean towel. "Are you hurting anywhere?" he asked while he wiped between her legs. As Maxie shook her head, her eyes darted nervously toward the tent's entrance. Much to her relief, the footsteps were fading. It was likely soldiers heading to the river to fetch more water. Feeling more at ease, she watched Riftan as he wiped himself with a fresh towel. The soft candlelight cast a golden glow over his bronze skin. She twirled a lock of hair resting on his broad neck around her finger, then lightly traced his sinewy forearm. There was a faint scar on the inner part of his right arm that she had never seen before. She brushed it with her fingers and mumbled disapprovingly, "Why didn't you have that healed with magic right away?" "What?" Riftan looked down at her in puzzlement before his gaze landed on the faint scar. Furrowing his brow, he said, "It was a minor injury. You mustn't ignore even minor ones. You know wounds inflicted by monsters are more likely to get infected." "I did clean and dress it," Riftan replied as if discussing a trivial matter, tucking her into the covers. "Magic is hampered in the Lexos Mountains. And while the barrier strengthened divine magic, the clerics had to conserve their powers for battle. I couldn't demand that they heal a scratch." At a loss for words, Maxie pressed her lips shut. She might not have witnessed the events in the mountains, but it was clear that a terrible battle had taken place. Recalling snippets of conversation she had overheard from the soldiers, she asked somberly, "I heard that you faced the dragon head-on again. That you cut it open to extract the stone." "Those who call me a hero are exaggerating my deeds," Riftan said flatly. "I hate to admit it, but it was the Temple Knights who played the central role this time. If they hadn't bound the dragon so thoroughly at the front, we would not have defeated it so swiftly. The dragon stone will likely go to them." Maxie looked confused. She had always assumed the stone would be returned to the Temple Knights anyway, even if Richard Breston had questioned the church's claim to it. However, Riftan was implying that the only reason the Temple Knights were taking the stone was because they had made the greatest contribution to the campaign. Sensing her unspoken question, Riftan explained calmly, "The bravest claims the heart is the rule when hunting the dragon subspecies. It awards the right to the most valuable spoil to the person who played a decisive role in battle." After a brief pause, Riftan picked up his trousers from the floor. Pulling them on, he continued matter-of-factly, "Originally, Sector's stone should have been mine. But the Temple Knights offered half their share of the treasures in the dragon lair, which I gladly agreed to as I have no use for the stone." He signed while fastening the straps of his trousers. "But now they no longer need to make a deal with me. Everyone knows they bore the heaviest losses." Maxie's brow furrowed slightly. Had any other army suffered the greatest blow, the condemnation against the church would have likely intensified. The Temple Knights had accomplished both the Pope's directive to retrieve the Dragon's Stone and lessen public criticism toward the church. Had Kuo Lian calculated all this? She was thinking about the riddle of a man when Riftan returned to bed. As he pulled her into his arms, she snuggled into his smooth, muscular chest. He exhaled a sigh, perhaps of unfulfilled desire, but held her close with evident contentment. In this happy state, Maxie soon fell asleep. The following day, the coalition resumed their march at dawn. The lengthy procession of soldiers moved tirelessly from the west to the north and then back west. In this way, the coalition reached Igreton, a fortress in southern Arx, in just 1 week. There, they were joined by armies from Rutigern, Minna, and Enismen, and together they set off for the Osirian border. After what seemed like an eternity, the army reached a countryside dotted with small and large villages. Perched on Rem, Maxie gazed down the hill. Hundreds of farmers were busy in the field, catching up on months of farm work, while fishermen cast their nets from small boats along the river. Maxie was taking in the tranquil scene when Ulysseon walked up to her. "Try these, my lady." Without much thought, Maxie accepted what the young knight handed her, a small reed basket filled with fresh blackberries. "Where on earth did you find these?" "That woman over there gave them to me." "Wasn't that kind?" Ulysseon replied with a bright smile, pointing to one of the young women gathered by the road. The woman, looking visibly shocked, glanced back and forth between Ulysseon and the basket in Maxie's hand. Soon, her face flushed deeply, and she quickly walked away. Ulysseon watched her leave with a puzzled expression. She must have some urgent business to attend to. Maxie swallowed a sigh, suddenly genuinely concerned for the handsome young knight's future. "I think you should keep these, Ulysseon. They were given to you, after all." Clearly not grasping her point, Ulysseon cocked his head. "But I want to give them to you, my lady. If they were gifted to me, can't I share them as I please?" At a loss for words, Maxie stared at his guileless face. Sidina, who had been riding beside Maxie, shook his head. Appearances can be so deceiving. Ulysseon glanced sharply at Sidina. However, he soon returned to his position without uttering a word, seemingly unable to be rude to a lady. Maxie regarded the basket with a troubled expression. The blackberries seemed inviting, but she felt a pang of guilt for accepting what was obviously intended for someone else. After much consideration, she shared the berries with Sidina and Annette, not wanting the rare treat to go to waste. As Sidina happily popped some of the blackberries into her mouth, she turned to the silent Garrow beside her. "How long until our destination?" "We should reach Belbourne in 3 days," Garrow replied calmly. "So soon?" Maxie asked in surprise. "Yes, our return journey is shorter since we no longer have to liberate cities on our way. We can take the most direct route." The long, dirt road that stretched ahead was marked with deep ruts. In a few days, they would stand before the Council of the Seven Kingdoms. Maxie's stomach suddenly tensed. Although both Ruth and Calto had assured her that the Golem rune would not get her in trouble, she still felt worried. There was also the matter of the Council's internal strife. They had prevented a war between the kingdoms this time by dividing Balto's nobles, but Maxie doubted that the armistice's opponents would give up so easily. Concern etched on her face, Maxie watched Balto's banners fluttering at the rear. Richard Breston, who had been a source of discord throughout the campaign, was now curiously obedient to Riftan's commands. To Maxie, his compliance reminded her of a beast biding its time before pouncing on its prey. Balto would lie low for the time being, having nothing to gain from challenging the council, but she feared they would seize the first chance to break the armistice. The peace was balanced on 7 scales at present, it would not take much to upset it. "We will camp there for the night." Riftan's deep voice cut through her brooding. Lifting her head, Maxie saw the rebuilt walled city of Darren at the foot of the hill. Under the oak tree. Chapter 430. The army descended the hill, their approach heralded by loud horn blasts echoing from beyond the palisade encircling the city. It was the sentries announcing the coalition's arrival. Before long, the gates opened to welcome the army, revealing a rustic expanse of farmland. Maxie took in the landscape as she followed the knights on horseback. The once ravaged urban areas now boasted sturdy wooden homes, and fields, previously littered with corpses, were being diligently plowed by dozens of peasants. Evidently, many of the city's residents had returned. As they moved beyond the outskirts, a small market and stone citadel came into view. Riftan stopped the army at the castle gate, where the mistress of Darand and her maidservants emerged to greet them. "We welcome you to Darand," she announced. Maxie peered through the ranks to study the noblewoman. The lady of Darand looked impeccably elegant in a magnificent red and green gown. A velvet crown adorned her head. A wide smile graced her angular face as she extended her arms in welcome. "You must be weary from your journey. You are free to rest here as long as you wish. We came only to return the holy relic." "We will not linger," Riftan replied curtly, signaling with a glance to the temple knights behind the Wedonian forces. They brought forward a carriage bearing the chalice to the gate. Maxie watched intently as a large chest was removed from the compartment. Darren's parish cleric checked its contents, then nodded to the soldiers at the gate. They promptly took the chest and disappeared into the castle. The mistress of Darren watched this silent exchange, then addressed the commander of the temple knights. "You have kept your word, and for that, I am grateful." The knight said nothing in response. Maxie's gaze shifted from his impassive face beneath his hood to the sentries on the castle wall and the inner courtyard. Though the citadel was modest in size and its defenses robust, with doubled guards, it still lacked the formidable security of a larger city. She questioned the wisdom of leaving such an important relic in a small estate, especially with the Dragonians still at large. What if the monsters were to target the city again? Her face clouded with concern as she observed the knights steadily entering the castle. As she walked through the gate, Maxie cast a discreet glance back. The temple knights were heading toward the chapel while the soldiers from Wedon, Levedon, and Balto had started to establish camp outside the castle walls. Maxie was about to lead Rem to the courtyard stable when a large hand clasped her arm. "Let the servants tend to your horse," Riftan said. Having appeared out of nowhere, Riftan took Rem's bridle from her and passed it to a stable hand. He then gently guided Maxie toward the great hall with an arm around her shoulders. A lavish feast was being arranged within the spacious, brightly lit room. "We have prepared a banquet in your honor," the Lady of Darren said, leading Riftan to the seat of honor. "The feast will be ready shortly, so please take your places." With that, she excused herself to oversee the kitchen preparations. Maxie, scanning the candlelit table, felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach. Memories of the last tension-filled dinner in this hall resurfaced. Though she very much wanted to skip the banquet to rest, it would be rude to decline their host's hospitality. Reluctantly, Maxie took her seat next to Riftan. They were soon joined by Princess Agnes, Situ Luaran, Richard Breston, Kua Leon, and high-ranking knights from various kingdoms. Thankfully, there were no fraught arguments this time. After enjoying the banquet, each attendee retired to their respective quarters. Following a peaceful night, the coalition set out again. Maxie alternated between riding in the carriage and galloping across meadows on her horse. The rugged hills of Osiria's southeastern region made travel by carriage difficult at times. On those days, Maxie showcased her impressive riding skills as she maneuvered across grassy fields bathed in golden light. After several days of relentless travel, they arrived at Gillian Canal. Maxie's heart began to race, and she wondered if it was the satisfaction of completing their mission or trepidation about what lay ahead. Drawing a deep breath, she inhaled the warm air, heavy with the scent of grass, flowers, and river water. She urged Rem forward with a flick of the reins. About an hour into traveling alongside the silvery, shimmering waterway, they finally spotted a large city ahead. The soldiers quickly reformed their ranks and sounded the copal to alert Bellborn's sentries. The iron-framed city gate was pulled wide open, and deafening cheers erupted from within. Rosenwigerd Calypse! Rosenwigerd Calypse! Maxie's eyes flitted over the masses lining the street, taking it all in. Even at a glance, it was clear that thousands had gathered. As the knights began their march, women scattered petals in their path, and lively music spilled from the open doors of inns and taverns. Maxie's heart swelled with pride as she followed the procession. People continued to gather as the army progressed along the neatly paved road. While Maxie was absorbing the exuberant scene, a girl squeezed through the knights to hand her a large bouquet. "May God bless the Scarlet Lady!" the girl exclaimed, scurrying alongside Maxie's horse. Taken aback, Maxie stared at the girl's freckled face for a moment before accepting the bouquet, her cheeks flushing deeply. The girl's face radiated joy at the gesture. Only then did Maxie realize that some were gazing at her with curiosity. Her red hair and rimmed dragon blue cloak must have brought to mind the embarrassing song about her. She hastily pulled her hood over her head, but it was too late. People had already recognized her and were chanting her moniker as she passed. Thoroughly mortified, Maxie lowered her head. Even now, she was still not used to being the center of such attention. Sidina, noticing her discomfort, chuckled. Why so embarrassed? Had it not been for your efforts, this war could have ended quite differently, you know. Be proud of your achievements. It was not my efforts alone, and I do not think my contributions are any greater than the rest. Maxie muttered. She thought about the critical moments of their campaign, this war's salvation by Kalto's timely barrier, the golems brought to life with the help of the mages, and the soldiers courageously defending the wall. And above all, the men who risked their lives to slay the dragon. If anyone deserved the most praise, it was them. It mortified Maxie that she was getting undeserved acclaim because of an embellished song popularized by a single bard. Heavens, you are truly bullheaded, Sidina said with an exasperated click of her tongue. Ignoring the comment, Maxie slipped through the knights, hoping to hide among them. To her relief, the crowd's attention shifted to the temple knights, now making their entrance into the city. Cheers of Rosam Wegru de Leon rang out, followed by equally enthusiastic acclaim for the Bolos royal knights and the knights of Philaron. Young women daringly approached them, offering flowers or handkerchiefs embroidered with their names. As Maxie watched this whirlwind of excitement, trumpet blasts signaled a welcome from the front. The procession had at last arrived at the Grand Basilica of Ossuria. Riftan swiftly cut across the church grounds, halting his horse at the main chapel's entrance. High Priest Lugias soon came out to greet them with the clerics. Welcome. We have eagerly awaited your safe return, the High Priest greeted. And we have successfully completed the mission entrusted to us by the Council of the Seven Kingdoms, Riftan responded, walking over. The old cleric looked at Riftan with a pleased expression, then surveyed the multitude of knights assembled before him. Every effort has been made to ensure your stay here is comfortable, he announced in a stately voice. The clerics will guide you to your quarters. Soon, the clerics began to escort the knights from each kingdom to their designated accommodations. The mages were led to the academy dormitory, the same as their previous visit, while the knights proceeded to the old Rome palace. Maxie, walking along with her mare, noticed Riftan still standing with the knight priest. She paused, watching as he disappeared into the chapel after what seemed like a serious exchange. Richard Breston, Qual Leon, and Sajulu Aran soon followed them up the chapel steps. It seemed the commanding officers had been summoned for a meeting. Unease rose on Maxie's face. She knew the monarchs would require a detailed report, and no doubt her golem rune would be mentioned. It could potentially place Riftan in a difficult position. She was anxiously gnawing her lip when Ruth's voice cut through her anxious thoughts. Are you not going in, my lady? When Maxie turned her head, Ruth gave a deep sigh in apparent understanding. Surely you don't believe the monarchs would persecute the Supreme Commander returning with a victory. You really must stop your needless worrying and retire to your quarters. Do you think everything will be all right? Maxie asked. I am certain. Even if the Orthodox Church denounced your golem rune, you have Sir Riftan, Sir Sajulu, and Princess Agnes to speak for you. And if that's not reassurance enough, the Pope and the Mage Towers are aligned with you for now. The Pope might personally disapprove of the rune, but he's obliged to protect you. Maxie furrowed her brow, slightly more apprehensive at the thought that the Pope might secretly disapprove of her work. However, she also realized that worrying about it would achieve nothing. Holding back a sigh, Maxie made her way to the Rome Palace. Under the oak tree. Chapter 431. As they neared the opulent marble edifice, young clerics hurried out to welcome them. The Ream Dragon and Weddon's royal knights were accompanied to private chambers while Maxie was escorted to a guest room typically reserved for nobility. Upon entering the luxurious room, which boasted a sizable bed, Maxie shed her dusty cloak, sword, and wyvern leather armor, setting them neatly on a stand. Moments later, maidservants wearing white coifs carried in a steaming bath. When the women stood ready to assist her, Maxie dismissed them and undressed herself, removing her travel boots, woolen tunic, and snug hose. Submerging in the hot water, Maxie felt the stiffness from the lengthy journey start to ease. She exhaled a relaxed sigh, reclining comfortably in the tub. While she would have preferred to share this bath with her husband, she had no way of knowing when he would return, and she did not want the servants' efforts to go to waste by letting the water cool. After luxuriating in the bath until her skin pruned, she dressed and seated herself before the mirror to dry her hair. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted her. Maxie's face brightened as she hastened to answer it. Is that you? What did the council? Her words died in her throat as she opened the door to an unfamiliar face. A stern-looking, middle-aged woman with piercing green eyes stood in the corridor. "Why you are?" Maxie began. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Calypso. I am Lydia Ronabel, the head housekeeper." The woman respectfully bowed her head, then stepped aside to direct Maxie's gaze to the row of maidservants waiting behind her. "Sir Riftan instructed us to select a flattering outfit for you." Maxie eyed the array of garments in the maidservants' arms in confusion. Why had her husband, who was with the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms, suddenly sent clothes to her? Could the council have summoned her, too? Her concerns deepened when the housekeeper spoke in a soothing tone. "We must hurry if we are to help you get ready for the victory banquet in time." "May we begin immediately, my lady?" "The victory banquet?" Upon receiving news of the victory, His Holiness ordered a banquet for the coalition's arrival. Every royal and noble currently in Belbourne will gather at the palace in a few hours. Maxie held back a sigh. Similar banquets had followed the Pamela Plateau expedition for several weeks as well. It made her wonder how the church could afford such extravagance when it was no secret that it was suffering financially. Her expression turned slightly grim as she stepped aside to allow the maidservant's entry. While she yearned to rest, maintaining favor with the church and avoiding offending the Pope was a priority. "We have gowns in the latest Belbourne fashion," Lydia continued. "Please choose one to your liking. Jill, bring the jewelry box. Rita, begin arranging her ladyship's hair." After perusing the array of dresses laid out on the bed, Maxie selected a deep crimson number elaborately embroidered with rose patterns. The dark hue perfectly accentuated the paleness of her skin. Maxie was admiring the gown in the mirror when the maidservants hurriedly ushered her to a seat. A sweet-looking young woman skillfully dried and combed Maxie's hair, weaving the locks at her temples into several braids. These, along with the rest of her lush tresses, were then neatly arranged in a pearl-studded snood. Another maidservant meticulously dabbed something onto Maxie's cheeks and lips. When she was finally allowed to look in the mirror, Maxie was astonished to see her freckles concealed. Her lips appeared richly red and moist. She turned to the maidservant in awe. "What have you put on my face?" "Face powder, my lady. It is a popular beauty product among Belbourne's noblewomen." Maxie made a mental note to purchase a whole sack of this so-called face powder before she returned to Anatole. "May I tighten the laces a little more, my lady?" the maidservant asked. "Yes." With Maxie's permission, the maidservant tightened the golden laces beneath her ample bosom before arranging the gown's flowing skirt. Gazing at her transformed reflection, Maxie looked every inch a noble woman. She looked over herself with great satisfaction. Her previous reservations about the banquet now seemed trivial, replaced by a flutter of excitement. She could not wait for Riftan to see her like this. "We shall take our leave now, my lady." After a final assessment of Maxie's gown and adornments, the maidservants left the room, appearing quite pleased with their work. Maxie peered out the window, noting the darkening sky. She fastened the necklace she had taken off before her bath and draped herself in the golden robe left by the maidservants. A knock on the door soon followed. "Lady Calypso, we're here to escort you to the banquet hall." Upon entering the door, Maxie was greeted by Ulyssean and Garrow, both impeccably dressed for the occasion. Ulyssean looked striking in a navy blue coat over a silver tunic, his sleek silver hair elegantly tied back in a ponytail. Garrow, in contrast, wore a lustrous black leather coat over a crimson doublet. Their transformations were remarkable. Ulyssean, with his dazzling appearance, and Garrow, exuding a masculine charm, were a far cry from the innocent boys she once knew. "You both look so dashing," she exclaimed in approval. "Formal attire becomes you." "Thank you, my lady." "You, too, look exceptionally beautiful," Garrow responded with a warm smile. Ulyssean, who was openly gaping at her, quickly agreed. "Truly. Though you are always lovely, today you are blindingly radiant, my lady. Everyone at the banquet will be in awe of your beauty." Accustomed to Ulyssean's excessive flattery by now, Maxie let out an awkward laugh. In her mind, it was Ulyssean's striking beauty that would draw more eyes. Casting an envious glance at his flawless complexion, which had not one freckle or blemish to speak of, Maxie subtly distanced herself from him. The thought of entering the banquet alongside someone so attractive made her somewhat self-conscious. "Do you know where Riftan might be at the moment?" Maxie asked. "Sir Riftan is currently with His Majesty," Garrow replied calmly. "Since our arrival, he has been meeting with various nobles alongside the king." Maxie frowned as she walked down the corridor. The thought of King Reuben III parading her husband around like a trophy greatly upset her. The least the king could do was give him some time to catch his breath. Grumbling silently to herself, Maxie descended the stairs and entered the grand hall. The lavish banquet hall glowed brightly, illuminated by thousands of candles. Maxie's gaze swept across the room as she stopped at the entrance. It was filled with hundreds of people dressed in silk, velvet, and adorned with jewels. Women, resplendent as peacocks, and men in their knightly uniforms danced on the marble floor. Seated at the tables, the high priests and feudal lords seemed engrossed in conversation while they feasted. As Maxie was trying to take in this dizzying scene, Gare led her to one side of the hall. "Come this way, my lady." She followed him, her face lighting up upon reaching the table of Ream-Dragon knights. He Baron, looking sharp in formal attire, whistled appreciatively at her appearance. "We are honored by your presence, my lady. You are truly radiant tonight, like a rose in full bloom." "Thank you, Sir Baron. You look just as dashing," Maxie replied distractedly, her eyes scanning the room for Riftan. Baron grinned. "Our commander has yet to join us. It seems the king is keeping him occupied." Maxie brow furrowed. What could the king have to discuss so extensively with Riftan? Lost in thought, she was brought back to the moment when Elliot, seated across from Baron, stood to pull out a chair for her. "Please, have a seat, my lady." "Thank you." As Maxie sat, she continued to survey the hall. She noticed Ursula and Riccardo conversing with Princess Agnes and Gable dancing with a young woman. On the other side, she saw the Knights of Balto, with Richard Breston and a representative from Balto's Southern Confederacy conversing over wine. Maxie's expression darkened. Was that vile man attempting to sway the representative to his cause? Her anxiety grew as Breston, seemingly aware of her gaze, turned and raised his silver goblet. His mocking smirk made her face flush with anger. It was infuriating that Breston persisted in his warmongering even after so many lives had been lost. She struggled to understand the relentless bloodlust of the Northerners. Surely she could not be the only person exhausted by the constant warfare. The prolonged conflict had taken a toll on the Seven Kingdoms, and any move by Balto to violate the armistice now would likely pit the other kingdoms against them. Any feudal lord opposed to the peace agreement would have no choice but to change their mind. As she shifted her gaze to where the nobles of RX were gathered, she spotted Quao Leon, clad in a black vesture. Though clerics were only allowed to wear the vestments of the clergy, being a paladin conferred with a knighthood apparently gave him special permission to wear other ceremonial attire. Ignoring people's stares, Quao strode across the marble floor. Maxie quickly realized his destination, the high priest of the Orthodox Church, robed in a red mozzetta. She watched as the temple knight leaned in to whisper something to him. The old clergyman's face hardened before he abruptly rose from his seat to leave the hall. Concern darkened Maxie's face. What could the knight have said to provoke such a reaction from the high priest? Her heart suddenly felt heavy. She was sick and tired of the conflicts between the supporters and opponents of the armistice, and between the two church factions. Just as she reached for a goblet of wine to soothe her parched throat, a large hand grabbed her shoulder. Maxie lowered her arm and looked up. It was Riftan, regally dressed in the uniform of the Ream-Dragon Knights, his hair neatly swept back. The sight of his handsome face instantly melted away her worries. "I was wondering when I would get to see you," she said, rising up to peck his cheek. "Is that so?" Riftan arched his brow and crossed her arms. "And here I was thinking you couldn't take your eyes off that sleek clergyman over there. Under the oak tree." Chapter 432. Maxie furrowed her brow. "Why, you must be mistaken. I was merely..." Her mind went blank as the candlelight fully illuminated the man standing before her. Entranced, she swept her gaze slowly over him. She could not recall ever seeing him dressed so glamorously. He wore a glossy black coat over a tight-fitting white shirt, the soft light revealing intricate embroidery along the fabric's smooth surface. Ornate gold buttons glinted beneath the flickering flames, and even his leather belt boasted a buckle engraved with a dragon. Maxie's eyes drifted down to the black trousers that flatteringly outlined his long legs and then to his polished leather boots. Lifting her gaze, she met his. The golden light cast a mysterious glow on his sculpted face and deep agate eyes. Her cheeks suddenly warmed. He looked more like a nobleman who lived a decadent life at court than a knight. His displeasure, combined with his imposing air, somehow made him all the more captivating. "You were merely?" Riftan pressed imperiously, leaning in. Lost for words, Maxie tried to avert her gaze. Riftan reached out to raise her chin. His brow creased as he looked down at her. "What's this on your face?" Maxie snapped out of her trance. Before she could react, Riftan had her face cupped in his hands and was wiping her cheeks with his thumbs. She slapped his hand away in alarm. What are you doing? You have white dust on your face, he said, sounding aggrieved. Whirling around to check her reflection in a silver tray, Maxie saw most of the powder gone. She stared at her reflection in dismay, then turned back to him, shooting daggers. That face powder was applied intentionally. How could you wipe it away? Why would you put such a thing on your face? He asked, baffled. He dusted off remnants of powder clinging on his fingers. Maxie clenched her jaw as she stared up at his flawless features. She doubted he had ever experienced the plight of having a face like hers. Do you truly not know? To cover my freckles, of course. A moment later, she noticed the knight's stares. Blushing furiously, she shot them a haughty glare before fleeing toward the wall. Riftan followed, still looking mystified. I think your freckles are adorable. They make you look like a playful sprite. Why hide them? Her face heated up even more as she glared at him. She could not fathom how he could say such embarrassing things with a straight face. Though she felt her anger subside, she deliberately maintained a brusque tone as she said, Why, you are the only one who thinks so. To others. Riftan suddenly nudged her into the corner, growling, Who else needs to find you beautiful? Maxie stared at him in disbelief. How had the conversation veered here? She definitely raised her chin. Then, what about you? Who are you trying to impress in those clothes? A faint crease formed on his brow. Though his displeasure at her counter-question was apparent, surprisingly, he meekly answered first. This was a gift from His Majesty. He's been complaining about my attire since before the expedition. He bestowed me with a mountain of clothes as soon as I arrived, I believe to parade me around. Frustrated, he unbuttoned the top of his shirt, exposing his sturdy neck and prominent collarbones. Maxie reflexively gulped but quickly pursed her lips when she noticed the blushing women around them. They were fanning themselves while stealing glances in Riftan's direction. Suddenly, Maxie was overcome with an urge to bundle him up and hide him away from prying eyes. She glowered at the women before turning a sharp gaze on him. This is unfair. You've ruined my face, while you stand there attracting women like the incarnation of temptation itself. The incarnate of what? He let out an incredulous laugh. Are you saying you want men to look at you too? Why, you know very well that is not what I meant, she retorted. I just wanted to dress up, and enjoy the banquet with you. Riftan paused, studying her face as if trying to understand her displeasure. However, he seemed to conclude that all the fuss over her appearance was a puzzle he could not solve. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, he said earnestly, You are the most beautiful woman in the world. I already find you breathtaking, so why would you need to dress up? Blushing deeply again, Maxie glanced around nervously. She almost dropped dead in mortification when she noticed a man staring at them in shock from a nearby table. I understand. Let us go somewhere else, she stammered, pulling on his arm. Riftan maneuvered the arm around her shoulders instead, spinning them around. I think we should be going that way. Max followed, wondering where he was taking them. When she realized he was leading her to the center of the hall, she cast a nervous glance around. It felt as if all eyes were on them. Admiration, adoration, curiosity, and less than friendly looks converged on the pair from all directions. Hostile stares from northern nobles, cautious eyes of finicky clerics, and the unreadable gazes of the temple knights surrounded them. Maxie hunched her shoulders under the weight of the attention, but Riftan seemed unfazed. He guided her to a spacious area near the balcony, where dancers gracefully parted to make room for them. Turning to face her, Riftan playfully offered his hand. My fair lady, would you grant me the honor of a dance? Maxie swallowed nervously. Dancing now in this banquet hall full of the Seven Kingdoms elite, all engaged in an invisible battle of nerves, felt like treading thin ice. But she also could not bring herself to refuse Riftan's tender, twinkling gaze. When she placed her hand in his, he slowly began to lead. Maxie followed his well-trained steps as if her life depended on it. A hint of a smile appeared on his lips, he was clearly amused by her desperate attempts to keep up. Flushing, Maxie glared up at him and tried to stomp on his foot, passing it off as a mistake. But Riftan was a step ahead of her. Nimbly dodging her assault, he pulled her closer and began spinning them around. Maxie stifled a shriek as she gripped his forearm. He effortlessly raised her in the air in time to the music. As her feet touched the floor again, he quickened their pace. Maxie could hardly keep up. It left her no room to worry about the watchful eyes and the undercurrents of tension in the banquet hall. The only things on her mind were his muscular form that moved gracefully with hers, his excellent dancing skills that made even her seem proficient, and the pair of black eyes filled with affection. Realizing his intent, Maxie surreptitiously pinched his side and arched her brow. However, she soon found it impossible not to return his smile. "Are you aware you are the most ill-natured dance partner? You move as if your sole aim is to make me dizzy." "How unfortunate that Lady Calypso finds me lacking," Riftan lamented, clicking his tongue. "A true misfortune, since she's stuck dancing with this ill-natured partner for the rest of her life." Maxie giggled and shook her head in mock exasperation. As the lute and viol began to wind down their melody, Riftan subtly steered them to the balcony. Catching her breath, Maxie looked up at her husband. The full moon cast silver rings in his dark eyes. For a moment, it felt like her heart would burst from joy. They had overcome great adversity to be here. Though there were still problems to be solved, the fact that they were together now filled her with happiness. "You will still dance with me, even when we are back in Anatole, won't you?" she asked. "Whenever you wish." "And when might we return?" His smile faltered slightly. "I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer," he replied, looking toward the illuminated banquet hall. "Is it because of my golem room?" "No," he assured her firmly. "You are well regarded by the people. Nobody wants to risk a public backlash by putting you on trial. You have nothing to worry about." "Then, why?" "The Pope is using this chance to strengthen his position in the peace agreement. He plans to keep the nobles here for a weeks-long victory celebration. I am one of the supporters of King Reuben and the new Pope, so I've decided to stay to back their cause." Riftan released a heavy sigh and lightly brushed her cheek. "I need you to be patient a little longer. After this, nothing will stop me from taking you home." It suddenly dawned on Maxie that Riftan longed for home as much as she did. Although Balborn was one of the largest cities in the Seven Kingdoms, and the grandeur of both the Rome Palace and the Grand Basilica of Ossuria was truly overwhelming, nothing could match Anatole's vibrant, rustic charm. Maxie squeezed his hand reassuringly. "I can wait as long as needed. Don't worry about me." Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 433. Riftan's gaze deepened, taking on a warm tenderness. Maxie always felt a special kind of joy when he looked at her like this, his eyes gentle and brimming with affection. It filled her with a different satisfaction than when they churned with fiery desire. "Shall we share one more dance?" he asked, bringing her hand to his cheek. Maxie cast a hesitant glance toward the banquet hall. The slow melody had just given way to a lively ballad. Despite her doubts about her dancing, she yearned to create at least one more special moment with her husband. Stepping away from the balustrade where she leaned, she replied, "Only if you promise to be gentle this time." "But you like it when I'm rough," Riftan teased with a grin. Maxie glowered at him, her face flushing. "You will not get your dance unless you act like a gentleman." Riftan chuckled. Though Maxie was enjoying their banter, she gave him a sullen look before starting toward the hall. Riftan quickly wrapped his arms around her, saying soothingly, "Your wish is my command, my lady." With that, he placed her arm on his and gallantly led her in. Maxie followed him to the dance floor, maintaining her mask of reluctance. However, the dance they anticipated did not happen. They were just about to join the other couples when Elliot approached Riftan. "Commander, the king is looking for you." Annoyance flickered across Riftan's face. He narrowed his eyes up at the gallery above, where only the guests of honor were seated. Then, with a sigh, he released Maxie's arm. "Forgive me, but I must go." Maxie hid her disappointment, saying lightly, "It can't be helped." He leaned down to peck her cheek. "I shall be sure to make up for this another time." After ordering Elliot to escort her, he strode away across the hall. Maxie's eyes followed him up the gallery staircase before leaving the dance floor with Elliot. Several attendees attempted to approach her, but Elliot deftly circumvented them as he led her back to the Ream Dragon Knight's table. Settling into her seat, Maxie surveyed the banquet hall. In the distance, she spotted Sejuliran talking to his liege. It seemed the Lividonian commander was thoroughly enjoying the night as one of the heroes of the campaign. In contrast, Leon sat at a table on one side of the hall, barely concealing his boredom while listening to a nobleman. Maxie watched someone approach him and whisper something in his ear. He left the hall moments later. If Riftan was right, the clergyman was likely working behind the scenes to help solidify the Pope's position. Maxie suddenly felt a pang of pity for the man, freshly returned from war and already embroiled in politics. "But I suppose I'm not in a situation to worry about others." Trying to ignore the many curious eyes on her, Maxie raised her goblet to her lips. Though the nights formed a protective blockade around her, the weight of constant attention was still draining. "You seem tired, my lady," Elliot observed with concern. "Allow me to escort you back to your chamber." Reluctantly, Maxie rose to her feet. She feared if she stayed until Riftan came back, she would have to hide her face in one of the plates of food. Maxie excused herself and collected her robe. Ulyssean and Garrow volunteered to escort her, but the circle of infatuated young ladies around them refused to let them go. With a teasing smile at the flustered young knights, Maxie left the banquet hall with Elliot. Unfortunately, that evening marked the last romantic moment she would share with her husband for some time. In the days that followed, Riftan was occupied with multiple daytime gatherings and evening events, including those hosted by the Pope. While invitations were extended to her as well, she politely declined. Many were eager to learn more about the Golem rune, and she feared any misstep could spark hostility or censure. Ruth also advised her to refrain from attending social gatherings as much as possible. "Many have this ludicrous fantasy of you, which makes them less afraid of the Golem rune. I'd suggest minimizing social interactions as much as possible to preserve this aura of mystery." Maxie glowered at the sorcerer, who was engrossed in jotting notes. While she knew the rumors about her were wildly exaggerated, the description of them as ludicrous fantasies was nonetheless disheartening. "Are you suggesting I shut myself away so people will not find out what I am really like?" Maxie asked sullenly. "I don't see how you came to that conclusion, my lady," Ruth replied, unfazed. "People have the tendency to romanticize characters from stories. The moment you fall short of their expectation, they'll turn against you. But if you maintain a low profile, you will be seen as humble, and they'll likely idolize you even more." He set his quill down, regarding her with a sage look. "Your safety hinges less on the agreement between the Mage Tower and the Pope and more on your popularity with the public. The more saintly you are perceived, the safer you will be." Maxie felt a dryness in her throat as she was reminded again of her precarious situation. Resolved to follow Ruth's advice, she committed to appearing harmless and humble. "I understand. I shall do my best to be cautious." Satisfied by her answer, Ruth picked up his quill and resumed writing in the ancient tongue with his elegant penmanship. Maxie peeked at his work and saw that he was organizing the information the mages had gathered about the Dragonians. Not wishing to disturb him further, she rose to her feet. She stepped out of the study and into the sun-drenched cloister. She had thought to find company with Sidina and Annette, but they were outside sightseeing and not likely to return soon. In the end, Maxie returned to her room. She was just about to open a collection of folk tales to idle away the time when a knock came at the door. Thinking that Riftan had snuck out of the hall to see her, she opened it with a broad smile, only to freeze in shock. Standing before her was the last person she expected. Rosetta. Her sister, who seemed to have grown even more beautiful in the past few years, looked down at her with a haughty expression. "It is your highness now." Recovering from her surprise, Maxie flinched and took a step back. She executed a stiff curtsy. "Your highness. You still can't take a joke," Rosetta said, sighing. She directed the 4 knights and 2 ladies in waiting behind her with a curt nod. "You will wait here." Then, without pausing for an invitation, she strode into Maxie's room. Maxie could only stare in flustered silence. Since joining Wetton's royal family, Rosetta looked more regal than ever. A beautiful diadem studded with pearls, sapphires, and rubies adorned her meticulously coiled flaxen hair. A necklace studded with countless diamonds graced her elegant neck, and her dress, made of velvet and silk, was intricately embroidered with the crest of the houses of Croiso, Rosam, and Wetton. It was as if her sister was flaunting her distinguished heritage, reminding everyone that she was the woman with the most prestigious lineage in the Rovidan continent. Perching on the velvet chair by the window, Rosetta nodded to the seat across from her. "Do sit down." Maxie sighed before closing the door behind her. Settling into the spare chair, she asked, "When did you get here?" "Today." The Pope extended an invitation, saying he wished to bless my son personally. "I did hear you had become a mother," Maxie said awkwardly. "I know it is late, but, congratulations." She nervously shifted her eyes under Rosetta's scrutiny. She could not fathom the reason for her sister's unexpected visit. Finally, Rosetta broke the prolonged silence. "I have heard news of you as well. Your achievements are quite remarkable." Unsure of how to respond, Maxie offered a non-committal smile. Rosetta eyed Maxie, her gaze filled with curiosity, before she said abruptly, "You have indeed changed. as you promised. It took a moment for Maxie to recall their last conversation. The events of that day felt like a distant memory. Her current self was a completely different person from back then, no longer powerless. She would never again succumb to abuse or tyranny again. I have, Maxie said firmly. Rosetta finally tore her eyes away to look out the window. I've been informed of your plans to affirm your claim to father's estate, she said, her voice emotionless. Some vessels are willing to support you, depending on the circumstances. Is it the land you want? Maxie stiffened. Did you come here to ascertain my intentions? I need to understand your plans to decide how I am to proceed, Rosetta replied with a shrug of her slender shoulders. Father wants me to give birth to a son who will inherit the Croiso name, along with everything else. It's an arrangement that will benefit the royal family, too. A prince ruling the duchy would strengthen the unity of the kingdom. His Majesty thus awaits a second grandson whom he can immediately grant the duchy. However, your claim could complicate things. Rosetta's tone was matter-of-fact as if discussing the weather. Your husband wields great power in the south, he could quite easily influence the royal tribunal. Should you bring the matter to court, you stand a chance of winning a significant portion of the estate. Maxie stared at her sister. It almost sounded as if Rosetta wanted her to do just that. Was she urging Maxie to step in and derail their father's long-cherished ambitions? Then, a realization came to her. Much like herself, Rosetta might still feel the old constraints of their father's noose. A festering anger shadowed her sister's beautiful eyes. Maxie knew that sentiment all too well, except she had already freed herself from the Duke of Croiso's haunting legacy. She knew her answer. A dying old man's hatred and ambitions were nothing compared to the challenges she had already faced. She had no desire to waste her precious life engaging in a bitter inheritance dispute just to upset the contemptible aspirations of someone not long for this world. I have no interest in inheriting the duchy. Maxie's answer caused a subtle ripple of emotion in her sister's eyes. Smiling softly, she added, everything I desire is in Anatole. Under the oak tree. Chapter 434. For a moment, anger flared in Rosetta's emerald eyes. You are a fool. The Duchy of Croiso owns one of the largest granaries in Wedden and the Seven Kingdoms. Even if parts of its eastern territory are to be ceded to Dristan, the remaining land could still make one as rich as any royal. And yet, you won't even fight for it? We have no need for more wealth. One can never have enough power or wealth, Rosetta retorted, her voice growing heated. If you won't fight for it, everything will be handed over to me, which is exactly what our father wants. It doesn't matter. Rosetta's face contorted subtly at her calm response. Maxie knew she had disappointed her sister, but she was not about to force herself to do anything simply to please her. If you wish to go against our father, you are on your own, Maxie added in the same calm tone. Rosetta's expression grew stony. Abruptly rising from her seat, she angrily spat, I see that I was mistaken. You haven't changed at all. You are as helpless as ever. Maxie made no reply. Rosetta's lips parted as if to spout more vitriol, but she whirled around instead. This visit has been a waste of my time. With that, she struck toward the door. Maxie watched her back for a moment before breaking the silence. Rose. Her sister paused, fingers on the door handle. She slowly turned to face Maxie. After a moment, Maxie ventured, is the Crown Prince kind to you? Does he hurt you, or? Rosetta's lips twisted into a sardonic smile. No one can hurt me. Her response was in no way reassuring. Maxie studied her sister's cold face with worried eyes. Do you not get along? A faint crease formed on Rosetta's comely brow as if uncertain how to respond. After a long look at Maxie, she replied frostily, our relationship is neither good nor bad. I fulfill my duties as the Crown Princess, and he regards me as he should a wife. She seemed to be questioning if further explanation was required. Meanwhile, Maxie pressed her lips shut. Rosetta regarded her with an inscrutable expression before walking out the door. At least make an appearance tomorrow, she called over her shoulder. I don't want rumors to start going around. With that, she disappeared like the wind, her ladies-in-waiting scurrying after her. The next day, Maxie made her way to the Grand Basilica to witness the Pope bless Isabella Strachina Reuben. Though Riftan had reassured her that there was no need for her to attend, Maxie had been adamant. She knew her absence from her nephew's blessing ceremony would set tongues wagging, and she was also eager to see the child her sister had brought into the world. As Maxie and Riftan walked to their pew, she curiously gazed around the chapel. Mystical light streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a glow on the silver altar. A choir of young clerics, their voices yet to change, sang hymns in ancient Rhemian. King Reuben III occupied the seat of honor alongside Princess Agnes Reuben, who wore a blue gown. Around them sat a bevy of opulently dressed attendants. Taking the pew behind them, Riftan whispered in Maxie's ear, "Just tell me if you wish to leave." Knowing what was worrying him, Maxie gave a bittersweet smile. Soon, Rosetta entered the chapel, dressed in a pristine white gown. The hundreds gathered for the ceremony seemed to hold their breaths. With a flowing veil draped over her shoulders, Rosetta resembled a celestial angel as she gracefully walked down the aisle. Gasps of awe rippled through the pews as she passed, and people craned their necks to glimpse her face. The familiar scene brought a bitter smile to Maxie's face. Then, her gaze landed on the child in Rosetta's arms. Max subtly flinched. She doubted that a more beautiful baby existed in this world. His fair, gentle curls glistened like gold in the light, and a rosy blush colored his pale, adorable face. Observing the royal grandson playfully tugging at his mother's veil, Maxie felt a pang in her chest. Despite her belief that she had moved past feeling inferior to her sister, in that moment, she could not help but envy Rosetta. As Rosetta knelt at the altar, gently patting her son's back, the Pope stepped forward to bestow his blessing on the angelic mother and son. Maxie watched the scene blankly until she felt a warm hand encase her own. Looking up, she found Riftan gazing at her with worried eyes. She smiled, reassuring him she was fine. She had no cause for envy, she had a loving husband, and perhaps, in time, they too would be blessed with a child. Her gaze returned to her nephew's adorable face. Without warning, the image of a beautiful child with ebony hair formed in her mind. Squeezing her husband's hand, she resolved to devote her time to conceiving as soon as they returned home to Anatole. For that, however, she would first need to break down Riftan's resistance. Maxie stole a glance at her husband's face. Even now, he was careful not to release his seed inside her. And when passion drove him to do so, he would gaze at her with concern, after which he would try to distance himself for a few days. She had not minded since she knew he was simply concerned for her. But now, she was ready to change that. As the ceremony went on, she began devising ways to make Riftan forget his needless worries. The blessing ceremony ended with the ringing of bells. As Rosetta descended from the chancel, King Reuben and various nobles gathered around, offering greetings. Maxie watched quietly before tugging on Riftan's arm. It occurred to her that she did not have to wait to put her plan into action. "I would like to leave now," she whispered into his ear. "Of course. Let me escort you back to our room," Riftan tenderly whispered back, placing an arm around her shoulders. He clearly had no inkling about the lewd scheme forming in her mind. Though she felt a prick of conscience, she deliberately leaned against his chest with a forlorn expression. However, her plan was soon thwarted. As they approached the exit, King Reuben called for Riftan. With everyone's attention on them, Maxie was forced to accompany her husband to meet Rosetta and her son. Up close, Abellis was like a living sculpture of a cherub, but Maxie no longer felt envious. She was determined to have a child of her own, one with dark, twinkling eyes and silky black hair. Unfortunately, that dream would have to wait for the time being. After a lengthy and tiresome time with the nobles, Maxie was escorted back to her room by Elliot. Meanwhile, Riftan was obligated to attend yet another gathering. According to the knights, it was a clandestine meeting meant to sway the Erexian feudal lords into supporting the armistice. The negotiations dragged on, as Riftan failed to return even late into the night. Maxie eventually gave up waiting and went to bed alone. Over the next few days, opportunities for time alone with her husband were scarce. He was consumed with preventing disputes, while Maxie spent most of her time cloistered in her room. She let out a despondent sigh as she gazed out the window. As usual, lively music emanated from the Rome palace, signaling the start of another banquet. After flipping through a spell book that failed to maintain her interest, she rose in irritation. She was pulling on a light coat with the intention of going out for some air when there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Sedina." Maxie opened the door to find her friend, resplendent in a pearl-colored dress. "I knew you would be in your room again," Sedina remarked, clicking her tongue in exasperation. Frowning, Maxie pointed to her cloak. "Actually, I was just about to go for a walk." "In the back gardens, I presume," Sedina scoffed. "Why not explore the city with me instead? I hear there's a new play debuting at the theater." Maxie briefly considered the invitation before shaking her head with a sigh. I'm sorry, but I cannot go outside without an escort. I knew you'd say that, so I brought just the people we need. Tada. Stepping aside, Sidina yanked at something behind the door. Maxie's eyes widened as Ulyssean and Garo appeared before her. Ulyssean, eyeing Sidina with a sour look, pried his arm free rather roughly. You said her ladyship had summoned us. I said she was about to summon you, Sidina shamelessly retorted before shooting Maxie a mischievous smile. What are you waiting for? Ask these fellows to be your escort. Maxie glowered at Sidina incredulously before giving the two young kinks an apologetic look. It seems my friend has inconvenienced you. Not at all, my lady. We were passing time at the training ground anyway, Garo said with a gentle smile. Please, don't let us be the reason to decline your friend's invitation. We would be more than happy to escort you if you wish to see the city. Pushing Garo aside, Ulyssean chimed in, yes. If that's what you wish, we will gladly accompany you, my lady. After a brief pause, Maxie bobbed her head. In truth, she did want to do some exploring. In that case, please be our escort. Under the oak tree. Chapter 435. No sooner had Maxie agreed than Sidina pulled her by the arm. Off we go. Despite pretending to be reluctant, Maxie followed. Outside, a group of nobles were enjoying a game of cards in the pavilion. On one side of the garden, blindfolded young men and women played hide-and-seek, while the sound of bards reciting knightly epics, accompanied by the soft strumming of a lute, drifted from the hall. It was a scene Maxie had grown tired of seeing by now. Worried that the nobles might try to detain them, she quickly swerved around. We should leave through the back gate to avoid attracting attention. Can you manage without a carriage, my lady? Ulyssean asked. Sidina clicked her tongue at his question. Why would we need a carriage for a 20-minute walk to the square? We're not even leaving the city. Right, Max? Maxie, who had actually been thinking of stopping by the stables to get Rem, could only reply with an awkward laugh. Sidina regarded her through narrowed eyes before shaking her head. Nobles. The scowl Ulyssean gave Sidina was full of indignation, but he refrained from saying anything for his lady's sake. He clearly did not want to upset one of her friends. Suppressing a sigh, Maxie made her way to the back of the palace. A well-paved road, mainly used by laborers or merchants delivering goods, ran through the garden and out to the city. They walked along it for some time before arriving at a wide stone bridge. Maxie watched small boats float down Gillian Canal as she crossed, then headed toward the square. The city buzzed with activity. Shops of all sizes lined the streets, and smartly dressed shoppers in vibrant reds, yellows, and blues bustled about. Street performers showcased their acrobatic talents near a large fountain with clear, streaming water. Sidina excitedly yanked Maxie's arm. Look, a traveling troupe must have arrived. Let's go see. Maxie was swept across the square at a dizzying pace. An array of unfamiliar sights whizzed by. Peddlers in exotic garments shouted about their various spices, and women balancing baskets of bread, eggs, or flowers for sale wove through the crowd. A performer juggled knives in front of a large tavern, his audience a circle of captivated spectators. Maxie joined them just in time to see the performer, his face painted a stark white, skillfully toss 5 daggers into the air, only to swallow them one after another. Maxie cried out in alarm. In apparent agony now, the performer teetered as he raised his arms to the sky, then let out a loud burp and bowed comically. The crowd cheered and started throwing coins into the small basket prepared in front of the stage. How did he do that? Maxie mumbled in disbelief. I did not detect any magic. It is a trick of the eye, my lady, explained Garo. From this angle, it looks like he is swallowing the knives, when in fact, he is catching them in a hidden pocket inside his. Ah. Sidina cut him off, slapping her hands over her ears. I don't want to know. Just let it remain a mystery. With that, she darted off to find more wonders. Maxie was whisked all over the city until she finally found herself in a sizable indoor theater. Sidina squeezed through the crowd with practiced ease. She maneuvered them all the way to the front row, ignoring the grumbling she left in her wake. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she pointed to an actor on stage. Look at him. Isn't he incredibly handsome? Curious, Maxie turned her attention to the stage, where a dramatic scene unfolded. The play had already started a while ago. The actor playing Waiguru was in the midst of a heartfelt declaration of love, after which a young woman with striking blonde hair began to sing, her face etched with sorrow. My eternal youth. Legs have I not to walk with thee. Arms have I not to embrace thee. Thou must leave me. To where fate is calling. No need have I to twine my branches. To bear eternal fruit. Dearest, I only ask that once every year. Send the wind to me with thy scent. That is enough for me. As the woman vanished from the stage, her long skirt fluttering behind, the young man covered his anguished face with his hands. The stage was then transformed into a battlefield. Knights, portrayed by actors in elaborate costumes, engaged in a spectacular performance. Cheers went up from the hundred-strong audience, who shouted their favorites' names while swinging their sweaty fists. Maxie was instantly enthralled by the whole thing, so much so that her eyes became misty at the scene where Wigru was wounded during the final battle in the north. Weary from war, Wigru finally returned to his homeland to lie beneath the tree where his beloved slept. The golden-haired actress reappeared to plant a kiss on the sleeping Wigru's forehead. White smoke began to rise from beneath the stage, obscuring the actors and leaving only their faint outlines visible. After a dramatic silence, the silhouette of a dragon slowly descended onto the stage. A deep, resonant voice filled the theater. "O dragon, I beseech thee. Take his body, broken and battered, to where he may rest. Go, O dearest beloved. Far, far away from this turbulent land. Oh, I shall love thee until my dying breath." As the nymph's song concluded, the dragon's enormous wings swooped off stage, and the smoke covering the set faded like a mirage. A solitary tree now stood center stage, eliciting a wave of thunderous applause from the audience. Maxie joined in, clapping until her palms tingled with warmth. This was her first time seeing the ballad enacted in such an elaborate play. It was far cry from the bards at Croiso Castle. Stepping out of the theater, she could not contain her excitement. What a marvelous performance, she exclaimed. I agree. Sidina replied with equal enthusiasm. They were all pleasant to look at, but I must say, Wigru's actor stood out the most. He is apparently the most popular actor in Balborn. Maxie nodded vigorously. There was no question that the passionate young actor had been captivating. He truly brought Wigru to life. Ulysseon, however, was less impressed. Surely you do not mean that, my lady, he said in disbelief. Comparing that promiscuous-looking man with no swordsmanship to speak of to Wigru? What about Sir Riftan? I knew we shouldn't have brought the boys, Sidina grumbled. Maxie mirrored her friend's irritated look toward Ulysseon, her lingering impression of her first play effectively trampled. Just then, the young knight's hand leapt to his sword. The sudden shift in the atmosphere made Maxie freeze in place next to him. After carefully surveying the area, Ulysseon abruptly turned around. We should head back to the basilica, my lady. What is it? Why are you? I sensed a hostile gaze. Maxie glanced around in confusion, but the dispersing crowd made it hard to spot anything amiss. Yet, she knew better than to doubt a knight's instincts. Gripping Sidina's hand, she hurried out of the street. She had no idea how long they pushed through the crowd, but soon, she became aware of armed figures emerging around them. Though most appeared to be itinerant mercenaries, more than a few were knights in plate armor. Terrified, Maxie stuck closer to Ulysseon and Garo. Don't worry, Sidina said reassuringly. They're probably here for the tournament. Tournament? The swordsmanship tournament at the stadium. It's one of the events to commemorate Wigru and the 12 Knights. Sidina pointed toward the towering edifice at the end of the main road. It's usually in spring, but it was delayed this year due to the long winter. She glanced at Ulysseon and Garo. I suppose, you won't agree to us going to see it? I believe it would be best another time, Garo said stiffly. Sidina sighed in resignation as she trudged on. They headed toward a carriage rental shop located in the square. For safety reasons, they had decided to take a carriage back to the basilica as quickly as possible. Though Maxie thought the knights were being overly cautious, she quietly followed their lead. Please wait here a moment while I go make the payment, Garo said before disappearing into the shop. Leaning against the building, Maxie watched the sunset descend over the square. Suddenly, she felt herself falling backward into an alley. It happened so abruptly that there was not even time to scream. She peered over her shoulder in terror. Instead of the wall that should have been there, a slender man in a gray robe looked down at her, pressing a blade to her throat. Come with me, he rasped. Make a sound and I'll. Before he could finish, his arm was severed right before Maxie's eyes, splattering her with blood. Horrified, she staggered back. In her shock, she barely registered Ulysseon's tense face and the assailant clutching his severed arm. Why are you after Lady Calypso? The young knight snarled, his sword poised. The assailant did not reply as he slowly retreated further into the narrow alleyway. A chilling smile curled Ulysseon's lips. Unwilling to talk, are we? Just as he pounced, a dark hand shot out from behind the assailant, plunging a dagger into the man's neck. Maxie screamed in shock. The would-be abductor emitted a strange gurgling and dropped to the ground, revealing a shadowy figure behind him. Sir Quile. As the temple knight wiped the blood off his dagger, he nodded to a subordinate behind him. Then, without a word of explanation, he made to leave the alley. Ulysseon promptly stopped him, shouting, "Why did you kill him? We need to know who's behind this." "We already know," the clergyman replied, shaking off the young knight's hand. "Seeing as you are not blind, it should be obvious to you as well." "What do you?" Ulysseon froze when he lowered his gaze to where the temple knight nodded. Black scales had appeared on the face of the limp corpse. Maxie stiffened. "Why is a Dragonian?" she stammered before realizing with horror that the monster was wearing a cleric's habit. She turned to Quile, shock written on her face. "There are Dragonians in the basilica?" "This scum is the last of them," the clergyman answered calmly. Under the oak tree. Chapter 436. All the rats in Belbourne have been hunted down. Nothing like this will happen again during your stay. "How can you be sure?" Ulysseon retorted, his eyes full of mistrust. If a Dragonian managed to pass off as a cleric, they could be disguised as peddlers, mercenaries, traveling bards, they could be hiding in. "We are rigorously checking the identities of all visitors," the clergyman snapped. "And any settlers who arrived within the last 5 years have been investigated. All suspicious persons have been looked into, so you may rest assured." Maxie's eyes bored into Quile's face. Though she certainly could not say she knew the man well, she knew he was not one to make hasty judgments. Surely he would only make such assurances if he was certain. Still, there remained a few unanswered questions. "You mentioned 5 years, do you mean the Dragonians have been disguised as humans in Belbourne all that time?" Maxie asked in a strained voice. The clergyman made no response, but his silence was answer enough. A chill ran down Maxie's back. Monsters had infiltrated the basilica years back, living within its walls as servants of God. How was that even possible? How could they have deceived the clerics? Maxie turned to see Sidina and Garo running into the alleyway. "What on earth was that?" Sidina said breathlessly. "You have no idea how scared I was when you and Ulysseon disappeared. It must have been an illusion spell. I don't remember ever seeing this alley." Her rambling trailed off when she noticed the Dragonian's body on the ground. Grasping the situation, she rushed up to Maxie, her face ashen. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. Thanks to Ulysseon's timely rescue, I have not a scratch on me," Maxie replied, wiping the monster's blood from her face with her sleeve. Sidina ran her eyes over Maxie to make sure she was telling the truth, then turned to face Quile. "How did this happen? Why are you here, Sir Quile? And what is a Dragonian doing in?" "I am under no obligation to answer questions," the clergyman said coldly, clearly displeased by the interrogation. "I advise you to find your own answers." With that, he left the handling of the corpse to his subordinates and vanished down the alley. Sidina watched him leave, then turned to the other temple knights, who similarly showed no interest in explaining. After hastily burning the corpse, they followed their superior into the alley. Ulysseon snorted as he wordlessly watched them go. "They are trying to keep this quiet. It would be a disgrace for the church if word got out that monsters had been disguised as one of them." Deep in thought, Maxie stared down at what remained of the Dragonian. It suddenly occurred to her that someone within the Basilica of Ossuria might have assisted the monsters in stealing the Dragonstone. This meant that the Dragonian had been posing as a cleric for at least 4 years. An image of the high priest of the Orthodox Church rushing out of the banquet hall rose in her mind. Had the monsters infiltrated the Grand Basilica through the church in Balto? If that was the case, the Orthodox Church was complicit in the theft of Sector's stone. The Pope could use this to quash his detractors. Maxie was mulling over the possibilities when there was a commotion outside the alleyway. It seemed the disappearance of the Dragonian's illusion had caused a stir. "We should head back, my lady," Garo suggested. They immediately left the alleyway and boarded their carriage. As it started moving, Sidina, who had been silent thus far, said with a downcast look, "I'm sorry. This is all my fault for inviting you out." "Nonsense," Maxie said assuringly. "The monster was disguised as a cleric. It could have easily attacked me in the Basilicia." Sidina furrowed her brow. But why was it even after you? After pensively staring at the carriage floor, Maxie let out a small sigh. It was likely after the golem rune. She could not think of any other reason. A heavy silence followed her statement. Finally, Garrow said stiffly, "We should increase your guard for now, my lady." "I don't think that will be necessary. Sir Quail said it was the last Dragonian in the city. How can we take his word for it?" Ulysses argued. "The man is impossible to read. Take today, for instance. He likely knew about the monsters in the basilica but chose to keep it hidden." His anger seemed to grow with each word. "It is inexcusable. I shall report this to Sir Riftan and lodge an official complaint with the church." "I don't believe this requires a report to Riftan," Maxie interrupted. "My lady, of course I do," Ulysses exclaimed, his eyes ablaze. "You could have been harmed. Sir Riftan must be informed of this." Maxie's expression grew troubled. She feared Ulysses would dramatically exaggerate what happened in his report. If she was not careful, it could cause Riftan's chronic ailment to flare up again. "Then, let me inform him," she said beseechingly. "I shall tell him this evening, so please do not talk of it until then." "Forgive me, my lady, but if Sir Riftan asks us about your day, we are obligated to tell him," Garrow replied with an apologetic look. Though Maxie wanted to argue, their adamant expressions left her no choice but to accept with a resigned sigh. Riftan unbuttoned the top of his doublet with one hand, finding it uncomfortably tight. He surveyed the room with a hint of irritation. The hall was brightly lit, the warmth from thousands of flickering candles making it stifling hot. He wrinkled his nose at the sickly sweet aroma of wine and observed the feudal lords around the table. King Reuben had the assembly captivated with his renowned eloquence, while the King of Levedon tipped his goblet back with a bored expression. Riftan would wager his entire fortune that the man was absorbing every word exchanged around the table. The old lion of Levedon had sided with the Pope when the armistice was being threatened, only to become cautious when His Holiness strengthened his position. The man was likely making all sorts of calculations in his head. Heimdallvi had changed his stance as well. It was difficult to believe that this affable ruler was the same one who had viciously provoked disputes. As soon as he found himself in an unfavorable situation, he had styled himself as an ardent supporter of the council. Such a blatant shift in attitude fooled no one, but it seemed the King of Balto cared little about appearances. Riftan was quietly observing the northern monarch when a calm voice came from behind him. "That man's more cunning than I thought." Turning, he saw Sejuluran approaching to sit beside him. "Heimdallvi, I mean. After doing all he can to break the armistice, he's acting like it never happened. I hear he has privately summoned the representative of Balto's Southern Confederacy to bestow a generous reward." Riftan cocked his eyebrow. "A reward? Even when his actions were tantamount to an act of treason? It seems he would rather placate his southern lords than anger them. I'm sure he secretly wants to hack the man to pieces, but that would only deepen Balto's inner strife." "Even Heimdallvi must appreciate the armistice at present," Riftan said with a hint of sarcasm. "Given it's the only thing stopping the Confederacy from sparking a civil war. Your plan played out quite nicely." Instead of replying, Riftan brought his goblet to his lips. Sejulu studied him intently before giving a deflated chuckle. "Somehow, the Pope has silenced the Orthodox faction. Even those demanding him to be tried for rigging the conclave have quieted down. With Heimdallvi declawed, our has practically defeated the opposition. We should see some peace for a few years." He prattled on as though he were talking about the most mundane thing in the world. Then, his voice dropping, he said, "But it won't last long." Riftan looked up from his goblet. "They are biding their time," Sejulu added. "This precarious tightrope will eventually collapse. You've merely bought yourself a short reprieve." "What are you trying to say?" "That I am starting to believe that true peace will only come when the Seven Kingdoms unite." Riftan laughed. He doubted anyone in the noisy hall was listening, especially given Sejulu's casual tone. Even so, the knight's sentiment was a perilous one that should not be uttered in the presence of so many monarchs. Riftan shot a warning look at the man spouting sentiments that could topple all of his efforts over the past few weeks. "That isn't something one would expect to hear from Wiguru's reincarnation," Riftan remarked. Sejulu shook his head, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "I won't deny that I am flattered by the title, but frankly, I'm displeased with how the council exploits Wiguru's legacy. The peace agreement has been reduced to a tool to curb the feudal lord's power. Have you not felt it yourself?" Riftan's expression tightened subtly. He recalled King Reuben wielding the council's influence to corner him over his declaration of war against the Duke of Croissant. He was not blind to the truth. The armistice was nothing more than a means to maintain the current system, and this fragile order was bound to collapse. He was essentially investing his time in something ultimately futile. Even so, a vision of his wife, coated in blood and dust, traversing a battlefield, flashed through his mind. He would do anything in his power to ensure he never had to see that sight again. Even if his efforts were akin to building a sandcastle on the shore, he was willing to try for the rest of his life. Under the oak tree. Chapter 437. Gripping his goblet tightly, Riftan studied Sejulu Aran's green eyes. "Why are you telling me this?" Sejulu furrowed his brow, seemingly choosing his words carefully. Leaning back, Riftan asked in a low voice, "Is it war you want, Aran?" "I am a knight," Sejulu replied with a hearty laugh. "I have lived and breathed battle from the day I was knighted. But I am also an optimist. Though I'm more than happy to punish rebels or drive out invaders, I have no fondness for invading other people's lands." He grinned as if making a light jest. To anyone watching, their conversations would appear inconsequential. Raising a goblet to his lips, Sejulu continued, "I don't plan to join the opposition just to provoke war. You can be at ease about that." "Then why mention such nonsense?" Sejulu lowered his goblet with a sigh. "Because, like it or not, war is coming. I commend your efforts in maintaining the armistice, but you know as well as I that it's a temporary fix at best. Heimdall is a man to be reckoned with. His immediate concern may be unifying his kingdom, but that won't distract him for long. Soon, he will bring the Confederacy to heel and reignite war. And need I mention the tensions between Wedden and Tristan? You may have patched things up for now, but long-standing resentments cannot be so easily forgotten. I'm sure you understand that better than anyone." Riftan scowled as he recalled the tedious years he had spent fighting on the border between Tristan and Wedden. He had slain countless Tristanians forced into combat for survival. There was no doubt that many considered him their sworn enemy. Not wanting to dwell on it, Riftan said curtly, "Get to the point." "We need to be ready," Sejulu said, folding his arms. "Balto and Rex still maintain a close alliance, and there is a high chance that Tristan will join RX to keep Wedden in check. That wouldn't be so troubling if we had Saiken to keep Balto in check, but they cannot afford to provoke Balto when they already have their hands full with the Eastern Outlanders. Ultimately, Asuria, Livadon, and Wedden must unite against the Northern Kingdoms." He paused as a servant refilled their goblets, then dismissed him with a dignified wave. When the room's noise resumed, he leaned in to add, "We must bolster our strength, too. I want you to be the central figure of the Western forces." Riftan's eyes narrowed. Sejulu Aran's demeanor was nonchalant to the point of frivolity, yet his eyes betrayed his earnestness. Riftan recognized the man's respect for him, but managing Anatole was burdensome enough. Tapping the table, he said decisively, "I must decline. I have no desire to lead such a grand endeavor. I agree with you that the Western kingdoms must strengthen their alliance, but that is all." "Are you saying you are content being King Reuben's puppet?" Sejulu asked after a moment. "I see no wrong in cooperating with my liege when our thoughts align," Riftan replied flatly. "A stronger military alliance between Livadon, Asuria, and Wedden would only push Baldo, Rx, and Tristan closer together. Hostilities would grow, and I have no intention of doing anything to disrupt the fragile balance. In fact, I want it to last for as long as possible." Sejulu looked baffled. "Do you not see how flawed the current order is? The peace among the Seven Kingdoms is bound to end." "The timing of that is anyone's guess," Riftan countered calmly. "I don't expect everlasting peace. I don't believe such a thing exists. Even the empire founded by Wigru and Darien and his 12 knights split into 7. Peace is either long or short, never permanent." Riftan's gaze swept the table, observing the attendees. Dressed in silk, fur, gold, and jewels, they were like beasts in disguise, each cautiously eyeing the other. He knew that if these predators sensed any prey, none would hesitate to bare their teeth. There was no guarantee that an era of true peace would dawn after a bloody war. It could just as well lead to a century of endless conflict. The entire realm might be decimated while its 7 monarchs and hundreds of feudal lords tussle to claim more land for themselves. Even the things he cherished could be lost in the flames of turmoil. "A flawed order is better than total chaos," Riftan said woodenly. "I intend to do everything in my power to preserve this peace. That way, this world would not be blighted by war and bloodshed while his most beloved walked the earth." Swallowing back the rest of his words, Riftan turned to face Sejulu. The man must not have expected a refusal, for he looked uncharacteristically at a loss for words. He regarded Riftan with a frown before shrugging. "If that is your wish, I cannot force you." The knight smiled and placed a hand on Riftan's shoulder. "I am eager to see how long you can walk this tightrope." As the Lividonian commander strolled away, Riftan's gaze lingered on his retreating figure until he felt a hostile stare. Looking forward, he spotted Richard Breston observing him from a distance. He wondered if Breston, with his beast-like intuition, had sensed something suspicious. Breston tore his piercing gaze away to whisper into the ear of the nobleman beside him. Though he feigned indifference, Riftan noticed the northerner's eyes alight with sinister intent. He understood why Sejulu was so anxious. The northerners had not abandoned their ambitions, they were simply biding their time. With a cold glint in his eyes, Riftan stabbed his knife into the large piece of meat in front of him. What must he do to break their resolve once and for all? He pondered over strategies to crush Breston under his heel when he felt a familiar presence behind him. Turning, he saw Elliot Karen cutting across the banquet hall, his face tense. Struck with an ominous feeling, Riftan rose from his seat. "What is it?" "Commander, her ladyship was almost abducted while on an outing in the city today." Riftan instantly felt his blood run cold. Rover acted swiftly, so her ladyship came to no harm, Elliot quickly added, "but we thought it best to inform you." "Who targeted my wife?" Riftan asked, his scrutinizing gaze scanning the hall. "I was informed it was a Dragonian hiding within the basilica." Riftan's eyes flew to the Pope seated at the head of the long table. He knew the Temple Knights had been actively working in secret, but the revelation that they were rooting out hidden monsters among them, and their silence on the matter, filled him with rage. Gritting his teeth, he turned away. "Inform the king I have excused myself." As soon as Elliot obediently nodded, Riftan strode out of the bright banquet hall, ignoring the curious glances of the other guests. He quickly made his way to his designated room on the third floor. Entering the dimly lit bedchamber, he noticed a small figure sleeping on the bed. Approaching gently, he saw his wife in peaceful slumber. Her serene face instantly eased his tension. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he breathed a weary sigh. "You delight in scaring me, don't you?" It riled him to see her sleeping so soundly after a near abduction. He glared at her, annoyed by how adorably she slept. Was she that oblivious to the danger she had been in? Without the knights, something truly terrible might have happened. Halting his grim imagination, Riftan roughly scrubbed his face in his hands. He could not help but resent her for being so unaware of his feelings. Reaching out, he gingerly pinched her soft cheek. Mumbling in her sleep, his wife swatted at his hand as if brushing off a fly, then settled back into slumber. Her peacefulness quickly soothed his rising anger. Thinking back to when she was a child, he gave a silent chuckle. Just as heedless to danger as ever. He suddenly recalled the time he had considered keeping his distance from her for her safety. A foolish idea, considering he had long known a certain truth, that the only way to ensure this fearless woman's safety was to keep an eye on her at all times. If he wanted to protect her from all possible dangers, he could never let her out of his sight. She would lead a life of peace and tranquility. That was his sole purpose for existing. After a long while spent watching her sleep, Riftan rose to snuff out the candle on the windowsill. As Maxie expected, her guards were immediately doubled. She held back a sigh as she glanced at the group of knights trailing her. Although their presence was irksome, she could hardly complain after the recent scare. Struggling to suppress her irritation, she spoke with forced calmness. "It is just a walk in the courtyard. One guard should suffice." "You seem to underestimate your knack for attracting danger, my lady," Ursuline said curtly. "We must be cautious even within the basilica." Maxie could do nothing but respond with a resentful glare. Under the oak tree. Chapter 438. "Why you make it sound as though I go around causing trouble." Maxie sputtered. "If anything, I am the one solving them." Gable, seated on a marble chair and carving a piece of wood with his dagger, came to her defense. "Indeed. Considering her ladyship's contributions, your appraisal of her is rather unjust." Ursuline shot Gable a frosty glare. "Her disregard for her own safety is the problem. In any case, you must bear with the discomfort of now, my lady. There may still be monsters about." Sir Guile assured me there were no more monsters. "The Temple Knights serve the church, my lady." "You mustn't believe everything they say," Ursuline replied. "Moreover, there may be other forces after you as well. Openly or not, Your golem run has been a subject of discussion among the feudal lords. We must keep our guards up until our return to Anatole. Maxie's face grew somber. While it seemed unlikely that she would face trial for her golem run, it had undeniably branded her as someone to be watched closely. When can we return to Anatole? She asked sullenly. Blowing wood dust from his skillfully carved lark, Gable replied, we will likely remain in Belbourne for the duration of the victory celebrations. His Holiness seems determined to use this opportunity to mollify public sentiment and win the support of the nobles. He has been holding daily banquets for the lords in the hopes of fostering harmony among the 7 kingdoms. He's also opened a swordsmanship tournament in honor of Wigru. It would be an insult to him if Sir Riftan were to leave mid-celebration. That meant they were stuck here for at least a few more weeks. Maxie glanced gloomily at the flower beds, where a colorful array of buds were beginning to bloom. All too quickly, the season had transitioned to early summer. The air was hot and humid, and the trees were lushly adorned with darker green leaves instead of delicate emerald shoots. An inexplicable sense of anxiety rose in her chest. What if they had to wait another season to return home? Maxie turned her gaze beyond the garden, catching sight of the basilica's dome, rising above the green shrubbery. Even today, Riftan was likely meeting with the feudal lords of the various kingdoms. A sudden irritation filled her. It felt like she was spending less time with him now than during the campaign. When would they finally have time for themselves? After irritably kicking small pebbles on the trail, Maxie's attention was caught by a group of 5 or so men leading horses out of the palace stables. She stopped to observe them. The regimented movements suggested they were soldiers. After loading their luggage onto the saddles, they headed toward the back of the palace. Maxie's eyes widened upon recognizing Quail Leon among them. Could they have found another Dragonian? Turning to Ursuline, she asked, where do you think they are going? I'm afraid I have not received any report, the knight mumbled, narrowing his eyes. Maxie's eyes glinted with curiosity as she turned back to the temple knights. Shall I go inquire? After all, I have been meaning to thank Sir Quail for his help last time. Help? Ulysseon interjected angrily. What on earth do you mean, my lady? Are you forgetting that he appeared out of nowhere to interfere when I was trying to capture the monster alive? Regardless, it was Sir Quail who slayed the monster that tried to abduct me. Even if he had not, I would have. Leaving the fuming Ulysseon behind, Maxie quickly made her way along the trail. The temple knights had already reached the rear gate and were slipping out of the palace, one by one. Maxie hastily cut across the courtyard. Quail, sensing her approach, turned away from instructing the gatekeeper. He wore plain gray armor beneath a black robe. On his back was a longbow, a quiver of arrows, and a chain bola. As usual, his expression was unreadable. Do you have business with me? He asked. I was out for a walk in the garden and saw you leaving the stable, so I thought I would come and say hello. Quail glanced behind her at the line of knights. You must have a lot of spare time, he remarked with a cynical smile. Ursuline quickly restrained an angry Ulysseon as he stepped forward. Ignoring them, Maxie forced an awkward laugh. But you seem quite busy, Sir Quail. Are you going on a long journey? Quail nimbly mounted his horse, pointedly ignoring her question. Maxie looked askance at the knight before her expression turned serious as a sudden thought struck her. Have the monsters regrouped? Fear not, Lady Calypso. That has not happened, Quail sighed. My men and I are heading east to track down the remaining Dragonians. Maxie's eyes grew wide. They were embarking on another mission so soon after returning from a campaign? But the victory celebrations are still going, she said, flustered. It would seem odd if the heroes were absent. Wouldn't it be wiser to wait? There's no need for more than one hero, the clergyman said flatly, pulling his hood over his head. Your husband will do an admirable job in the role. He then steered his horse toward the gate. Maxie was left speechless at the man's calmness. It had only been a few weeks since the return from a grueling war. Was he not troubled by being dispatched on another mission so soon? As Maxie gazed at the departing temple knights, lost in thought, Quail Leon glanced back over his shoulder. Maxie involuntarily recoiled. After a brief, inscrutable look, the clergyman stated, I suppose goodbyes are in order. Please tell Calypso I hope he remains in one piece until our next encounter. Maxie's face hardened at his words, which sounded almost like a curse. Any fleeting admiration she held for the temple knights vanished instantly. Fuming, she retorted sharply, why you should be more concerned about yourself. A faint smile briefly tugged on the man's lips. Looking away, The clergyman issued a foreboding farewell. "Until next time, then." With that, he urged his horse into a gallop and swiftly rode off. Watching the temple knights disappear into the distance, Maxie silently prayed they would never cross paths again. Riftan scanned the carvings on the wall. The marble walls bore the effigies of the 12 knights who had sworn allegiance to Darien the monarch. On the altar below stood 9 black urns that emanated a peculiar energy. Riftan deduced that they contained each knight's relics, excluding those who had vanished after the empire's founding. As Riftan studied them, a sense of unease compelled him to look away. At that moment, the high priest, walking a few steps ahead, pointed to a room at the end of the hall. "Please step inside." Upon entering, Riftan found a man standing in the dimly lit space, staring up at the altar. The man's back was to the door. Slowly, he turned around. "Welcome," said the Pope, his deep voice echoing faintly. Riftan strode over and knelt on one knee before him. The Pope wordlessly extended a sinewy hand. Respectfully kissing the back of it, Riftan spoke in a restrained voice, "I greet the Lord's representative." The Pope nodded with satisfaction. He lightly patted Riftan's shoulder, signaling him to rise. "How does it feel to step inside the most sacred sanctum of the 7 kingdoms? I am honored beyond words." "Huh? Your face suggests otherwise," the Pope chuckled. While the Pope laughed, Riftan regarded him warily. He could not fathom why he had been summoned to such a place. As if sensing his misgivings, the Pope offered an impish smile. "You needn't be so tense. I brought you here so we could talk in private. No one would dare eavesdrop in the mausoleum. So we're free from prying ears." Riftan gave a strained chuckle. A most fitting place for a clandestine meeting. Under the oak tree. Chapter 439. "It is one of the few privileges of being Pope," the religious leader said with a shrug. Riftan's brow furrowed. Despite the Pope's haughty front, he sensed a trace of irritation in the man's tone. Perhaps the barrage of controversies and criticism since his appointment had left him weary of his post. Choosing to overlook the cynicism in the Pope's voice, Riftan asked, "May I know why you've disturbed the resting souls to summon me? You are rather impatient, aren't you?" The Pope eyed him with displeasure before saying resignedly, "Very well. I shall get you to the point. I have been informed that you rejected Sir Aaron's offer." Shedding his frivolous mask, the Pope now regarded Riftan with keen eyes. "Do you truly believe that the current order can be maintained for long?" Riftan uncrossed his arms, pondering the Pope's motives behind the question. Was it a test, or was he seeking confirmation? He found both options unsettling. "Is it not the duty of the Holy Father to make that possible?" Riftan replied, a sardonic smile twisting his lips. The Pope's mouth tightened. He was clearly irked by the insolent remark, but Riftan found he did not care. He was sick of people trying to read his intentions through veiled inquiries. With Balto's Southern Confederacy showing its fangs, even Heimdallvi wants to maintain the peace agreement for the time being, Riftan added icily. And once Tristan recovers its former territories, it will have no cause for war. This secures the armistice. Looking directly into the Pope's turquoise eyes, Riftan stressed each word as he stated, "What happens next depends on you." "I regretfully lack such power," the Pope admitted quietly. "The Church has never been so divided. How would I hope to keep the nobles of the 7 kingdoms in order when I am unable to unify a fragmented church?" "Yet, you seem to have effectively quelled the Orthodox clerics," Riftan said, frowning. His observations so far indicated that the Pope was an exceptionally resourceful man. Having risen to the papacy by outmaneuvering 13 high priests before the age of 50, he had adeptly led the Council of the 7 Kingdoms without succumbing to the pressures of other monarchs. It puzzled Riftan why such a capable man would portray himself as weak. The Pope offered a bitter smile. "A more accurate description would be that I have reached a temporary truce with them." Turning away to face the altar, his voice grew somber. "As I'm sure you are aware, monsters were hiding in the basilica. Shockingly, they were clerics, officially ordained by the Northern Church." Riftan's eyes widened in surprise. "They were not simply impersonating clerics?" "Correct. Disguised as humans, these monsters infiltrated the priesthood in Balto, a feat only possible because no one suspected monsters could mimic humans so convincingly." The Pope paused to heave a sigh. The Orthodox Church was completely fooled, unknowingly posting these fake clerics in the Grand Basilica of Ossuria. That's how the monsters were able to live amongst us without being caught. "I suppose they are the ones who stole Sector's stone." The Pope nodded. "The Orthodox Church can no longer hold me accountable for that. Not after they sent the monsters into the Grand Basilica to begin with. Accusing me of the theft would only backfire on them. Is that not a fortunate turn for you, Your Holiness? Riftan remarked sardonically. The Pope glared at him. How is that fortunate? Though we are divided, we are ultimately of one body. The Orthodox Church is my brethren, too. If this were to get out, it would discredit the Church as a whole and greatly undermine my authority. In the worst case, it might cause people to lose faith in the Church altogether. The Pope's face clouded with worry. The Church has made innumerable errors. How much longer can we contain the beastly monarchs within the enclosure we call peace? Riftan was struck speechless. While he had been running around like a buffoon, desperately trying to uphold the peace in the Seven Kingdoms, the key supporter of the armistice was close to surrender. May I ask why you are telling me this? He asked bitingly. Dropping his composed mask, he snarled, Are you implying that I should abandon my futile efforts and prepare for war instead? I am asking for your help, the Pope replied, holding his head high with a dignified air. I alone cannot sustain the current order to preserve the armistice, a new symbolic figure is needed to rally the people. A cold silence fell over the room. After blankly staring at the Pope, Riftan shook his head in disbelief. I am just a knight with a small southern estate. What do you expect from me? The people call you the reincarnation of Wigru. I'm not the only one. Yes, but you, Riftan Calypse, are the most celebrated, the Pope stated bluntly. Gerhard Bruston, once the armistice's figurehead, retired years ago. Sigulu Aran is too close to the Livadonian royals, while Leon only moves if it benefits the Church. You, however, are not blindly loyal to your king. Riftan furrowed his brow. Had he ever disobeyed King Reuben's commands? He could not understand how someone could draw such a conclusion when he had dutifully carried out every task entrusted to him by his liege. Most importantly, the Pope added, you are the only one who wants to protect the current order. I cannot think of a better person to serve as the new symbol of the peace agreement. Riftan had to suppress a scoff. It was clear that the Pope had misjudged him. Unlike Sigulu Aran and Leon, who were driven by the broader interest of their kingdom or organization, Riftan's motivations were more personal. His every action was for the benefit of one individual. Still, he did not see a need to correct the Pope's misunderstanding. After all, they shared the same goal. Riftan chose his next words carefully. What exactly do you want me to do? Would you come and look at this? The Pope abruptly turned and strode toward the altar. He lifted the lid of a sarcophagus resting atop it and gestured for Riftan to join him with a nod. Approaching the altar reluctantly, Riftan peered into the sarcophagus, which measured about 3 cubits in length. Instead of human remains, it contained a time-worn hilt, a crude guard, and the blackened pommel of a sword. As he gazed down at the artifact, perplexed, the Pope's voice rang in his ear. This is what remains of Ascalon, the holy sword bestowed by God himself. Legend has it that the blade turned to light when Wigru completed his quests. Riftan snapped his head up in surprise. The Pope brushed the sacred relic with a gloved hand. I intend to bestow it to the champion of this year's swordsmanship tournament. Are you out of your mind? Unfazed by Riftan's impudent remark, the Pope continued calmly, legend also states that the sword will be restored to its full form when held by one deemed worthy. For those yearning for the revival of the Rome Empire, it's an irresistible lure. Riftan met the Pope's suggestion with a silent, intense gaze. I want you to attain Wigru's holy sword, the Pope intoned, win the tournament and declare your staunch support for the armistice before all the royals and nobles. Riftan clenched his jaw. Do I have a say in the matter? The decision is yours, the Pope replied nonchalantly. Should you decline, the sword will likely fall into Richard Preston's hands. If that is God's will, we can only accept. Riftan's response came through clenched teeth. Very well. I shall step onto this stage you've prepared for me. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the Pope's face. After glaring at the man's audacious expression, Riftan added, but don't expect everything to unfold as you plan. If you are defeated, that will also be fate. All I ask is that you do your best. Riftan's gaze returned to the sarcophagus and the relic within. The sword's darkened guard seemed to pulse with a strange aura. After a long, contemplative silence, he slowly nodded. The shocking news that Ascalon would be the prize in this year's swordsmanship tournament spread through the city like wildfire. The citizens buzzed with excitement at the prospect of witnessing Wigru's soul relic firsthand. Knights, inflamed with ambition, saw it as an opportunity to etch their names into legend. While a few voiced their outrage at the idea of such a sacred object being awarded as a prize, they were drowned out by the overwhelming fervor. The excitement reached fever pitch, particularly as renowned knights from across the Seven Kingdoms were currently gathered in Battleborn. Even the typically aloof nobility could not conceal their anticipation for the spectacle of these esteemed warriors clashing in battle. Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 440. I heard Lord Breston's son has already expressed his intention to compete. As Maxie descended a flight of stairs, flanked by her guards, this snippet of conversation reached her from the direction of the pavilion. Intrigued, she paused to listen. What of the Reamdragon Knights? Surely, Sir Riftan is entering as well. Of course. He was the first to declare his participation. His entry alone has caused many lesser contenders to withdraw. A young lady from Wedden leapt up from her seat, her voice brimming with admiration. Without Sir Riftan, the tournament might have dragged on till next year. I bet the other participants already see him as Ascalon's new master. That's not a certainty, a fair-haired noblewoman, likely from the north, interjected with a smirk. The commander of the Knights of Philarin is said to be an even greater warrior than his father, Sir Gerhard Breston. And we cannot forget Sir Sigulurin of the Bolos Royal Knights. This elicited a loud snort from Riftan's admirer. Sir Sigulu has already lost to Sir Riftan. And Sir Richard Breston has not even been honored with the title of Wigru's reincarnation. You seem to be misinformed. Rosam Wigru's name is given to knights who have made great contributions to the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. Having the title does not equate to being the greatest knight. Goodness, I believe it is you who is misinformed. To become Rosam Wigru, one needs a meritorious deed recognized by all and must demonstrate remarkable capabilities. No knight can claim the title of Wigru's reincarnation without the recognition of his peers. Even so, the title does not make someone the strongest knight. Sir Richard may not have earned distinction from the council yet, but when it comes to swordsmanship alone, it's hard to say. Having listened silently, Maxie suddenly turned and walked away. The chatter of Balto's nobles, rooting for their kingdom's knight, only fueled her anxiety. She circled the palace, heading to the annex where the knights were lodged. In a vacant lot in front of the building, the younger members sparred with wooden swords. After glancing around, Maxie swiftly crossed the lot toward the Reamdragon Knights, who were congregated by the kitchen. Ulysseon was the first to notice her, exclaiming cheerfully, "My lady." This drew a multitude of eyes to Maxie. Ignoring the curious stares, she approached the knights and, without any formalities, asked impatiently, "Where is Riftan?" Gable frowned slightly and responded as he oiled his sword. "He is with His Majesty again." Apparently, he was taken aback by the Pope's announcement and summoned the commander early this morning to reprimand him. He was quite upset that Sir Riftan joined the tournament without his consent. Though Maxie had rushed there to chide him for the same reason, she was perturbed to learn that King Reuben had been scolding him. Is the king opposed to Riftan competing in the tournament? Gable shrugged. His Majesty believes it is too risky. If Wedden's champion loses to a knight from another kingdom, it could tarnish his own reputation. His Majesty worries too much, Ulysseon remarked with a smirk, sliding his wooden sword into his belt. No one can beat Sir Riftan. Ascalon might as well be his already. It is not that simple. Maxie whipped her head around at the sudden voice and saw Ruth emerging from the annex. Winning the tournament is a problem in itself, the sorcerer stated grimly. There is no guarantee that Sir Riftan's touch will restore Ascalon. If the sword remains dormant, the spectators will no doubt be disappointed. The opponents of the armistice will use it to argue that Sir Riftan isn't fit to be Ascalon's bearer, damaging his reputation. Isn't that a bit pessimistic? Even if the sword isn't restored, being bestowed with a holy relic is a great honor, Gable pointed out. Ruth, pressing the bridge of his nose in frustration, countered, what good is a flawed artifact? The master of the holy sword must pass God's test. People are interested in whether the sword will be made whole again. If it doesn't, they will conclude that Sir Riftan wasn't chosen by God. That could undermine his support for the armistice. The sorcerer paused, gritting his teeth. The Pope has forced Sir Riftan into an incredibly risky gamble. Maxie's face fell. She had only been worried for Riftan's safety, she had not considered the tournament's aftermath. Clutching at his disheveled hair in irritation, Ruth added, the king is probably giving Sir Riftan several options as we speak. He can either withdraw and let someone else take the risk, or he can win and try his luck. Ursuline broke his silence to retort, that's absurd. Withdrawing now is out of the question. Richard Breston has already entered the tournament. If the commander withdraws now, it will look like he is fleeing. Ruth narrowed his eyes at the knight's adamant face before exhaling deeply. I doubt Sir Riftan will back down now, he conceded, scratching his head roughly. His best bet is to win and then return the sword to the Pope. People might think he is avoiding the test, but he will keep his reputation as the greatest knight on the continent, and his support for the armistice will still hold sway. Ulysses furrowed his brow in bafflement. What makes you so certain Ascalon won't be restored? If the sword accepts Sir Riftan, it will earn him universal praise, which would further strengthen the peace agreement. It's this kind of baseless expectation that's the problem, Ruth exclaimed, his face flushing with frustration at Ulysses' optimism. Sir Riftan has already saved the Rovidan continent from numerous crises. Why must he prove himself again in front of everyone? Do not make him shoulder such a burden. Ulysses winced, sealing his lips shut. After casting a warning glance at the knights, Ruth strode away. Maxie hurried after him. Why did Riftan decide to compete? She asked. From what you said, it seems he has nothing to gain and much to lose. He likely didn't want Ascalon to fall into the hands of the opposition, Ruth explained. It's one thing if Sir Sigulu wins it, but if Richard Breston claims the sword, all our efforts might be undone. Do you mean Richard Breston could defeat Sir Sigulu? Maxie asked, her expression turning bleak. In pure combat skill, they are nearly equal. Maxie's eyes widened. Though she had witnessed the Northerners' prowess in battle, she had not imagined him a match for Wigru's reincarnation. The Baldonians inherited the strength of the ancient giants, Ruth said with a sigh. The House of Breston, with their strong Seraphim lineage, is particularly formidable. In sheer strength, he would not be defeated by any of Wigru's reincarnations. But, Maxie cried out, struggling to accept this. Hasn't Riftan been able to subdue that beastly man many times? That's because Sir Riftan's skills surpass even the reincarnations, Ruth replied flatly. With Sir Riftan being well aware of this, he must have felt his involvement was crucial to prevent the worst-case scenario. Despite Ruth's confidence in Riftan's victory, Maxie could not shake her worry. Richard Breston would surely come at her husband with everything he had. The image of the Northerner swinging a massive sword in one hand made her shiver. What if Riftan got injured despite his skills? Her husband faced a veritable beast in human clothing, one capable of resorting to underhanded tactics. Anxiously gnawing her lip, Maxie put a stop to her spiraling thoughts. A tournament was not a battlefield. Riftan would receive prompt treatment if he were to get injured. The true challenge, as Ruth had pointed out, lay in the aftermath. The disappointment in the stadium would be palpable if Riftan returned Ascalon to the Pope untouched. But if he were to touch it? Maxie bit her lip. The truth was, she was more afraid of the sword becoming whole. Under the oak tree. Chapter 441. Riftan already had too much on his shoulders. Did he need to bear the weight of the holy sword as well? Maxie's selfish wish was for him to remain her husband, not a hero burdened with the fate of the Rovidan continent. I'm sure Riftan is thinking the same about returning the sword, she said. Sir Riftan is a thoroughly pragmatic person. He would not take such a risk for some unproven legend, Ruth replied. Maxie furrowed her brow at his vague answer. So you have heard nothing from him? Has he ever been one to explain his decisions? Ruth said cynically. Like your ladyship, I haven't seen Sir Riftan in a while. From what I gather, he has been busy meeting with prominent nobles of the kingdoms. Even so, he could have discussed it with us, before or even after deciding. I don't see how that is so difficult. Don't expect such consideration from him, Ruth replied, huffing at the lock of hair flopped over his forehead. Sir Riftan is used to making decisions independently. He is not one to share his every move. That's been his way of life until now, so it's unreasonable to expect change overnight. Do not hold it against him, my lady. Try to be understanding. Ruth's words struck her, making her feel like a petty child. Her cheeks warmed with embarrassment. Riftan had always made efforts to accept her, yet here she was, demanding him to change further for her sake. I understand, Maxie said, her shoulders slumping in defeat. With things as they are, you should wish for his success. I have no doubt your support would motivate him, Ruth advised, patting her shoulder. Maxie forced a smile. Riftan had accepted her as a mage. Now, it was her turn to accept his calling as a knight. As high-ranking knights bypassed the preliminaries, Riftan's first duel took place long after the tournament had begun. After nervously looking around the waiting room, Maxie sucked in a breath when she spotted him sitting against the wall, polishing his sword. He was not in full armor yet, but his presence was more commanding than those who were. His steel-like muscles flexed beneath his thin tunic in sync with the movements of his long arms. The pauldron on his shoulder caught the light, glinting brightly. For someone about to compete in a major tournament, Riftan's face was shockingly impassive, bordering on boredom. His eyes showed not a hint of excitement or nerves. As Maxi was observing Riftan's stony expression, two young servants approached him with a set of plate armor. "We have finished polishing your armor, Sir Riftan." Riftan sheathed his sword and slowly rose. The servants promptly set to work, strapping a breastplate over his chest while he fitted his vambrace and gauntlet. The scene felt like a solemn ritual. Noticing Maxi lingering by the entrance, Garrow said cautiously, "Won't you go talk to him, my lady?" After a brief hesitation, Maxi slowly crossed the waiting room. Riftan frowned when he finally spotted her. "Why are you here?" He dismissed the two squires and strode over, clearly unhappy she was at the stadium. Maxi swallowed a sigh. Ever since the abduction attempt, he had been wary of her being in crowded places. Ignoring his reproving look, she slipped her hand into her coat. "I wanted to give you something before your match." She pulled out a neatly folded handkerchief. "I planned to give it to you this morning. But you left before dawn, and I was forced to seek you out here. It's been extremely difficult to see my husband of late." Riftan cocked a brow at her sarcastic tone. He seemed pained, given that his absence was not his choice. Nevertheless, it was a valid complaint. Over the past few days, she had only seen him briefly upon waking. Suppressing her simmering anger, she said sharply, "Well? Give me your arm." Riftan sighed and offered his hand. Maxi secured the white handkerchief around his gleaming gauntlet. "It's a charm for victory. I could not let you be the only one. Without one." After wordlessly gazing down at his wrist, Riftan's eyes swept across the room. Only then did he seem to notice the other knight's handkerchiefs. Returning to his wrist, he finally muttered, "Thank you." Maxi frowned at his disappointingly tepid reaction. "Is it not to your liking?" "It's not that," he answered quickly. Yet, his brow remained stubbornly creased. He brushed the handkerchief and mumbled, "I'm worried it will get stained." "Then I will get you a new one. Don't worry about." Her words were cut short by the blast of a trumpet outside, signaling the start of the tournament. A young cleric burst into the waiting room. "Sir Riftan, Sir Barrett, please get ready. You will be fighting the first match." Maxi's throat felt dry, her stomach tying itself into knots as if she were the one about to enter the stadium. In contrast, Riftan was the picture of calm. Picking up his helmet, he said to her, "Don't even think about going elsewhere. Head back to the palace." Maxi regarded him incredulously. "Why you want me to go without watching the match, when I'm already here? There won't be anything to watch. Crowds are dangerous, so I want you to return. And no, I want to support. Sir Riftan. You must enter the stadium now." At the cleric's call, Riftan turned toward the entrance. Maxi's disgruntled expression became worried when she spotted his towering opponent, unmistakably a northerner. "Please be careful," she said, hurrying after Riftan. "Don't worry. I will do my best not to get any blood on it," he replied as he donned his helmet. Maxi was confused by his answer, until she realized he was referring to the handkerchief. Her frown quickly turned into a scowl. "I'm not worried about that. It is you." Before she could finish, Riftan pulled her toward him by the waist and planted a brief but firm kiss on her lips. Then, before she could react, he strode off. Still reeling, Maxi watched him leave before she felt the glances directed at her. She hurriedly left the waiting room, blushing furiously. It was exasperating. How was he so composed when she was sick with worry? She frantically fanned her burning face as she made her way to the stands. Garrow, who had been quietly trailing her, asked worriedly, "My lady, are we not returning to the palace as Sir Riftan instructed?" "Oh, of course not. What would people think if I was absent during my husband's match?" Maxi replied with a snort. As she emerged from the long corridor, the crowd's roar indicated that the match had begun. Growing impatient, Maxi rushed up the stairs and through the arched passageway. The stadium was a sea of excited spectators, all chanting Riftan's name. Peering down at the circular arena, she was met with a confusing sight. The giant man, Barrett, was sprawled on the ground. Riftan was nowhere to be seen. She turned to Garrow, bewildered. "What happened? Where is Max?" "You're here." Maxi whipped her head toward the voice. Sitina, Annette, and the Godric twins were nearby, watching the tournament. As Maxie made her way through the packed stands to get to them, Dean Godric's voice rose above the frenzied cheering. "Your husband is amazing." The match ended as soon as it began. "It was so fast, I barely caught it." The match is already over?" Maxie asked numbly. This time, Sidina's excited voice answered, "It was spectacular. Sir Riftan sent that huge man flying the moment he drew his sword. It was like magic." Maxie, momentarily lost for words, glanced down at the arena. It dawned on her how ridiculous her worries had been. No wonder Riftan had not taken her pleas for caution seriously. That day, he fought a total of 3 matches, with none lasting more than a minute. "I overheard someone say Sir Riftan has always been known for his swift victories." Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 442. As Maxie left the stands in a daze, Sidina's animated voice broke through her thoughts. Sir Riftan's feats had become a sort of legend here in Balborn. Think about it. He burst onto the scene like a comet, winning Sir Con Miguel's sword in a tournament. He bested the strongest knights with ease. Then, after more than a decade, having won the name of Rosam Wigru, he returns to become the Ascalon's new bearer. Doesn't it sound like an epic? His story is the talk of every tavern. Maxie turns to Sidina in surprise. She knew Riftan's bastard sword was among the most prized in the 7 kingdoms, but she had not realized it belonged to one of Darien the Monarch's 12 knights. She swallowed hard, scanning the crowd at the exit. Everyone's faces were alight with excitement, as if they were about to witness a myth come to life. Maxie's heart sank. Just then, a large hand shot out from behind a pillar. She shrieked, startled, then recognized the familiar scent. She looked up into her husband's bronze, chiseled face. "Our Riftan." Pulling her close to him, Riftan told Garrow, "You are dismissed. Escort the mages to their quarters." He then turned and walked away without waiting for a reply. Maxie, puzzled, followed him like a goat tethered to a leash. Where was he taking her? He walked along the stadium wall, then veered into a secluded alley. Maxie anxiously glanced left and right. What is it? Where are we going in such a hurry?" The rest of her words were muffled by a kiss. Maxie's eyes widened in surprise. Riftan lifted her off the ground, kissing her with the hunger of a man starved for days. This passion was a stark contrast to the brief peck they had shared earlier, almost making her wonder if this was the same man who had walked away. Moaning, Maxie clutched his coat. His tongue, hot and insistent, tangled deeply with hers. When she tried to pull back for air, his lips tenaciously followed. She pushed against his shoulders, but he only sighed in impatience, pressing her firmly against the wall and nibbling her lower lip. "Stop moving," he muttered, deepening the kiss. Feeling dizzy, Maxie closed her eyes. The sounds of their fervent kiss filled her ears. Each brush of his hot tongue sent tingles down her nape, and her heart was close to bursting. It was only when she felt on the verge of fainting that Riftan withdrew. "You must remember to breathe," he said. Flushed and heaving, Maxie shot him an incredulous look. I would, if you would let me." "I am letting you now. Breathe as much as you like," he replied with a benevolent air before bringing his mouth down to her neck. Flustered, Maxie quickly glanced around. They were in a narrow alley, surrounded by empty cargo boxes and stacks of wood. There was no way to tell what these supplies were for. Clearly, this place was not frequented, but there was always the possibility of someone walking in. Maxie beat her fist against his shoulder. "Why, you must stop now. We are in public, what are you thinking?" Riftan stopped nibbling on her earlobe to growl, "I was restraining myself just fine until you provoked me." Exasperation rose on Maxie's face. How exactly did I provoke you? And, I don't remember asking you to restrain yourself. Is that your response to your husband, who's been desperately trying not to disturb your sleep? I never asked you to be so considerate." Riftan narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" His ominous tone snapped Maxie to her senses. Realizing she was pushing a man already at the edge of his patience, she quickly stopped his roaming hands from slipping inside her coat. "And not now. Later. I don't want to do it here." Still, stroking her breast over her thin, silk dress, Riftan furrowed his brow. He looked conflicted. The frustration from his unmet desire was clearly at its peak. Despite his labored breathing and the lust in his eyes, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Then, with a groan, he thumped his forehead against the wall. Maxie could not help but laugh. The sight of this formidable knight acting like a disappointed child was amusing. Feeling more at ease, she kissed his cheek. "Be patient a little longer. It is your strong suit, after all. Riftan's face was stern as he asked, "Are you aware that you are becoming more wicked by the day?" With a smile, Maxi kissed his other cheek. He glared at her, his frustration still evident, then raked his fingers through his hair and stepped back. "Go ahead. Tease me all you want. Just know that I'll return it tenfold tonight." Maxi chuckled to show that she was not afraid. "I look forward to it." After giving her an irritated look, Riftan let out a small sigh and helped rearrange her clothes. They emerged from the alley onto the deserted street. The sky was stained red with the setting sun, and the shops along the road were closing. While passing the square, Maxi noticed the large tavern and several brawny war horses tethered behind a fence. She was examining the horses, wondering if knights were inside enjoying an evening out, when she heard carousing nearby. Turning, she saw Richard Breston and his men sitting around a table in the tavern yard. She quickly tugged on Riftan's arm. Let's go," she urged. Riftan, who was quietly observing them, obediently followed her lead. "Look, who it is," a Johnny voice called out behind them. "The man who's the talk of the city." Maxi stifled a groan. Of all people, it was Richard Breston who had spotted them. Leaning against the tavern fence, Breston began talking with a clear agenda to provoke them, his breath reeking of wine. "But why is the invincible knight avoiding me like a coward? Why would anyone willingly step on filth?" Riftan replied. "Good Lord, why the anger? Even I'm smiling after the table I prepared was overturned right before my eyes." As Breston shrugged and roared with laughter, Maxi felt a chill run down her spine. The man was clearly not in his right mind. "I ignore him," she whispered to Riftan. "Don't worry. I don't plan on causing a scene here," Riftan replied reassuringly before leading them in the other direction. However, Breston had no intention of stopping. "That reminds me," he shouted after them. "I've been matched with that dog of yours tomorrow." Riftan halted before turning to face Breston. After gulping from his tankard, the northerner slurred, "Apologies in advance. Someone's got me in a foul mood. With all this rage, I might accidentally cripple my opponent." "You can try," Riftan replied, his voice chillingly gentle. "Just know I will do accidentally the same to you." Richard Breston's smile remained despite the menacing threat. Chuckling, he raised his tankard. "Ah, how thrilling. Thanks to someone, I have nothing to lose now." Riftan regarded the man with a menacing look before walking away. Who was his opponent? Maxi asked urgently. From his description, either Rover or Nertha, Riftan answered through clenched teeth. There were simply too many participants to be sure. Maxi glanced around before saying cautiously, "Should we not advise them to forfeit? Who knows what that man will?" "Are you suggesting I insult my men?" Riftan's lips twisted into a sardonic smile. "Do I tell them to back down if they don't want to get hurt? Because Richard Breston holds a grudge against me? I doubt they will listen. There's no need to be sarcastic. I am just worried." Riftan sighed. "They are not swordsmen who would get themselves thrashed. You needn't worry." After wordlessly regarding his face, Maxi turned her gaze to the stadium. The circular edifice was now bathed in the red hues of the sunset. She squeezed Riftan's hand, trying to dispel her fears. The following day, the stadium was packed with an even larger crowd. Unable to find seats in the general area, Maxi wove through the throngs of spectators, heading toward the seats reserved for nobility. She tried to estimate the number of people as she walked. By her rough count, over 10,000 had turned up to watch the tournament. It was truly a daunting sight. Under the oak tree. Chapter 443. The crowd was overwhelming. Maxi took in the sight for a while before making her way toward the flag of Wedden. As she approached, some of the nobles directed curious glances at her. She pretended not to notice the noble women's overly familiar greetings and sat down in one of the empty seats. Socializing was the last thing she wanted to do. "Would you care for a refreshment, my lady?" Gable, her escort for the day, gestured towards a nearby table as he spoke. Its marble surface was beautifully laden with silver jugs, goblets, flowers, and trays of fruit and bread spread with honey and cream. Maxi furrowed her brow, repulsed at the idea of eating while watching a bloody spectacle. "And no, thank you. Could you check on today's matches for me instead?" "I have already sent someone for that, my lady," Gable responded, picking up one of the silver goblets and offering it to her, seemingly deaf to her refusal. Maxi reluctantly accepted the drink, a blend of goat's milk and honey. She took a few sips before her attention returned to the arena. A man, richly dressed and likely an administrator, was perusing a thick stack of parchment. Maxie guessed he was confirming the names for today's events. Fixating on the parchment in his hands, she wondered about the matches. Though high-ranking clerics and their acquaintances often knew the details in advance, it was customary to announce the matches on the day they occurred. Anxiously swirling her goblet, Maxie waited. As she sat there, her attention was suddenly drawn to a knight in a blue cloak, ascending the stairs. She quickly stood up. "Garrow." "My lady," the young knight greeted, bowing respectfully. Eschewing formalities, Maxie asked, "Have you checked the matches? I am at least certain that Ulysses is participating." Maxie swallowed back a groan. "Then, there is no question that he will be facing Richard Breston today." "Not necessarily, my lady. Everyone has been acting independently since arriving in Balborn, so we don't know how many of us entered." Garrow sighed, then said, "It is highly likely that Sir Baron is participating as well. The man would never pass on such." "I doubt he has the time with that new lover of his," Gable cut in. He was munching on a green apple, and he wiped the juice from his mouth before adding, "He's gotten himself entangled with another strong-willed woman, whom he has promised to spend the rest of his time in Balborn with. No one's seen him for days." Tossing the seeds into a bowl, the knight added apathetically, "He is likely enjoying himself in some noble woman's bed." Maxie grimaced. She was not interested in hearing about the knight's private life in such detail. "Who else is participating?" she asked, changing the subject. "Some lower-ranking knights have joined to gain experience, but it seems none made it past the third round. Unfortunately, I couldn't confirm." Garrow's words were drowned out by trumpets blaring, and Maxie looked toward the arena. The man with the list of participants climbed onto a podium and announced, "The first match will be between Sir Nelanthus of Arx's Royal Guard and Sir Edwin Bola of the Bolos Royal Knights. May the knights enter the arena." Maxie released a deflated sigh. Disappointment also rose on the faces of the audience. They had come to see the matches of Wigru's reincarnations, so the other knights were of little interest to them. Yet, as the two men unsheathed their swords, the mood shifted. Both knights were skilled swordsmen representing their respective kingdoms, and their intense duel soon captivated the stadium. Maxie watched the match with bated breath. Sparks flew as blades clashed and dust rose underfoot. The knights were so fast that it was becoming increasingly difficult to tell who was who, forcing Maxie to concentrate intensely to follow their movements. The fierce duel reached its climax when the quicker knight drove his sword into his opponent's shoulder. Gasps erupted around the stadium. The blade pierced through the armor and protruded from the man's back. The defeated knight dropped his sword, and a trumpet sounded to signal the end of the match. "Sir Nelanthus is the victor." Maxie clutched her pounding chest as clerics rushed into the arena. She felt her stomach turn at the sight of the defeated knight's blood. "You look pale, my lady. Shall I escort you back to your room?" Gable asked worriedly. Maxie shook her head. I am fine. I'm just not accustomed to the suspense, since I've only watched Riftan's matches." "I suppose the commander's matches are quite brief," Gable said with a knowing smile. Maxie tried to look unaffected as she shrugged. She did not wish to appear faint-hearted. She pretended to take a sip from her goblet to compose her expression. Soon, the administrator returned to the podium. "Up next is someone you have all been waiting for. Rosam Wigru Daran, the champion of Levedon and commander of the Bolos Royal Knights." All around the stands, the noble women's eyes sparkled, and the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. The administrator waited for the noise to die down before announcing Sir Sajulu's opponent. Facing him is none other than Ulysses, rover of the Reamdragon Knights. "May the knights enter the arena." Maxie's eyes widened. She whipped her head to Garrow and Gable, who looked equally surprised. Turning her attention back to the arena, she saw Sajulu Aran in heavy black armor and Ulysses in silver gray. They entered side by side. Then who is Richard Breston's opponent? Maxie was knitting her brow in confusion when another trumpet blast announced the start of the match. She instinctively covered her ears at the loud clash of the knight's initial charge. Overawed by the incredible noise, she momentarily forgot to breathe. Each collision stirred gusts of dirt, leaving impressions in the ground. It was like watching two colossal steel beasts battling in the arena. "He won't last long at this rate," Gable remarked, startling Maxie. She stopped gaping and glanced at Gable. To her, the two appeared to be evenly matched, with Ulysses even appearing to have the upper hand. His ferocious sword swings were truly frightening to behold. As if reading her thoughts, Gable explained with a bitter smile, "None of Ulysses' attacks have been effective. Sir Sajulu, on the other hand, has been dodging his blows while strategically landing his own. The match will be over soon if this carries on. Maxi refocused on the arena, where Ulysseon's movements had indeed begun to slow. She noticed spots of blood on his armor, a sure sign of his waning strength. Thankfully, it did not seem like the young knight was seriously injured, though his attacks had lost their earlier ferocity. Growing anxious, Maxi asked, "Why, isn't he yielding? With that temper of his? That would be the last thing he'd do, my lady," Gable replied, shaking his head. To him, a duel only ends when one combatant can no longer fight. He's determined to fight to the end. Maxi frowned, puzzled. Even to her untrained eye, the match's outcome seemed inevitable, yet Ulysseon refused to acknowledge it. After distancing himself to catch his breath, the young knight poised his sword once again. A few seconds later, he charged like a cannonball. The impact of the collision sent a dense cloud of dust swirling, forcing Maxi to shield her face with her coat. The dust soon settled. Ulysseon was on his knees, Sajuluaran's blade poised beneath his helmet. The older knight's deep voice reverberated in the hushed stadium. "Do you yield?" After stubbornly clutching his sword with both of his hands, Ulysseon spat out through gritted teeth, "I yield." "Good grief," Sajulu said as he withdrew his blade. He gave a hearty laugh. "You are much more fierce than you look." He helped Ulysseon to his feet, shaking his head. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Under the oak tree. Chapter 444. Maxi studied Ulysseon's face with concern. More than his wounds, it was the sting of defeat that appeared to trouble him. Carrying his helmet at his side, Ulysseon glared at the victor before storming out of the arena. "Will you excuse me for a moment, my lady?" Garo asked as he watched his friend leave. Maxi nodded eagerly. "Are you going to Ulysseon? Let me go with you." "No, my lady," Garo said quickly. "You should stay. It will be Sir Riftan's match soon." Maxi was already rising from her seat when she awkwardly froze at his firm refusal. Gable placed a hand on her shoulder. "Please think of the lad's pride, my lady. Rover would be embarrassed to see you in his current state." "What is there to be embarrassed about? Did he not fight bravely against Levadan's champion?" Maxi protested, but she settled back into her seat nonetheless. Garo gave a respectful nod before descending the stairs. Maxi watched him go when suddenly, the trumpet sounded, announcing the start of the next match. She redirected her attention to the arena as the administrator introduced the new contenders, a young knight from Wedden's Royal Knights and one from Balto's Southern Confederacy. The third match of the day began. Despite their evident skill, the duel failed to captivate the audience, which was still reeling from the intensity of the previous fight. Maxi's eyes swept across the noble women, who were speculating about the next contenders, then over the audience. Occasional cheers rose from the stands, but the earlier excitement had faded. Finally, the match ended with a lackluster reception. "Sir Varus Hector is the victor," the administrator announced from the podium. The audience offered light applause. The knights quietly left the arena, seemingly unfazed by the crowd's tepid reaction. Without delay, the administrator announced the participants of the next match. Entering the fourth match is the commander of the Knights of Philaron, Sir Richard Breston. The noble's bored expression shifted to keen interest at the mention of Richard Breston. Bunching her skirt, Maxi craned her neck over the balustrade. As hushed anticipation fell over the stadium, the administrator shouted, and his opponent, none other than Sir Ursuline Ricato of the Reamdragon Knights. Gasping, Maxi whipped her head around, half expecting she had misheard. But Gable's equally shocked face confirmed it. Her eyes snapped back to the arena. Ursuline Ricato, resplendent in Reamdragon Knight armor, followed a colossal figure, clad in heavy steel. Maxi held back a groan. Ursuline looked small next to the northerner, who towered over him by at least 2 heshes, approx 24 centimeters, and nearly doubled his size. Maxi seized Gable's arm. "We must stop the match." "Stay calm, my lady," Gable said evenly. "This is an official duel. Unless Sir Ursuline forfeits, no one can stop it." But the man openly declared that he would not honor the knight's code. Who knows what he intends to do? Sir Ursuline is quite adept at fighting against bigger opponents. He will not be beaten so easily. Even so. Before she could finish, the trumpet announced the start of the match. Maxi looks down at the arena with a horrified expression. Drawing their swords, the knights briefly exchanged cautious glances before simultaneously charging at each other. Maxi squeezed her eyes shut, unable to bear the sight of what seemed like a cat challenging a tiger. An instant later, the sharp clang of clashing blades jolted Maxie. She flinched, her shoulders tensing. Time seemed to stretch on forever, but the trumpet signaling the end of the match was stubbornly silent. Mustering her courage, Maxie opened her eyes. There was Richard Breston, brandishing his massive white six-cavet sword, approx 180 centimeters. Her initial terror quickly gave way to awe as she realized that none of his heavy strikes were landing. As if by magic, Ursuline, with his 5-cavet blade, was skillfully parrying his opponent's greatsword. Notice how Sir Ursuline swings 3 times for every one of his opponents. Gable explained, smiling. It's that speed that allows him to match Sir Hebron. At that moment, Ursuline's blade moved in a blur, deflecting the Northerner's powerful attack. His arms were a whirlwind, giving the illusion of 3 swords striking at once. Maxie shifted in excitement. Though she knew that Ursuline was among the best within the Reamdragon Knights, she had not expected him to be on par with Balto's champion. Her eyes twinkled as she turned to Gable and shook his arm. Did you see that? It was truly amazing. And against someone twice his size. Then, in a sudden burst of movement, Ursuline lunged. The Northerner, caught off guard, reacted a second too late. The swift blade found its mark, piercing through Breston's shoulder. A collective gasp rippled through the stadium. It seemed incomprehensible that Balto's celebrated knight would fall in the 4th round. A triumphant smile rose on Maxie's lips. With this defeat, the prestige of the Knights of Phileron was effectively tarnished. The arrogant man would no longer be able to maintain his imperious ways. However, her smile quickly faded when she noticed Breston's shoulders shaking. Is he laughing? A chill ran down her spine. Confused, Maxie's eyes darted to the podium. Why were they not ending the match? She was about to protest when the Northerner gripped the blade penetrating his shoulder. You do know the match isn't over unless one of us yields or drops his sword, don't you? What do? So hold on tight. With that, the giant raised his greatsword. And, seemingly unconcerned about his wound, struck Ursuline on the side of his head with the hilt. Cries of shock erupted all over the stadium. But the Northerner seemed far from done. He repeatedly hit Ursuline's temple, each blow resonating with a chilling thud. Though Ursuline tried to pull back, Breston had his blade in an iron grip. Oi, oi, oi. Stay sharp, Breston bellowed as he continued to rain down blows. It's your loss if you let go of that sword. You're not going to give up that easily, are you? Maxie covered her mouth in horror. The sound of cruel laughter mixed with heavy thuds filled the stadium. Despite Ursuline's desperate attempts to wriggle free, the stark reality was apparent: Richard Breston was stronger. Finally, Ursuline managed to release one of his hands, but Breston appeared disinclined to end the match there. The Northerner grabbed Ursuline's hand and yanked the blade from his own shoulder. Blood spurted like a fountain, yet the man, seemingly impervious to pain, switched sword hands and lunged forward with the force of a thunderbolt. Ursuline, hastily trying to retreat, was a fraction too slow. The Northerner's blade sliced diagonally, embedding deeply into Ursuline's arm. Maxie screamed at the horrific sight. Though Ursuline had managed to keep his limb, the damage to his bone and nerves was evident. In agony, he let his sword fall. Sir Richard Breston is the victor. The administrator's voice rang out. Clerics promptly rushed into the arena. After looking on with an ashen face, Maxie sprang from her seat. If not treated properly, Ursuline could lose the use of his arm forever. She dashed into the arena and elbowed her way past the converging clerics. Seeing the hierarch bend over Ursuline, attempting to heal his arm, she roughly shoved the man's hand away. You could cripple him if you don't connect the bones, muscles, and nerves properly. We must inspect the wound first. Is there anything to stop the bleeding? The startled young cleric hurriedly removed his belt and offered it to her. Maxie snatched it from him and strapped it above the knight's wound. Soon, the bleeding stopped. The clerics stood awkwardly around her, unsure of what to do next. We must get him to the infirmary, Maxie said impatiently. Ursuline, his face as white as a ghost, finally spoke through clenched teeth. I can walk there myself. When he attempted to rise, Maxie firmly stopped him. No. You could aggravate your wound. Humiliation flashed across the knight's face, but Maxie knew her priority. His arm needed immediate and proper care, his pride would have to wait. She stepped aside, allowing the clerics to move him to the infirmary. Moments later, as he was brought in on a stretcher, Ruth directed them to a cot. Put him here. A wave of relief washed over Maxie as soon as she spotted Ruth. The ever-prepared sorcerer began setting out various medicines and tools next to the bed, issuing instructions as he did so. I will heal the wound. I need the clerics to remove his armor. My lady, please take a look at his head injury. Maxie promptly removed the knight's dented helmet, revealing his bloodied head. The gruesome sight filled her with rage. How could a man do this to another? Suppressing her anger, she grabbed a clean linen and gently began to wipe the blood from Ursuline's forehead and temple. The helmet had saved his skull from fracturing, but a deep cut marred his temple, and there were dark bruises on his cheekbone. After carefully inspecting his wounds, Maxie healed them with magic. Meanwhile, Ruth used a peculiar device to stitch Ursuline's arm. She watched anxiously until a somber voice interrupted her thoughts. Will he be able to wield a sword again? Startled, Maxie looked up to see Riftan. Ruth searched the commander's impassive face as if trying to gauge his thoughts. He said calmly, I cannot promise anything. There was a pause. I see, Riftan replied. Then, he spun on his heel and left the infirmary. A wave of anxiety overwhelmed Maxie, and she hurried after him. Out in the waiting room, Richard Preston was getting his shoulder treated. He sneered upon seeing Riftan. Leaning against the wall, he taunted, I've never seen that face on you before. Is your dog's condition worse than you thought? Under the oak tree. Chapter 445. Maxie glowered furiously at Richard Preston. Despite having wielded a massive greatsword with a blade lodged in his shoulder, the man looked infuriatingly relaxed. He leisurely drank from a wine bottle as a hierarch tended to his wound. I did overdo it a bit, didn't I? Preston said lazily, taking a swig. Tell your friend I feel bad for crippling him. The room fell into a tense silence. Everyone seemed to be holding their breaths. Riftan advanced slowly toward Preston, his intent clear. Maxie reached out to stop him, but Gable blocked her, shaking his head. My lady, please, you must stay out of this. But even Riftan would not escape punishment if he were to draw blood here. She was about to say as much when Riftan spoke in an unexpectedly steady voice. Whatever you just did cannot be called a duel. Maxie's eyes snapped to her husband. Looking at Preston, Riftan asked in a chillingly calm tone, do you so badly want to fight me that you'd tarnish your honor? Only realizing that now, are you? You're more dim-witted than I thought. Leaning forward, Preston gave Riftan a ferocious smile. You'll end up like that little pup of yours if you expect to have an honorable duel with me, Calypso. I plan to fight like a dog. He growled, hound-like, then erupted into laughter. His demeanor was so eerie that Maxie involuntarily took a step back. Preston grabbed the hilt of his greatsword, which was propped against the wall. Shall we do it right now? Any time is fine with me. Riftan's impassive eyes bore into the man's face. After a moment of stifling silence, a trumpet blast announced the next match. The next round is between Sir Riftan and Sir Lionel. May the knights enter the arena. The administrator called. The tension in the room eased slightly. Unfolding his arms, Riftan let out a dry chuckle. I think I can bear to wait another day. As he turned toward the arena entrance, he added coldly, my sword is much more precise than yours, Preston. You'll regret ignoring my warning. I am terrified, Preston sneered, leaning back against the wall. Riftan looked at him, eyes flashing, before heading to the arena. Maxie almost followed but stopped herself with great effort. Right now, she knew even telling her husband to be careful might give Preston more fodder for his taunts. Biting her lip, she shot a glare at the northerner, then turned toward the infirmary. Though she was confident in Riftan's skills, she could not bear to watch him fight at the moment. The day had been filled with enough suspense and shock. She tried to block out the roaring cheers behind her as she sought Ruth. Assisting with healing would be better than sitting in the stands, paralyzed with fear. After checking on the pale-faced Ursuline, Maxie began searching for clean towels and hot water. After his final match of the day, Riftan immediately left the arena for the infirmary. When he got there, however, Ursuline was nowhere to be seen. After scanning the room, he pivoted to leave, only to halt at the sound of Siguluran's voice behind him. Your mage took him to the basilica. The treatment apparently went well. Riftan turned to face Siguluran, who was leaning casually against a column, dressed in the crimson battle gear of the Bolos Royal Knights. Mind if we talk for a moment? Sigulu asked. I'm not in the mood, Riftan said frostily before stalking down the corridor. Sigulu followed, sighing heavily. Very well. I will do the talking, you listen. Riftan said nothing as he marched down the corridor, where the glow of sunset was streaming in. Falling into step beside him, Sichulu said, "You and I will be facing each other in the semi-finals tomorrow. It seems the Pope doubts my chances against Richard Breston." He snorted loudly before continuing, "The Council cannot risk their reincarnation of Wigru being defeated by an opponent of the armistice. The Pope's grand scheme is for you to defeat me in the semi-finals, then take down Breston in the final. And your point is?" They stopped by the back gate. The stadium was nearly empty, leaving them alone in the dim, shadowy passageway. A heavy silence settled around them. Leaning against a column, Sichulu said seriously, "This tournament must be a dignified event. As such, I hope you will adhere to the code of chivalry to the end." "I didn't expect such soft words from you," Riftan replied with a wry smile. "You needn't fear. I won't ruin that comely face of yours in front of an audience." Sichulu shook his head, laughing dryly. "How kind. But it is not me I'm asking you to spare, it's Richard Breston. No matter how vile he is, I bid you to uphold your knightly honor." Riftan's gaze turned icy. "I had no idea you were so fond of him." "I don't make this request for his sake," Sichulu replied, his gaze intense. "You've seen it yourself, that man blatantly disregards the code of chivalry. No doubt he wants to turn the tournament into some back alley brawl. You mustn't stoop to his level." "And why not?" Riftan asked with a cold smile. "He threatened my wife and tried to cripple my knight, all to provoke me. I have tolerated him long enough. I see no reason to continue doing so." "Don't you?" Sichulu straightened himself. "The Grand Basilica of Ossuria is hosting this tournament to promote unity among the Seven Kingdoms. They're also using Wigru's myth to win back the public's trust. Richard Breston wants to sabotage all that. He's purposely provoking you to turn this whole affair into a disgraceful spectacle." When no reply came, Sichulu's face hardened as he realized Riftan still wanted to retaliate despite knowing Breston's intention. "You told me you would protect the armistice," Sichulu pressed. "Richard Breston is the son of Balto's greatest hero. Do you think Gerhard Breston will continue to support the armistice if his heir is killed or crippled at a tournament hosted by the Grand Basilica? Breston started this. Only he should be held responsible for his actions. A parent's judgment is clouded when it comes to their children. Their relationship may be strained, but Gerhard Breston cares very much for his son. It would be unwise to make an enemy of such a man." Riftan scowled. Logically, he knew Sichulu was right, but his boiling anger made it hard to accept this reasoning. Noting Riftan's unyielding expression, Sichulu shook his head. "If you are bent on drawing blood, then I am left with only one option. I will have to defeat you to compete in the finals myself." Riftan's lips twitched. "Didn't you come to convince me because you know that's not possible?" Sichulu snorted loudly. "While I will admit your skills surpass mine, I've never considered beating you an impossibility. Anything can happen in a competition." Riftan studied him, somewhat surprised by the man's confidence despite acknowledging his opponent's superior skills. After patting Riftan's shoulder, Sichulu turned toward the exit. "Just you wait. I shall bring you down a peg or two." With that, Sichulu walked away. Riftan watched him leave before making his way to the stable. As soon as Riftan entered the knight's accommodation, the lively chatter in the hall ceased abruptly. His eyes swept over the knights gathered around tables for a late dinner before he proceeded to the stairs. High-ranking knights were assigned private rooms on the second and third floors of the annex. He walked down the long, illuminated corridor and finally knocked on the door at the end. Knowing Ursuline's dislike for noise, it was more than likely that this was his room. Inside, the room was unsurprisingly neat. Riftan squinted into the dimness, his eyes adjusting to see Maxie sitting by a large bed. Despite knowing she was there to tend to the wounded, it irked him to find his wife in another man's chamber. He approached and gently placed a hand on her slender shoulder. She looked up at him, her expression weary. His petty jealousy dissolved at the sight of her ashen face. Glancing at Ursuline, who lay on the bed as still as a corpse, he asked grimly, "Is he badly hurt?" "Is his arm?" "And no, he is all right," Maxie replied in a hushed whisper. "The treatment was successful, but it will take time for him to regain full use of his arm. A major muscle was severed, and the nerves connected to his fingers were damaged, so there might be." She faltered, and Riftan frowned when he noticed the tears welling in her eyes. "You look tired. Where is Ruth Serbal?" he asked. Taking a brief rest. "He used a lot of mana healing, Sir Ursuline." Rubbing her misty eyes, Maxie hastily got to her feet. "Shall we step outside?" I finally managed to get him to sleep with some sleeping draught. Because he refused to stay in bed. Riftan allowed himself to be led out of the room. "How about you?" she asked. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "Unscathed, as you can see," he said, stepping into the light and spreading his arms for a thorough inspection. Maxie carefully swept her eyes over him, then sighed in relief. The sight warmed him deeply as if he had a stomach full of strong wine. Her fretting stirred both sympathy and tenderness in him. He leaned in, pressing his forehead against her pale one, and wrapped his arms around her slender, slightly cold shoulders. The faint scent of herbs and firewood clung to her cloud-like curls. "Today must have been hard," he said, gently patting her rigid back. "Ruth did most of the work. I merely assisted." Her voice was strained, and she rested her head on his shoulder as she spoke. Riftan stroked her hair soothingly. "This will all be over tomorrow. If something like this happens again, I promise you will never have to tend to my wounds." Maxie lifted her head, her clear, silver eyes illuminated by the torch's golden glow. All day long, he had been seething with rage, longing to tear someone to pieces. How was it possible that his anger instantly melted? He pressed his lips to her cheek, only to hear her choked voice again. "I believe you. So you must win with honor." Riftan regarded her for a moment, then gave her a bitter smile. "You have my word." The early morning rain left the stadium dotted with puddles of mud. Though it stopped by noon, the sky remained a blanket of gray clouds, and the air was thick with humidity. The summer monsoons had begun. Riftan looked up at the overcast sky before surveying the packed stands. It seemed the dismal weather had not deterred the biggest crowd yet. Under the oak tree. Chapter 446. Nobles lounged under colorful canopies, each embroidered with their respective coat of arms. Dozens of servants fussed around them, tending to their every need. Beneath them, wealthy citizens took their seats, while the ground floor teemed with commoners in less lavish attire. It seemed as if all of Belbourne had converged in the stadium. Riftan scanned the audience, their faces flushed with heat and excitement, before his gaze landed on the area reserved for Weddon's nobility. Even at this distance, he immediately spotted his wife among the gaudily dressed aristocrats. She was a vision of elegance in a dark green gown, her long tresses neatly coiled on her head. Though he could not make out her expression, he could tell from the rigid way she sat that she was anxious. His face clouded with concern, fearing she might faint from the stress. Though he knew his wife was not as fragile as she appeared, he could not help but fret whenever he looked at her. "Now, for the moment you have all been waiting for," bellowed the flamboyantly dressed administrator. "Let the semi-finals begin." From his position by the arena entrance, Riftan shifted his focus from the crowd to the podium. For the first match, Levedon's champion and commander of the Bolos Royal Knights, Sir Sigulu Aran, will face Weddon's champion and commander of the Ream Dragon Knights, Sir Riftan Calypse. May the knights enter the arena. Deafening cheers erupted from the audience. Riftan turned as heavy footfalls approached from behind. Sigulu Aran, clad in black armor, walked up to Riftan's side. "Ready for a beating, my friend?" the knight said jauntily. Ignoring his taunt, Riftan strode into the arena. The cheers subsided as the two knights faced each other. Raising a hand, the administrator announced, "This tournament honors the spirit of Wigru and the 12 Knights. I implore our contenders to uphold the code of chivalry in their duel." As the trumpet blared, signaling the start of the match, Riftan immediately drew his sword and adopted an offensive stance. Sigulu Aran aimed the tip of his blade at him. Despite his typically jovial demeanor, his posture betrayed no weakness. Riftan's lips curled slightly. The Lividonian commander was clearly more than just talk. This time, his alertness was markedly higher than in their first duel. "Shouldn't you wrap this up in 3 minutes to maintain your reputation?" Sigulu taunted as Riftan looked for an opening without moving. Ignoring his jib, Riftan plotted his strategy. Suddenly, Sigulu's flashing blade came flying toward him. Riftan raised his sword, feeling the force of the strike jolt through his arms. The unexpected strength behind the attack stirred his adrenaline. He shoved Sigulu back, gearing up for a counterattack. But before he could even swing his weapon, the next assault came. Riftan's eyes darted, searching for an opening while tirelessly deflecting Sigulu's onslaught. It seemed the knight had no intention of drawing out the match. "He's giving me no chance to attack." Sigulu, intent on a swift victory, was focused solely on the offensive. He seemed aware that time was not an aside. Riftan retreated, sharpening his senses to their limits. A single lapse could prove fatal. Living up to his reputation as a master swordsman, Sichuluaran wielded his blade with swift, unpredictable strokes. His weapon seemed to possess a will of its own. Riftan clenched his jaw as he concentrated on his opponent's flashing blade, which darted at him from both sides. He parried each blow, maintaining a steady distance. Then, abruptly, Sichulu shifted his momentum. Realizing that his opponent was angling for a decisive strike, Riftan braced himself. In nearly the same breath, the sharp blade shot toward his chest with arrow-like precision. He swiftly raised his sword, deflecting the blow and sidestepping to disrupt Sichulu's balance. Sichulu ducked into a defensive stance, but Riftan spotted a fleeting opening and aimed for his side. Blue sparks flew as their blades clashed. A sharp, grating sound echoed, and blood was drawn. Riftan clicked his tongue as he drew back. His attack had narrowly missed its mark, leaving his opponent with only a superficial gash on his arm. Even so, the outcome of the match was now clear. He closed the distance again, now with Sichulu on the defensive. When Riftan delivered a powerful swing, Sichulu barely managed to block it, clearly outmatched in strength. The Livadonian commander gritted his teeth as he was helplessly pushed back. "I see you're strong as ever." Gripping his sword with both hands, Riftan bore down, nearly driving Sichulu's legs into the mud. Sichulu, recognizing his disadvantage in strength, deftly twisted his blade to deflect Riftan's and lunged for his thigh. But Riftan was quicker. He swung his sword diagonally, the blade flashing just beneath Sichulu's helmet. Sensing the imminent danger, Sichulu immediately froze. After a moment of suffocating silence, Sichulu exhaled deeply. "I yield." The trumpet sounded from the podium, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Riftan slowly lowered his blade from his opponent's throat. Sichulu removed his helmet, tossed it aside, and raked a hand through his damp hair. The Dragon Slayer is indeed a tough opponent to beat. Frowning against the deafening cheers, Riftan raised his visor. With his senses greatly heightened, loud noises were more difficult to bear than usual. "You've improved," Riftan said, sheathing his sword. "It was a close fight." "Coming from you, I'll take that as high praise," Sichulu replied with a grin. He extended his hand. Riftan paused, eyeing the man's outstretched hand. After briefly studying Sichulu's invigorated face, he finally accepted the handshake. Sichulu's smile widened. "It was a gratifying match. I eagerly await our next encounter." Releasing his grip, Riftan turned toward the arena's entrance. He was just about to leave when he spotted Richard Breston, poised for the next round. The Northerner looked visibly uneasy. Breston caught Riftan's shoulder as he was about to head to the waiting room, hissing into his ear, "Don't expect our fight to be as boring as that." With a shove to Riftan's shoulder, Breston marched into the arena. The trumpet sounded once more. The next match will be between Sir Richard Breston of the Knights of Philaran and Sir Nelanthus of RX's Royal Guard. As the cheer subsided, a strange tension settled over the stadium. The crowd, uncertain of what level of ferocity to expect from Richard Breston this time, fell into a nervous hush. The Erection Knight entered amid the palpable silence, his yellow surcoat draped over plate armor. When the two knights faced each other, the administrator called, "I implore our contenders to uphold the code of chivalry and fight a fair duel." The announcement had barely finished when Breston drew his white greatsword from his back. After carefully studying the man's stance, Riftan looked at the other knight. Sir Nelanthus seemed visibly on edge, clearly afraid. He probably plans to yield after a few blows. Though his honor prevented him from forfeiting outright, he seemed to have no desire to engage in a serious battle with the Northerner. Riftan's gaze lingered on Nelanthus's rigid, unconfident expression before he turned away, only to be startled by a horrific scream behind him. Whirling around, he saw Breston's sword deeply embedded into Anthus's shoulder. "You draw your sword to save face, yet have no real intent to fight. What a disgrace," Breston scorned, kicking his fallen opponent and yanking his bloodied sword free. He then pointed it at Riftan. "You can come out now. It's time for the main event." After watching Breston with a steely gaze, Riftan glanced at the injured knight. Clerics rushed to heal the man with magic, but it was clear the wound had been fatal. Riftan stepped into the arena. "Yes, let's end this now," he said, drawing his sword. "I tire of you." The frozen audience began to buzz with murmurs. The flustered administrator declared loudly, "Tournament procedures must be followed. I ask the two finalists to remain in the waiting room until the situation is resolved." "What's the point in waiting?" Breston snapped back. "The semi-finals are over. It's about time we decide the winner. Amid the murmuring, some voices urged for the final round. Those hungry for a bloody spectacle began to clamor for a dramatic fight. The flustered administrator looked to the high priests. After debating among themselves with grim expressions, the high priests gave their reluctant nod of approval. The final match was to begin. Clearing his throat, the administrator boomed, "With the finalists' consent, the final round will now commence." Excited cheer shook the humid air. Riftan walked past the pool of blood and took his position in the center of the muddy arena. When the erection knight was carried away on a stretcher, the trumpet sounded to signal the start of the match. Under the oak tree. Chapter 447. Lowering his visor, Riftan fixed his keen gaze on the giant of a man standing opposite him. Richard Preston, who had been posturing arrogantly with his bloodied sword resting on his shoulder, shifted slowly into an offensive stance. The humid air was heavy with the man's palpable bloodthirst. It was clear that he had no interest in a mere contest of swordsmanship. His sole objective was to obliterate his enemy. Riftan angled his sword, preparing himself. The clamor of the frenzied spectators began to fade as his senses honed in on the beast before him. White breaths escaped the man's mouth in slow whiffs, like a dragon about to breathe fire. These thoughts raced through Riftan's mind, just as the northerner charged at him with explosive force. He swung his sword, feeling the impact resonate through his shoulder with what sounded like a clap of thunder. The force of the attack was that of an ogre striking with an iron mace. Riftan widened his stance to hold his ground. The enormity of the northerner's greatsword, twice the size of an average claymore, was intimidating in its own right. In the hands of a man clearly descended from giants, the weapon struck with the force of a battering ram. Gripping his sword hilt with both hands, Riftan pushed back, but his opponent refused to budge. Blood-red eyes gleamed behind Preston's visor as he let out a cruel laugh. How disappointing. Is that all the famed dragon slayer can muster? Riftan subtly shifted his sword to divert Preston's. Then, pivoting half a turn, he thrust toward the opposite side. But Preston was quicker. Having dove forward to dodge the attack, Preston swung from below. The long blade scraped the ground as it whipped up like a whirlwind. He was wielding blade aura. Riftan twisted sideways, narrowly escaping the blow aimed at his chest. Undeterred, his adversary lunged again, bringing down his weapon with tremendous force. Riftan leapt back to create some distance. The great sword sliced through the air before lodging deeply in the ground. The arena trembled as if struck by a meteorite. Riftan retreated, avoiding the splashes of mud, and adopted a defensive stance. His opponent gritted his teeth as he yanked his sword from the hole it had formed in the ground. "What are you playing at?" the man bellowed, his enraged voice reverberating around the stadium. "Do you still think to claim an honorable victory against me?" Ignoring the taunts, Riftan's eyes sharpened, seeking an opening. Seemingly infuriated by his composure, Richard Preston charged like a raging bull. "I want a fight to the death. A battle to decide the fate of mankind. This shoddy excuse for a fight will not stand." His massive blade came hurtling down toward Riftan's head. Riftan sidestepped the lightning-fast attack and countered with a diagonal swing, briefly throwing off his opponent's momentum. Yet, the northerner quickly crouched and swung his sword sideways before Riftan could strike back. Riftan barely intercepted the blade aimed at his head. Just then, a piercing chill crawled over his skin. He recoiled as a searing pain lanced his right wrist. Frost had encrusted his gauntlet and vambrace. "It doesn't appear to be magic." After flexing his fist open and closed, Riftan cast a quick glance at the podium. If the high priests had detected any magic, they would have promptly stopped the match. Seeing that none of them were moving, Riftan surmised that the frost was an inherent power of Richard Preston's greatsword. Switching his weapon to his left hand, Riftan moved with the caution of a wolf circling its prey, waiting for the right moment to pounce. Preston, his sword pointed at Riftan, taunted, "You look like a well-trained hunting dog." Riftan gave no response. "Where is your warrior's rage? Reuben III's puppet, the Duke of Croesus's plaything, and now a pawn in the Pope's chess game. I doubt even livestock would be as obedient as you." Riftan kept his focus, unswayed by the provocations. His lack of reaction twisted the northerner's face into a demonic sneer. "A caged beast survives on what its master feeds it," he snarled, "but a wolf uses its teeth to kill, an eagle its talons, and a buffalo its horns. Man, on the other hand, was given swords and armor for war." Preston's greatsword began to emit a white glow. Lowering his stance, he shouted viciously, "You have crushed our ambitions. Now, Riftan Calypse, you shall pay. The giant leapt skyward. It was an astonishing feat for a man of his size, especially in heavy armor. Riftan dove away as Preston landed with a thunderous crash, forming a crater and splashing mud like waves. Seizing the moment of Riftan's momentary blindness caused by the debris, Richard Preston shot out and launched a relentless attack. Riftan, steadily retreating, paired each wild swing. Fury ignited in Preston's eyes upon realizing his opponent's strategy to maintain control while waiting for the right moment to strike. The Northerner gritted his teeth as he furiously slashed his sword. Do you think you've made something of yourself now because the people call you Wiguru's reincarnation? After narrowly blocking an overhead strike, Riftan gripped his sword with both hands and pushed back with all his strength. He could see his opponent's arms trembling. Preston, pressing further, hissed, "Act like a knight all you want, but you'll always be an outsider." Riftan gave one last shove, causing Preston to stagger back slightly. But the Northerner quickly locked swords again and spat, "Your mother was a pagan whore, and your father depraved enough to dip his wick in her." Then, laughing mockingly in Riftan's face, he added, "And you are the spawn of such shameless beasts." With a burst of explosive power, Riftan pushed him back and lunged. Preston scrambled to defend himself, but it was too late. Riftan's blade sliced through his armor, leaving a long gash across his arm and chest. Yet, Preston seemed almost delighted to have finally elicited a reaction. He roared with laughter as he counterattacked. "Does the truth sting?" Riftan deflected Preston's sword and aimed a thrust at his exposed chest. Preston blocked it just in time, continuing to jeer, "Want to hear another truth you don't know?" His voice dropped as if he were about to share a great secret. "The red-haired wench is just as much a whore for spreading her legs to a lowborn like you." Something inside Riftan snapped. Before he could make a conscious decision, his body reacted, sending the giant of a man soaring through the air. Preston arced toward the stance but, fortunately, hit one of the support pillars instead. Nevertheless, the startled spectators began fleeing in panic. Unfazed by the chaos, Preston leapt to his feet, laughing uproariously. "Now you're ready to fight for real." With that, the man hurled himself into the arena. Riftan met the human cannonball head-on, their swords clashing with such force that gusts of wind swept through the stadium. Riftan felt the icy chill from the white greatsword seeping into his fingers. Not caring whether his armor froze over, he pushed back, then swung his arms wide. Preston blocked it, but had he been a fraction slower, he would have been cleaved in two. Preston gave a toothy grin. Drunk on the thrill of successfully baiting his opponent, the man appeared almost euphoric, oblivious to the fact that he had narrowly escaped death. With a mighty leap off the ground, Preston swung his sword in a horizontal arc. Riftan, reacting swiftly, dodged by turning sideways and countered with his own blade. As he slashed the Northerner's thigh, the man lifted his long, muscular leg, landing a hefty kick to Riftan's abdomen. It was like being rammed by a raging bull. Forced to scrape the ground with his sword to stop himself from falling, Riftan then faced Richard Preston's charge. Mud spattered everywhere as the giant man ran at him. Instead of dodging, Riftan widened his stance and readied his sword. As a vast shadow loomed overhead, he swung diagonally with all his might, sending Preston back like a top-lied scarecrow. Seizing the moment, Riftan pounced on the fallen giant, thrusting his sword between the man's shoulder and chest. The blade pierced through flesh and muscle and embedded in the mud below. Pinning him down with a knee to his chest, Riftan spat, "Yield now if you value your life." Preston began to tremble erratically. Laughing in the mud, he goaded, "Go ahead. Kill me." Riftan was narrowing his eyes in the silence that followed when he jerked back as Preston knocked his head against his. With blood now trickling down his forehead, Riftan placed more distance between them. But Preston sprang to his feet with the vigor of a wild beast and immediately crouched into an offensive stance. "I should let you know that I'm not the sort to accept defeat." Riftan clutched his forehead as he silently observed the man. "There will be no yielding," Preston growled with the ferocity of a predator scenting blood. "This duel does not end until one of us is dead." "I see," Riftan finally responded, frustration evident in his voice. With renewed determination, he lunged forward. The Northerner raised his greatsword to intercept, aggravating his shoulder wound and soaking the combat uniform over his armor with blood. Even then, he refused to back down. Preston swung his greatsword in a wide arc, seemingly indifferent to the risk of permanently losing the use of his arm. Madness had taken hold, one that cared little for tomorrow. Riftan was certain that the man would not regret dying by his hand. Riftan sent heat to the tip of his blade. Dark red energy coursed up the murky metallic surface like pulsing veins. Sensing the imminent threat, his opponent also readied his final blow. Gripping his sword hilt, Riftan shot across the wrecked arena, as swift as the wind. Richard Breston swung first. The white blade, emitting frosty energy, descended like lightning toward Riftan's head. Riftan countered, striking the blade just above the crossguard, causing Breston's giant arms to recoil slightly. This was it. Riftan aimed straight for the exposed chest. The impact, like a boulder being struck by an iron mace, sent the man crashing across the mud. As Riftan straightened, Breston was on his knees, clutching his stomach and spewing blood. Riftan gazed down at him and said calmly, "It is my victory, Richard Breston." "Horseshit. I have yet to." Breston abruptly stopped to look down at his sword. His eyes widened in shock. He was grasping a bladeless hilt. Riftan kicked the severed blade toward the man. "You seem eager to rampage like a beast, but I don't care what you want." The white greatsword, the Breston family heirloom believed to be forged from dragon teeth, slid through the mud to rest at the northerner's feet. As he stared blankly at it, Riftan added, "I am a knight." When Breston raised his head, Riftan met his murderous gaze steadily. He continued slowly, "As such, I shall abide by the code of chivalry and show mercy to my opponent." Breston said nothing. "I had many chances today to end your life, but I chose not to. Remember this, Breston, you live only because of my mercy." The northerner's eyes flashed red with rage and humiliation. After quietly watching him, Riftan leaned in and said gently, "Live out the rest of your miserable days, bearing the weight of this humiliating defeat." With his face twisted in humiliation, the man sprang to his feet, seemingly ready to continue to fight despite his injuries. Riftan was about to raise his sword when the trumpet rang out across the overcast sky. The match was over. The final victor is Sir Riftan Calypse. As soon as the announcement was made, armed temple knights flooded the arena, with Situ Luaran among them. Facing Breston, he said, "If you wish to preserve what is left of your knightly honor, I suggest you accept your defeat." The northerner's red eyes flashed dangerously. After seething like a cornered beast, he finally turned and walked away. His forearm bled profusely, leaving a crimson trail on the ravaged arena floor. Knights from his order hurried to assist him, but he roughly shoved them back as he stormed out. It was then that the audience, who had been collectively holding their breath, erupted into cheers. Rosenwigerd Calypse, Ascalon's new master. Riftan sheathed his sword and looked to the section reserved for nobility. He easily spotted his wife's pale face among the exuberant crowd. Though she sat regally, her head held high, Riftan knew she was barely holding herself together. Just then, a gust of damp wind swept past him, brushing against her slender form. Strands of her previously immaculate hair loosened and gently fell around her face. In his mind's eye, the image of a young, lonely girl seemed to superimpose itself over his wife's. The moment was fleeting, however, and the scene soon morphed back into the noble lady, looking down at him with concern and affection. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. This stadium would not be the stage of her dishonor. He had not fought for the Pope, nor the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. He had fought solely for her, and he wanted everyone to know it. Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 448. May the victor approach the place of honor to receive Ascalon from His Holiness. Maxie finally let out the breath she had been holding. Despite her best efforts to appear composed, she could not stop trembling. "Are you all right, my lady?" Gable asked, looking concerned. Maxie nodded, her eyes still fixed on Riftan. She was torn between the urge to hit him or pull him into a crushing embrace. Her body practically ached with a desire to run to the arena and check him over thoroughly. As her husband ascended to the place of honor, where the monarchs of each kingdom sat, a man in a purple robe declared, "Remove your helmet and pay obeisance." Riftan removed his helmet, revealing a face as cold and hard as steel, cast in a pale gray shadow. The noblewomen around Maxie gasped in awe, and she immediately understood why. He embodied the very essence of a knight. After passing his helmet to a servant, Riftan got down on one knee before the seven thrones. As the roaring cheers in the stadium subsided, the Pope, dressed in a snow-white cassock and golden mozzetta, slowly stood. "Raise your head." Riftan looked up at God's earthly representative. "Not only have you impressed us with your unrivaled swordsmanship, but you have also shown the true spirit of chivalry," the Pope said in a gentle, yet commanding voice. "You have proven yourself worthy of the holy sword before everyone here." Maxie swallowed, feeling her mouth go dry. The Pope swept his gaze over the spectators, then signaled to a cleric in a somber black habit standing behind him. The cleric approached Riftan, carrying a chest about 2 cubits in size. "You have valiantly proven yourself, Riftan lisped. "I shall now bestow upon you the holy sword as promised." As soon as the Pope finished speaking, the cleric lowered the iron-framed chest before Riftan and opened the lid. Maxie craned her neck forward. Though the distance made it difficult to make anything out clearly, she could see what looked like a worn hilt resting on crimson satin. Riftan peered at the quite ordinary-looking relic before reaching toward it. Maxie tensed. Was he intending to test the legend? A hush fell over the stadium. In this breathless quiet, Riftan grasped the edge of the chest. Maxie heard someone gulp loudly. A faint light emanated from the chest. Or was she imagining it? She widened her eyes, trying to confirm if what she was seeing was real. Then, in a swift motion, Riftan closed the chest lid. The audience, previously waiting with bated breaths, began to buzz with murmurs. Paying no mind to the reaction, Riftan offered the chest back to the Pope. "Your Holiness, being deemed worthy of the Holy Sword is honor enough," he said in a calm voice that bordered on indifference. The murmurs grew louder. Though his statement was respectful, it was a clear refusal. Glancing around, Maxie saw disappointment etched on many faces. Some even sneered, suggesting Riftan was too scared to test the legend. She was furiously glowering at them when Riftan spoke again. "Ascalon is a treasure that belongs to the people of the 7 kingdoms. Its significance is too great to be kept in a small fiefdom at the southern end of the Rovidan continent. If His Holiness would allow it, I would like to return the holy relic to the altar as an offering for the eternal peace and harmony of the 7 kingdoms." This explanation seemed to appease the murmuring nobles, though a sense of disappointment still lingered. Maxie turned her attention to the spectators. The stadium was a mosaic of reactions. Some grumbled in disappointment, while others smiled, content at having witnessed the continent's greatest knight in combat. A few looked outright angry. Among the travelers who had journeyed far for a glimpse of Ascalon, open jeers could be heard. To think that such a moment of honor could change so quickly. The depth of the crowd's disappointment seemed as great as their prior expectations. Maxie looked at her husband with concern. He stood firm, awaiting the Pope's response. The Pope, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the night before him. The silent confrontation stretched on until a faint ray of light fell over Riftan. Maxie looked up. Sunlight pierced through the gray clouds, dispelling the threat of rain. She was admiring the golden light streaming into the damaged arena when she sensed a shift in the air. Moments ago, the crowd had been vocal in their disappointment, but now they stared at the Ream Dragon Knight Commander as though a sacred moment were unfolding before them. Maxie soon understood why. Sunlight beamed down on the chest in Riftan's arms. It was a timely coincidence, one the Pope seemed eager to imbue with meaning. "God appears pleased by your offering," he declared for all to hear. Immediately, the atmosphere within the stadium transformed. Awestruck, many began to pray, while others traced the symbol of faith across their chest, seeking divine protection. "I accept your offering," the Pope called out, taking the chance to bolster the pious atmosphere. "Furthermore, I will honor your request and enshrine Wigru's sword in the Grand Basilica of Ossaria's main chapel, so that all who seek God's blessing may receive it." As the Pope's words concluded, chants of Riftan's name filled the air. Maxie's heart began to race. When the Pope bent down to accept the chest, the crowd's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. Gable, who had been observing silently, cracked a smile. What a dramatic conclusion. Maxie nodded, a wave of relief washing over her. Not only was Riftan saved from ridicule, but the peace of the 7 kingdoms was now cast as God's will. He had accomplished what he had set out to do in the tournament. She watched proudly as her husband stood, bathed in the expanding ray of light that illuminated his sculpted bronze features and silver armor. His dazzling appearance further ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Riftan slowly turned and began descending the steps to thunderous applause. Maxie could no longer sit still. Grabbing her robe, she was about to rush to his side when she saw him stop in the middle of the arena. Confusion flickered across her face. Was it not over yet? He looked more solemn now than when offering the holy sword back to the Pope. His gaze swept over the monarchs, the multitude of nobles, and the 10,000 spectators. When his eyes finally met hers, Maxie felt an inexplicable shiver. "I ask everyone here today to bear witness to my oath," Riftan said for all to hear. The noisy stadium once again fell into silence. Every citizen of the Seven Kingdoms knew what those words meant. Riftan slowly crossed the arena and climbed his way to her. The armed guards readily withdrew their spears to allow him entry into the stands. Maxie did not dare to blink as she watched him approach. As he stopped near the top of the stairs, the spectators collectively held their breath. This was the most important moment in a knight's life, and no one was fool enough to interrupt. Riftan crouched on one knee before her. Soon, he began to speak the sacred words of the oath a knight could only pledge once in his life. I place my head at the feet of my king, my body on the dirt of the battlefield, and my heart in the palm of your hand. Maxie's hand flew to her mouth, covering her trembling lips. Riftan looked up at her, and in his warm eyes, now free of all pain, anxiety, and troubles, Maxie saw her reflection. It was those eyes that made her feel like the noblest of women. In a low but resolute voice, Riftan recited the last verse of the Geash. My honorable lady, will you grant me the honor of becoming your knight? Maxie blinked. Though she wanted to offer him an elegant smile like the princesses and the ballads, it was impossible. Tears blurred her vision, spilling over her cheeks. The desire to embrace him and sob like a child was overwhelming, but she restrained herself in the presence of the world's greatest knight. With immense effort, she willed her shaking legs to stand. Her voice broke so pitifully that she paused. She bunched her skirt in her fist, determined not to ruin this moment. She would not allow it. Gathering her strength, she lifted her head high, cleared her throat, and spoke with newfound clarity. I gladly grant you the honor. Thunderous cheers shook the stadium. Maxie gazed down at her husband, her eyes shimmering with emotion. His shone with pure joy. She could not hold back anymore. Leaning forward, she wound her arms around his neck. His laughter mingled with the deluge of fervent cheers and blessings. Dizzy with happiness, Maxie squeezed her eyes shut. Flashes of their journey together raced through her mind, from the day he arrived at Croissant Castle to lead her into the world, through their tranquil days at Calypso Castle, her quest to join him on the battlefield, their heartbreaking separation, and their passionate reunion 3 years later. Their love now was stronger than ever. Looking up to meet his eyes, a fiery joy surged from the depths of her heart. In that moment, she realized she had been put on this earth to meet this person. I was born to love this man. She pressed her lips to his in a gentle kiss, her knight, whom she had waited so long for. His beautiful eyes shone with even greater intensity. Those eyes, she knew, would be etched in her memory until the end of time. Under the oak tree. Chapter 449, Epilogue. Maxie inspected her reflection in the mirror. Her flowing, pearly gown was adorned with a colorful girdle, and a golden cape draped her shoulders. She looked more radiant than ever. The freckles that usually dotted her face were hidden under a layer of powder, the one she had brought from Belbourne without Riftan's knowledge. She admired her reflection for a moment before turning to Ludus. How do I look? Stunning, my lady, her maidservant replied while deftly braiding Maxie's hair. Of all the festival-goers today, I doubt any will make a more beautiful dryad. Maxie gave a bashful smile before looking back at her reflection. Once, she would have dismissed such praise as empty flattery. Now, she responded to the words as a sincere compliment. Even she could not deny the charm of the silver-eyed woman smiling at her in the mirror. Lost in thought, she barely noticed Ludus finishing the intricate braid. All done, my lady, Ludus announced with a look of satisfaction. Maxie carefully inspected her maidservant's work in the mirror and turned back, beaming. Thank you. It's beautiful. With her preparations complete, Maxie tied a pouch of silver coins to her waist and stepped out of her room. A thrill of excitement coursed through her. The time since her return to Anatole had been dreamlike, but today promised to be even more special. She descended the stairs, feeling as light and airy as if walking on clouds. Reaching the bottom of the staircase, she saw Sidina and Annette emerging from the kitchen. She hastily spun around. For just this one day, she did not wish to be their captive. She tiptoed back up the stairs, hoping to go unnoticed, but it was too late. Max. Stifling a groan, Maxie turned to face them. Sidina raced up to her, her eyes twinkling. What a coincidence. We were coming to find you. Are you on your way to the festival? With a bright smile, Sidina waved the long girdle adorning her vivid yellow dress. I was told that women attending the spring festival in Anatole all wear girdles like this. The maidservants gave this one to me this morning. Isn't it pretty? Maxie managed an awkward smile, but Sidina was too excited to notice her friend's less than enthusiastic reaction. You know we've been mostly cooped up in the castle since we were deployed here during Paxius, Sidina rushed on. I've been eagerly awaiting this day since I heard about the spring festival. It has been rather dull lately, Annette concurred, blowing at her bangs. A troubled expression rose on Maxie's face when she realized that Annette, too, wore a plaited girdle in white and yellow. Both women brimmed with festive excitement. It's wonderful that we get to create some happy memories before returning to the tower, Sidina exclaimed. Has the date already been decided? We leave in 2 days, Annette replied, visibly relieved. We received word yesterday from the mages stationed east. The Temple Knights have tracked down and eliminated the last of the Dragonians, which means we are no longer required here. Sidina and Annette were currently in Anatole to sort through and organize the reports sent from mages across the continent back to the tower. At least, that was the official reason. In truth, Annette had come to visit her brothers, who had decided to settle in Anatole, and Sidina had chosen to tag along. Maxie looked at her friends, who had become her pillars of support, with a tinge of sadness. Have either of you considered a permanent post in Anatole? If you were interested, I could ask the Ream Dragon Knights too. I'm grateful for the offer, but I have decided to dedicate my life to research at Gnome Hall, Annette said firmly. I'm fine with the occasional deployment, but I refuse to be tied to a single master. Annette's voice carried a hint of aversion. Maxie guessed that her friend's disdain for the master-servant dynamic had only grown after being pestered by various feudal lords in Balborn. Maxie sighed. She had hoped that Annette, with her astute mind and outstanding capabilities as a mage, would stay in Anatole instead of her brothers. The twins, while talented in magical device creation, only possessed the innate abilities of low-level mages. As if reading her mind, Annette gave a bitter smile. I know the twins are far from the best, but I hope you look after them. They truly love it here. I'm not dissatisfied with him, Maxie assured her quickly, feeling a pang of guilt. I'm grateful that Alec and Dean have chosen Anatole. There was no question that the brothers were a great help to Anatole. They had markedly improved the weaponry and armor, and most recently, they had come close to rediscovering the smelting technique for orichalcum, the so-called ore of God. This breakthrough had the knights abuzz with the prospect of new swords forged from the ore. However, as mages, Alec and Dean left much to be desired. They were closer to blacksmiths than spellcasters. The two had even abandoned their speciality in magical devices to spend all their time in the smithy. Ruth, whose impatience with them had been steadily growing, was on the verge of exploding. The estate has flourished over the past few years, Maxie added, hoping to persuade them, and so has the Ream Dragon Knights. Anatole needs more talented mages. She shot Sidina an expectant look. Her friend's response, however, was similarly lukewarm. I don't plan on requesting deployment anytime soon, either. I've only just become a senior mage, and I don't want to miss the chance to advance my studies. Still, since the church has loosened its rules on forbidden magic, I might consider a post in the future. And Anatole will be at the top of my list. Someone else would have taken your place by then, Maxie replied sullenly. Sidina affectionately linked arms with her. No need to sulk. I'll be sure to visit often. What I need is someone to help with the workload, not have tea with. Be patient, Annette said, giving Maxie a hearty smack on the back. I'm sure you'll soon be flooded with volunteers. Many mages are dying to serve under your husband. Maxie stopped pouting, not wanting to burden her friends who were about to embark on a long journey. She shook her head in resignation. I understand. I won't press the matter anymore. Great, then let's stop the chatter here and get going. The festival will be over if we keep dallying, Sidina urged, tugging at Maxie's arm. Maxie hesitated for a moment before allowing herself to be dragged along. It seemed that her plans to enjoy the festival alone with Riftan would have to wait. With a small sigh, Maxie cut across the garden with her friends. Sidina must have made a request in advance, for a carriage was already waiting for them by the gate. Two knights, their faces hidden beneath black hoods, looked up as the women approached. Maxie's eyes widened when she recognized them. Will you be escorting us, Sir Ursuline? We cannot have just anyone guarding you, my lady, the knight replied, his expression aloof as always. Shall we get going? But the city is full of visitors, Elliot chimed in, removing his hood. We cannot afford to be lax with security. Maxie hesitated, wondering if it was appropriate to involve the two men responsible for various administrative duties on the estate in her festival plans. Noticing her reluctance, Elliot leaned in and said, Truth be told, we volunteered for a bit of respite, my lady. Goodness, Sidina sighed in sympathy. Then, pulling the knight's arm, she exclaimed, "That settles it. Let us all enjoy the festival together." With that, she dragged Elliot into the carriage. After watching the two with an incredulous expression, Ursuline sighed and nodded at Maxie and Annette. "Please get in. I shall follow on my horse. Why not ride with us?" "Your arm is still healing," Maxie replied. "I'm fully recovered, my lady," the knight answered stiffly. "After following the daily exercises you recommended, I can now move my arm freely, and I can feel everything as before. There is no need to worry." Realizing that she might have wounded the knight's pride, Maxie hurried into the carriage without another word. Once Annette was seated, the carriage began to roll forward. Maxie gazed out the window at the city, now packed with stone structures. Where a birch forest once stood, there was now a lively hub of peddlers and an array of shops. The shabby wooden houses had given way to densely clustered three-story buildings. She watched the thriving city, a sense of pride swelling in her chest. Resting her arm on the windowsill, she took in the view of the rooftops bathed in the warm glow of the spring sun. The carriage soon came to a halt in the square. After climbing out with Ursuline's assistance, Maxie glanced around with curiosity. The field that once hosted the festival was now a large market, forcing the stalls and attractions to scatter throughout the square and along the main street. Colorful tents lined the roads, and every tavern and inn was jam-packed with patrons. "I was told the stage is on the hill where the sheep used to graze. Shall we escort you there, my lady?" Maxie immediately nodded. It was so congested here that it was nearly impossible to slip out of the crowd, let alone browse the tents. The group promptly followed the narrow road, teeming with peddlers toward the city's outskirts. When they finally managed to break free from the busy commercial district, Maxie spotted a group of women dancing in a circle on a verdant, gently sloping hill. Her face lit up with a broad smile. The lyrics of the ancient song echoed over to them along with the cheerful tune of a viol. "The knight gathers the pieces of his body broken asunder, and rises to the heavens. His beloved oak tree, alone on a hill, waves slender branches in the wind. Oh, dearest beloved, when the snow melts, I shall rend my body, and with my new leaves, sing a song for thee. Oh, how I wish the wind would carry my voice to thee." Maxie's heart soared upon hearing the song she had yearned to experience again. She grabbed her friend's hands and sprinted up the hill, crying, "Let's join them." Though initially startled, Annette and Sidina followed her up the grassy hill and began dancing in a circle. Maxie joined in between two women shaking tambourines. She kept dancing until a wave of dizziness hit her, forcing her to stop and lean against a nearby fence. Sidina spotted her and began to spin even more enthusiastically, as if to flaunt her superior stamina. Not to be outdone, Maxie promptly rejoined the circle. The women's movements quickened, matching the viol's accelerating tempo. Maxie twirled and leapt around the field until she was drenched in sweat. Only when she was overcome with thirst did she descend the hill. Elliot and Ursuline, leaning against a fence, were quick to offer her something to drink. "There are activity stalls over there, some which ladies can also enjoy. Would you like to see them?" Elliot asked. "Yes. Let's go right now," Sidina exclaimed. The group headed toward the tents behind the hill, where they began to peruse the offerings. This area of the fair, away from the bustling city center, was refreshingly uncrowded. They tried archery at the shooting grounds near the castle wall, and Maxie even bought some unique accessories from a peddler from Le Casem. After that, she participated in a wreath-making event. Her wreath, ambitiously woven from an array of colorful flowers, turned out so gaudy that she felt a bit embarrassed wearing it. Annette shook her head as she eyed Maxie's creation. "You really are bad with your hands." "It is just that you are exceptionally skilled," Maxie retorted. "I believe I am rather ordinary." Annette snorted, to which Maxie looked askance at her before deliberately placing the wreath on her head. Meanwhile, Sidina, who had been intently focused on weaving her stems, finally finished her wreath. The three women then continued to explore and enjoy the fair. "Let's go dance again," Sidina cried. Apparently enamored by Anatole's traditional dance, Sidina rushed off toward the hill like an excited colt. Maxie was about to chase after her when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning, she saw Elliot pointing toward the back of a tent. Her eyes widened at the sight of her mare, Rem, tethered there. "Sir Riftan is waiting for you, my lady," Elliot murmured. Maxie jerked her head back to face him. The knight placed a finger over his lips before motioning for her to follow. After shooting an apologetic glance at her friends, who were dancing happily on the hill, Maxie discreetly made her way to her horse. She removed the cumbersome wreath from her head and hung it on Ram's saddle, then followed Elliot away from the fair. They walked along the city wall for some time, until Elliot veered down a narrow path. "This way, my lady." He pointed to a small, arched entrance that was clearly meant for soldiers. Maxie took in the dark alley with a puzzled expression before cautiously walking Ram through. A dense birch forest lay on the other side, cut through by a leveled path. "Where are we going?" Maxie asked. "Sir Riftan requested that I escort you to the hill behind the castle." A bright smile lit up her face. She and Riftan often took rides there. "I can go by myself from here," she told Elliot. Before he could object, Maxie hopped onto her mare and galloped away. When she reached the end of the shadowy forest, a hill with a large tree emerged for her. Riftan was waiting at the top. She quickly reined in her mare and rushed into her husband's arms, showering him with kisses. "Did you wait long?" "I did," Riftan replied sullenly. Maxie pulled away slightly to give him an apologetic look. Riftan crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing. "Did we not agree to come to the festival together?" "Well, what happened was, after my short visit to the guild house, I was informed that my heartless wife had already gone out to enjoy herself in the city," he said, bringing his face down to hers. His expression darkened. "What is your opinion regarding this dire betrayal?" "Must you phrase it like that?" Maxie said, her gaze dropping shyly. Riftan pinched her cheek and said with mock severity, "I believe you owe me an apology, young lady." "I am sorry." "Good. I forgive you." He released her cheek with a smile. "But only because I know your friends are leaving soon." He then whistled for Talon, grazing behind the stout tree. "We can enjoy the rest of the festival tomorrow," he said, unloading a wineskin and bundle of food from Talon's pack. "For now, let's have a picnic." A flicker of discontent crossed Maxie's face as she stared at the back of her husband's head. He had not said a word about her appearance, even though she spent the entire morning dressing up. Lately, Riftan's manner with her had become rather familiar, as if she were a younger sibling. While it was nice to see him so relaxed around her, she also missed the times her mere presence made him visibly flustered. She was watching him spread his cloak out on the grass when a thought struck her. Grabbing the wreath from her saddle, she crouched beside him and softly cleared her throat. "Riftan, I have something for you." He looked at her in surprise. With a grin, Maxie whipped the cherish wreath out from behind her back and placed it on his head. "A gift. You will accept it, won't you?" she asked, her eyes pleading. Riftan blinked as he gazed back at her. He did not appear as flustered or embarrassed as she had anticipated. Instead, he seemed taken aback by something. Maxie tilted her head, puzzled, as he took off the wreath to examine it. His lips curled into a gentle smile. "Thank you. It is a splendid present." He then leaned in to give her a feathery kiss. Maxie looked up at him, awash with a strange sense of déjà vu. Somehow, it felt as if she had known those kind eyes far longer than she could remember. A confused expression rose on her face at the inexplicable longing, but it soon gave way as she returned his smile. The picnic Riftan had prepared was nothing short of delightful. After having her fill of a delicious viand cake stuffed with pickled fruit, the expert creations of the castle chef, no doubt, all washed down with premium wine, Maxie leaned against the broad tree trunk. The field below was bathed in spring sunlight. A gentle breeze swept across the grass and shook the tree leaves overhead. Faint singing from the city's outskirts carried over on the wind, and Maxie found herself humming along. When she noticed Riftan yawning widely, she tugged at his sleeve and patted her knee. "Here, have my lap as payment for leaving you earlier." Riftan arched an eyebrow but did not resist. Chuckling, Maxie gently brushed aside the messy locks covering his forehead. He closed his eyes, seeming to relish her touch, and soon drifted into a light sleep. Overwhelmed with happiness, Maxie silently gazed at her husband's serene face. Right at that moment, a strong gust swept up the hill. Maxie looked up. The lush leaves of the tree rustled as though in a song. The old ballad's lyrics mingled with the music of the leaves, recounting the tale of a woman and her one and only love. Without being conscious of it, Maxie murmured the final verse. "I shall love thee until my dying breath." Feeling Riftan gently squeeze her hand, she squeezed back. As she rested her head against the tree trunk, a single thought entered her mind. Nothing could be more peaceful than this moment.